position that gives free real estate once again to Ropix, who'll likely look to roam and lurk again inside of Bathroom, take that piano control and get that across. AFX spotted as well here by Shade. Bliss are just in such great positions and they still have so much time to work with.
Going to be difficult for AFX to readjust and rotate away from that spot. Pinged out. Player inside piano. Here for Rhythm. AFX down below as well. AFX still inside of office, but yeah, as you said, Bliss have got everything surrounded. AFX
is dead.
Literally cannot move an inch backwards. Otherwise, his Tushy's going to be blown apart. Ghoul will find the opening kill, though, for Rhythm in this match. They're on the board, and it gives them a one-man advantage with 1 minute left in the round. Can they capitalize?
Really good coverage there from Ghoul. If he didn't play that position, AFX would be in the grave. Nonetheless, they're Bliss now. They're on the back foot. They need to try and go for something. Opening up this wall in solo, proving to be a challenge. Shade is on the double window, so he can't use his Summers on the wall, and regardless, it has been electrified by a claw. Can't tell, of course, if it's positioned up above or down below. I would assume down below if Novex is holding that position. Either way, though, 30 seconds now left. Bliss likely will need to try and force their way in towards this B objective, see if they can stick something.
We're under 20 seconds. You would probably back in Bliss to hit their shots here, but Ghoul's got two from that piano position. Todd got one back, but Ghoul is just launching off here into space. He's got three for the round. Still only a one-man advantage, but Drex gets involved, so does Leb. Much better from Rhythm in that particular round. Able to fight fire with fire against Team Bliss. They're on the board.
What a round from Ghoul, playing that piano position. It's really the one place that they need to have really good control of if they want this setup to work and to try and counter this push from Team Bliss. He did really well in covering AFX, which nullified the position on the double window. He then found another great pick to reclaim Bathroom. That then opened up the opportunity to deny the plant. So it all just links together really, really nicely there for Ghoul. Made it work in the end. Still a little bit sketchy. I would argue that part of the reason Bliss were unable to win that round was because they just really bother to deal with the Kaid denying the wall. They also had Shade position on the double window as opposed to in solo, so they couldn't even open up the wall. I would argue that that Todd on the Capital probably should be playing that position. I'm sure there's great reasons why they're not doing that, so I'm absolutely talking out of personal opinion here, but either way, didn't link together, and yeah, really well played by Ghoul. I think he was definitely the standout there, allowing Rhythm to win that round.
Yeah, and it just fills them with some confidence, because I think when you come into the server and you lose the first two rounds, both flawless as well, both very convincing, probably does a world of good for confidence, and that probably at least is just like, all right, bit of a sigh of relief. We're not that far ahead of this. It's now only 2-1. They're not going to be able to get ahead of themselves. We've stemmed the tide, stemmed the bleeding, maybe even stopped some of this momentum. Now we can play off of this. And so for Rhythm, they can actually find some rhythm here. They're of course going to stand above here for this kitchen dining defense. Pretty stock standard for most teams. We'll see what Team Bliss has got to crack it.
We've seen quite a bit of line in the current meta. We saw it in Apex South. We're seeing it in a few of the other regions, and it seems to be transferring now in towards OCN. Jigsaw, again, huge fragger, was a fantastic player in Stage 2, MVP in fact. And not only does he have a fantastic primary weapon in his hands, but at the push of a button, he can essentially freeze the defense, allowing them to be choked up a little bit. First of those E1Ds will rain out. AFX now pinned inside of Piano. Shade loving this repel. We'll cut off that position. It'll be up to the rest of Bliss, really to apply additional pressure. Again, Repix on the Nook, seeing what he can find. Cheeky ankle as well. Through West Main in towards that kitchen corridor from Jigsaw, but he'll fall off that and again aid the rest of the team here in the clear. Oh, jeez.
AFX has not had an easy time of things so far. His first couple of rounds, he'd like to get on the board here, get one back, but also just play his role. Jigsaw, very aggressive position if he can. Oh, that's as easy as it comes. Silently just creeps up through the window, gets the kill onto AFX, and his woes do continue here. Advantage for Team Bliss. Obviously, Jigsaw will know there's a player top library, ends up getting the kill onto Lev. And now it's 5 versus 2. And how quickly things can change, guys.
That's rough for Ghoul there. I think ideally he needs to try and get out of that position. They already wasted half the round. If he makes his way back towards site, Rhythm wouldn't have been in the worst of positions, but with 2 members falling, now things get tough. Fortunately, Novax does find Todd, at least in the 2 versus 4, so it's not unwinnable. Drex with the C4 as well. Jigsaw, though, Westmain finds a kill. That angle is absolutely disgusting. Oda cleans up house. Bliss take the round.
Do you really expect anything different, though, guys? Really? When Bliss are on, it's hard to stop them. They've got so much frag power. Oda, Jigsaw, Rapix on display once again there, and they now take a 3-1 lead here on Chalet. And honestly, again, kind of like the first 2 rounds, very convincing. So far, the round that's kind of been an anomaly was that 3rd round, which Rhythm were able to take. And it was really the only round that Rhythm were able to kind of stall out Bliss for a moment in time and then capitalized after that stall. Bliss, in the other 3 rounds, have really just hit that go button from the start and have taken over everything, and ultimately just continued able to find these kills with ease.
Yeah, just the persistent pressure here from Bliss, really outstanding, and honestly, it really just feels like they're picking up the best of one form that they left off with in Stage 2 and even further back in Stage 1. So, yeah, positive signs for them so far. The players that are stepping up and needing to. Oda's actually standing out so far, playing quite well. Repix as well, finding quite a bit of success on the Nook, proving that the FMG with 1.5 scope, really, really powerful. The ability to lurk around on Chalet, really, really powerful. Rotating is difficult enough, but if you don't really know exactly where those attackers are positioned, really increases that difficulty tenfold. So they're playing into that strategy and that game plan really, really well, and Rhythm are struggling to cope with that a little bit.
Once again, it's on Rhythm to see if they can find a way to halt this momentum, get another round back. Blizzard just tearing them apart, really. Does certainly feel like if Rhythm can find an early pick, that can just be enough to maybe slow down the Bliss onslaught. Oda 6-1, Rapix 5-1, Jigsaw 3-1. And they are on song. They are hard to beat. They are hard to stop. They will find kills. They'll be aggressive. They'll push in. They will keep the pressure on. And we're seeing this Nook again just be so successful.
Setting up a sequential breach.
Ooh, good combo here. The Sun was plus the grenade. Ghoul survives. I could have sworn that nade landed on top of him. But either way, though, it doesn't quite do enough damage to kill him. In fact, doesn't really do any damage at all, but that position now exposed. The second Salma will be deployed. Repix does fall though. Drex and AFX, 2 players down below. If Repix has spotted them both, he can call that out to the rest of the team, and Bliss might be able to take some more map control. Elsewhere, Jigsaw looks to capitalize, but slowed down by that gas babe. Oda not really wanting to vault in here, Vert down below. Bliss struggling a little bit to find footholds at the moment. Someone needs to step up, try and find a pick or 2, and really establish a foothold in towards the map, because at the moment, literally everyone is locked outside.
Changing mags.
Except for Jigsaw. He can do damage.
Yeah, and this is what I sort of mentioned at the earlier portion of this round. Rhythm getting that opening pick just slows things down a bit. More than enough to now maybe even capitalize. They do that. AFX has now 2 for the round, which is great for his own personal beliefs as well. Started very slowly in this match, but 2 big kills when Rhythm needed them most. Makes it a 3 versus 5. Rapix, Jigsaw, both eliminated. Oda still roaming around and has been a menace in this match, but under 40 seconds remaining, down 2 players, trying to reconvene with the diffuser. It's probably a bridge too far here for Team Bliss.
Ghoul in a bit of an off position. A Drex in backstore could pose a threat, but no, those angles earlier will serve Shade well. Narrowly misses the second pick. Bliss still at the man disadvantage. Ghoul will look to swing double windows. One player has vaulted in. Oda still popping off, traded up above though. Ooh, a flank down below. What? Ghoul shut down. It's Shade sweeping through late. 10 seconds left now as AFX looks to try and deny that diffuser. gets one pick, leaves it in the 2 versus 2 with 5 seconds left. It needs to be reclaimed, but the timer continues to tick down.
Yeah, no
Shade
time.
left all alone as Oda's still down up above. There's nothing that he can do, and Rhythm will claim the round.
Yeah, no time in the end. Well played by Rhythm. I think they've actually played the clock really well in that particular round. Bliss almost did some Bliss kind of things, getting a few cheeky kills to bring it back. They had a 3-on-2 at one point. Oda, as soon as he did get that 3-on-2, though, did go down. So it was technically a 2 versus 2. Overall, really good round from AFX as well. And in the end, Rhythm deserved to win that round. They make it 3-2. They've got an opportunity here, guys, to make it 3-3 at the half, which, considering the rounds that Bliss have won, the 3 rounds they've won, I mean, that is staggering.
Yeah, it's really weird. It's one of these matches where you sort of sit back and watch it and you go, yeah, Bliss should be just, smashing, should be 4-1, 5-0, but not the case. Rhythm finding rounds here and there. The wins that Bliss have claimed, again, as you mentioned or alluded to, they have been very dominant. A couple of them flawless, in fact, but the ones that are a bit more 50-50, Rhythm are just being able to edge out. And a positive sign in that most recent round was it wasn't necessarily off the back of a single player going absolutely huge. Their previous round win before that was Ghoul going nuclear, finding that 3k, but just in that previous round gone by, a much more well-rounded team effort. They fell off the holds that they had, repositioned in towards site, managed to make it work, show composure in the late round, and that's really what you want. So yeah, in a great position to maybe even out the half. I can't believe we're really saying that considering the start that Rhythm had.
5 seconds to go.
An opportunity does present itself, and Bliss is probably a team, when we speak about mental fortitude for a lot of teams in OCN, guys, there's a few that pass the test. Chiefs,
Chief.
Knights.
Who's
Chief? Calm down, Chief. But Team Bliss, are they a team that has that same level of mental fortitude as a team, like the Chiefs, like Knights? I'm not so sure. I don't know if that's been proven. I think that they could actually be capable. If Rhythm find a few rounds, get some momentum, Bliss could crack.
Maybe. Make a fair point. The thing to note is that last stage, they literally only lost one best of one. It was in the final Playday. So
yeah.
It's difficult to know if their mental has been tested all that much.
Nice shot.
Yeah, not bad, especially onto the MVP of Stage 2. Not bad.
Bit of a slow start, actually, for the MVP. Jigsaw just 3-3. Oda has stepped up in his absence, though. It's 7-1. And again, though, advantage for Rhythm. Although, Cast the Curse does not last for too much longer as Shade finds the elimination onto their Vex. This is what makes Bliss so good, though. We speak about Oda, we speak about Rapix, Jigsaw, but Todd and Shade are more than capable of fragging out, playing their roles to such a high degree. And again, I've done it. Shade dies now.
I was going to say as well, before any of this Caster Curse happened, that maybe us giving Jigsaw MVP is the ultimate Caster Curse, but who knows. As we stand though, 4 versus 3 AFX inside of Piano with a very powerful cross, but Repix again lurking inside of Bathroom, needs to be shut down. Now has the cross as the flank goes down.
Attackers are
Oh,
activating the bomb.
not even a minute remaining. There was about a minute 15 when that plant does go down for Team Bliss. Just kind of throws this round now in disarray, unfortunately for Rhythm. Lamp, though, with a nice Nitro Cell elimination onto Todd. Repix, pressure mounting. Oda now able to get into Piano control, and with both Piano and Bathroom under control for Team Bliss, they eventually make this pretty easy. 11-1 versus 2. Does have information on both of them, although he does get tagged ever so slightly. The ping, the wall bang, Oda with the elimination. In the end, though, Bliss do actually take this half 4-2.
Another dominant round from Bliss to close out the first half. Welcome back from the halftime break. They do lead 4-2 heading into the second of regulation. Bar will be the first round, or the first sight rather, attempted here by Team Bliss. And Oda, the star fragger, is going to nerf himself a little bit in the frag department. 6 picking onto the Clash, looking to maybe stall out some time here against Rhythm.
Yeah, I don't think a 4-2 half in the end is actually spot on. Honestly, Rhythm had a couple of good rounds. They fought pretty bravely after the first 2 rounds, right? Like, the first 2 rounds were as one-sided as I've seen in a long while. I mean, 2 flawless rounds to open up a match. I I'm actually not sure I've ever seen that before. But nonetheless, Rhythm then fought back to their credit. You know, you win a round, then you lose a round, then you win a round, and they're involved even in the rounds that they then lost from that point onwards. So I think 4-2, spot on. We'll see what they've got now capability-wise on their attack on a map like Chalet. It should be able to see them have somewhat of a chance of sending this one to OT, for instance.
Okay, pretty interesting setup here from Bliss. So they're playing up above behind that main pillar, and they've actually created lines of sight down in towards that dining hallway. So I can only assume a lot of emphasis is being placed on holding this position, right? They've also got 2 Kona stations at least on the library stairs. So Repix and Oda are probably going to just sit here, and Oda's going to act like a mobile deployable shield. So instead of having the stationary shield down, Repix is just going to play behind the Clash. If he takes any damage, he'll fall back, get healed, and just replace that position over and over and over again. So this is going to be pretty challenging for Rhythm to deal with. There are a couple of ADS devices covering this position as well. So it's going to come down to how effectively they could dump that utility and not throw bodies at the waiting hands, of course, of Repix.
This first round certainly going to be tallying. A 5-2 lead to Bliss would put Rhythm right on the back foot. 4-3, that's up for grabs. Rex inside of Piano. I mean, Repix, talk about top of library stairs shield. I like the innovation.
I like this. I really hope it works, honestly. Like, this is smart.
Shield that can move, cuz. Yeah, I mean, it's honestly very smart. So, fortunately, that shield now no longer at the top of library stairs. AFX will swing out from Piano. Found the kill onto Jigsaw after he did find the opening pick onto Drex. 4 versus 4.
Pretty neutral trade, the Jaeger for the Capitao, so they kind of cancel each other out, I would say. Neither going to have a massive impact in the later stages of this round had they have been dead or alive. Drex maybe a bit of a loss there in terms of the bolt utility, but either way, nothing to write home about. Vex and AFX double down. 4v2, Oda left alongside Todd. You could even make the argument it is a bit of a 1v4 as Oda walking around with that Clash on his back, going to make a lot of noise and not the best in terms of fragging and finding kills.
How is this guy 10-1? No, you know what I mean. Like, it's, you know, they've still lost a couple of rounds as well, and yet he's not really been dying that often. Headshot onto AFX, make it 11-1 now. Not expecting him to clutch the 1v3 from here, guys, but I would almost expect him to run to the other side of the map and keep this KDA.
Maybe.
He doesn't, though. Aww. Probably should have.
Jesus, that's a bit dirty.
That's a nice one. Nice round as well for Rhythm. Makes it 4-3, and they looked pretty good while doing it. Ended up cutting apart the defense of Team Bliss, and the Clash experiment probably didn't quite go down so well.
Yeah, it's something a little bit different. Unfortunately for Bliss, the lineup from Rhythm was probably one of the most difficult combination of counters against the Clash, because they had the Capitao that could just flush them out with the Flame Bolt. They also had the Zofia, which can cuss the shield and knock it back. And there was plenty of other secondary utility that could have been used to dump the ADS devices and nade them out, flush them out, etc. And we saw that. So maybe that's something that Bliss needs to attempt when they have a better lineup against them to suit them. Better in the sense that there's less utility to dump them out, no Capitao, etc. So I hope that we see that return at some stage when it's a little bit more appropriate, but yeah, on that occasion it's not quite working out. It is going to force a rotation over towards Kitchen. We'll see the castle being brought in here by Oda alongside the Aruni, so quite a bit of denial in terms of entrance. And some of those lines of sight, deployable shield on Kitchen as well to play deep inside of there. Keen to see how much of an influence they try to have on the top floor. We often see teams on the attack wanting control above. There's a lot you can manipulate down below, and I can only assume that with Buck being available, that will be the play.
The other thing to remember with Rhythm as well, guys, they've had that history of matches where they finish, say, a 7-5 kind of loss. Happened a lot in Stage 2. Even in Stage 1, they were renowned for those sort of overtime kind of losses. A team that's always so close but could never quite get the dub. And that's the challenge for them here. is this going to be another close loss? You know, another kind of honorable loss? Or are they going to be able to really contest and push Bliss all the way, maybe even find the win?
Who knows? Pretty slow progression from them so far, but at least library has been obtained. Drex and AFX can now begin to drone ahead. Office is free real estate, no one playing the half-wall position, so Novax will be able to open up that double wall. Repix does pose a threat inside of bathroom, and Jigsaw's playing deep inside of bedroom. I think there's even a third defender actually up above. So interesting here from Bliss, playing very, very deep back in towards top floor. Here's Oda actually behind the bed there, so yeah, a little bit more defensive to what we might see from other teams who love that half-wall position, but can definitely still work.
Pod down below. On the Valkyrie with a Nitrocell in the back pocket. The only one that Team Bliss actually have. 3 bulletproof cameras though. So information galore in this particular round.
Time to make a new door.
VX though. They look to open up this wall, and now the problem with kind of ignoring the top floor though is that it does mean Team Bliss still have all of that vert control.
Bomb has been located.
If you don't have top floor, you can't win the round. I mean, it's pretty simple. We very, very rarely see it actually be a success. You need to have, you don't necessarily need to have direct control above, but at least pressure to prevent defense from gaining vert control up above, creating those lines of sight. And we can see already these deep angles behind these deployable shields. We also saw gas babes in the hands of Shade are going to prove to be really, really difficult to deal with. So Bliss well and truly at the advantage at the moment.
35 seconds remaining. Team Bliss. They hold on from here, win this round, make it 5-3. A little bit of heartbreak to Rhythm if they can't win it from here.
Flashbang away.
Seems like Rhythm are kind of stalled out here, stuck, unable to really make that next step. They know that they haven't got vert control. They know that Bliss have really got all of the angles covered. Jigsaw inside of Office, 10 seconds remaining. Ghoul absolutely beaten to a pulp. The Vax can't even get this plant down. He is so low, goes for it again, but they've already lost Leb and AFX. 5 versus 3. Now Vax is actually going to be able to get this diffuser down. Drex finds a shot back. Drex has got 2 all of a sudden. Makes it a 3 versus 3 with the plant down. Team Bliss, despite the vert control, have just started to lose a couple of players. Ghoul, now Vax, they've got some angles here.
Both so low on HP though. Ghoul does have West main cross. Oda sees the gun, finds the kill. No Vax now left in the 1 versus 3, taken down by Jigsaw. Will retake the site, reclaim that diffuser, disable it in the process, and Team Bliss will be able to win the round.
Defenders have disabled the bomb diffuser.
Yeah, kind of messy towards the end, which I think
Failed.
is
Defenders
indicative of the fact that Rhythm never got vert control, never really put much pressure above or anything like that. Bliss were able to eventually, you know, sort of reconvene and retake the site. It was more so messy just simply because, well done to Drex, hit some nutty shots and was able to get it down to a 3 versus 3, but Bliss holding on. And it just felt Rhythm's attack kind of just got a little bit unstuck. It was almost like, all right, we tried above, didn't work. We're just going to go down below, see what happens, and ended up, honestly, almost making something of that, but just not enough.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it was just one-dimensional. As I said, you need to have control above, or at the very least, someone's just up there applying pressure and stopping the likes of Jigsaw denying the plant from above. If Jigsaw had played that a little bit better, honestly, the round would have been over a lot earlier because he did just narrowly miss that denial from above. Had he have played it a little bit better, Rhythm wouldn't have been able to get that plant down. So if they want to go for that dining and take and hit it more directly, they need to have someone still above. If you haven't cleared those players there, they'll be in a great position to deny the plant. So a slight oversight there from Rhythm, and Bliss doing a good job to read into that. Able to retake site, good composure, as you would expect. And yeah, a little bit of a worrying sign there from Rhythm, who are struggling a little bit to get consistency in this matchup. We're seeing shining lights here and there, but just not quite enough. They are in general being outclassed.
We'll see if this tactical timeout can maybe reignite things for Rhythm a little bit. They've been good. They've been enjoyable to watch after the first 2 rounds. Really, if you actually get rid of those first 2 rounds, it's 3-3 since then, which is probably a fair representation of the match. Nonetheless, though, we can't get rid of the first 2 rounds. They are there, and that's why it's 5-3. Bliss now on the verge of potentially grabbing
locate and defuse
match
the bomb.
point. You're on defense as we head into round number 9 now. Once again, we're seeing a bit of Thunderbird. How have you seen the new operator, guys? I mean, I personally find it hard to sort of judge the effectiveness of the chrono stations.
When Thunderbird was announced, I didn't think she would have too much of an impact, and the main basis for that argument is the fact that the headshot percentage is, I don't know, it's for argument's sake, somewhere from like 40 to 60%. So in almost half of every engagement, your health has no dictate. It doesn't dictate if you win the fight because one shot equals a death for a headshot. So in that regard, I didn't think it would be too useful, but we are seeing it employed in some of these positions where you have someone hunkered down, they're playing for their life, and they need to stay alive as long as possible. On Chalet, for example, we saw it on Library Stairs. On this objective, maybe inside of Solar or Half-Ball, you can place those Kona stations, and they will have an impact. I haven't seen necessarily where Repix has actually placed them, so I guess we'll find out. But yeah, probably having more of an impact so far, and will likely only be innovated upon more. Specker last night said that he thought Thunderbird was going to be really, really impactful, so we'll have to wait and see.
I do want to ask you, though, 5 Nitrocells on the side of Team Bliss. In the prior round, they had 1. They've now upgraded to 5.
Well, 4. Oda has shield.
No, Jigsaw's got C4 as well. 1, 2, 3. Oh, no, 4. Okay. Wait, hang on a sec. Why does it say 5?
Yeah. I think it's a little bit buggy at the moment. But
Oh.
so it's like the grenades. Remember last night it was showing like 6 nades for like 2 people or whatever it was. Anyway,
I can't count
you just got to tidy up on your color skills before tomorrow night.
No, on my counting skills.
Well, that too. It is an astute observation though. Four nitros is still quite a bit.
There's
First
one.
one from Shade doesn't hit the mark. Drex has actually done a good job here to get solo control, and Shade is in a pretty poor position here. Honestly, he is caught in a really bad spot. Drex should be able to swing this.
Still another 3 Nitrocells to contend with as well. And a half. Todd over towards blue, and this should be a kill. Oh, actually a bit of a pre-fight from Leb. Almost caught Todd. Todd does not lose that fight though. Shade ended up getting the kill onto Drex as well. Shade, though, maybe just pushed out a little too aggressively inside of Solarium. Does give a kill back to Rhythm, makes it 4 versus 3.
Good intel being gathered here by Jigsaw and those black eye cameras. Another nitro wasted, however. I think it did prevent the wall from getting open. No, it did not. Nice line of sight and entry point now established for the attack. Bliss, though, with the man advantage, should be able to hold on.
2 left. Todd and Repix with Nitrozel still available for Team Bliss. Make it 1 left. And make it none left. This one, though, how about lucky last from Todd? They had 4 of them. It took the final one to find a kill, but it's 4 versus 1 anyway. AFX with a bit of a ping, bit of information. We'll be able to capitalize on it. He gets the kill onto Todd, but he is stuck at trophy stands and he ain't going anywhere. It's match point, Guz, and you start to think this one's slipping away from Rhythm.
Decent groundwork there by Rhythm. They did manage to get the wall open. They probably went too far off attempting to get a plant down, but it was a very different approach to what we saw from Bliss. They weren't really applying as much pressure on the double window cross. They were really struggling getting control of bathroom, which meant that they couldn't have that sort of pincer that we did see from Bliss on their attacks. So a bit of a stark contrast there. Was eventually punished. Probably could have been a lot worse for the attack had Bliss have actually used their nitro cells a little bit more effectively. Only 1 netting a kill. But yeah, just across the board again, Bliss outclassing their opponents, and Rhythm, at least in comparison to their opponents, a little bit more lost. But again, they've had a roster change, and yeah, they're not one of the strongest teams in the region. So we're looking to see them just improve.
3 match points now for Team Bliss. And Rhythm find 1 last little ounce of ability to get back into this match. Or is it a bridge too far? I would suggest it's the latter. Team Bliss, of course, the kings of best of 1. Oda has just been impeccable, though. 13-2-1. By far and away, Guz, the MVP of the night so far.
I would say so. If you could do something special here on the Clash, I'd be even more impressed, because last time he whipped it out, it was completely useless at the top of Library Stairs. It seems like they're probably going to go for a similar approach here. Repix, again, bringing that Thunderbird. Now, thankfully, for Bliss, They don't have that Capitao to contest with like they did last time. So if anything, it should be a little bit more effective. Still 9 flashbangs, I guess you have to deal with, and the nades from Ghoul, but I do think it will be a little bit more achievable.
Yeah, Jigsaw's been a little bit quiet so far. 6-4 and 3, but it's not just the Jigsaw show, is it? It's a team effort. On any given night, any of the Bliss members can all pop off and have big games and carry the load. What makes them so scary as a team. Spending this bar game site, they'll leave Solarium as an entry point for Rhythm. Of course, Oda, top of Library Stairs, as the makeshift shield. And then they've got the other one over towards the chimney position on the mezzanine.
Jigsaw, one of the best fraggers in OS, tasked with holding that position, and he's probably the kind of player you want playing there. Still taking swift control over towards Office with the rest of the team. Leb setting up on the window. He can flashbangs in towards this position. Top Library Stairs. That's the key location that Oda on Clash is trying to hold with the Repics behind.
Time is just starting to tick away a bit. They have not been able to deal with Oda. I think the issue last time was Oda pushed closer towards Library. I think if he does get displaced, he probably needs to go back down Library Stairs and not to give up that position and to split away from his teammates.
Oh, this is interesting.
Okay, it's a little bit different. Shade even going for a peek here. I think he might have thought he had some sort of information, but didn't. Ghoul actually found the kill onto Jigsaw. I'm not sure if that was just sort of like a guess, Guz, or if he thought he had info.
Yeah.
But the round is falling away from Bliss here.
Yeah, either way, it does leave 2 on site. Now 3 as he rotates back towards it, but now basically no one left. Todd now just inside of Barstock looking to hold on in the 1v5. It's fallen apart here.
Okay.
For Bliss. Flawless from Rhythm.
I don't want to take anything away from Rhythm, but that was a strange round from Bliss. Just a little bit strange. Kovacs paying off.
Look, we've seen it twice now, the Clash and the Thunderbird on Library Stairs, and
it's not working.
Not a fan. Nah, it's not working. I really wish it would, but it just isn't. And honestly, Rhythm didn't even do that great of a job clearing at that time. They burnt the ADSs with flashbangs, they sent in nades, and they didn't actually do a whole lot, yet it still didn't quite stick. So either the execution isn't there from Bliss, or just the setup is fundamentally flawed. I think seeing it twice now, I'm probably leaning more in towards it just being flawed, and it's probably not really the play. Now, one thing I need to know is, IQ's eyes, dude, they are 100% different on this operator preview screen, and it is absolutely tripping me. I don't know what it is about them, but they are different, and it's really, really annoying me. Sorry,
Cool.
I just had to...
No one asked though, but anyway.
Yeah, sorry.
I was actually about to say that you could, in the interview to come, actually ask about the Clash Thunderbird setup and get some...
If Bliss win.
Well, if they win, I guess it's 6-4 now. Rhythm at least made this a little bit more of a contest with 2 rounds separating these two teams. We head down to Kitchen Dining. I do kind of expect Bliss to win from here. It would be definitely quite controversial if they don't.
Controversial?
It would be controversial.
Controversial?
I can't speak English today.
I thought you were trying to make some shitty joke, but no, you just misspoke.
No, I did.
God, I did not look forward to listening to you tomorrow night, but
Attackers have located a bomb.
anyway. I do look forward to concluding this match potentially here in round 11. And Rhythm, they put up a bit more of a fight, head this game to overtime. Now, I did mention IQ's funny eyes in the op selection phase, but she isn't to be laughed at. Did get buffed heading into Crystal Guard. She can now spot out exactly what gadgets are on her scanner. She can ping them out to teammates as well, so she's quite effective in finding utility. And with Valkyrie being available in the hands of Todd, he will be able to find those cameras and counter them directly. So keen to see just how much of an impact Drex will have, as well as the scanner. I mean, he just has a fantastic primary weapon as well that he can work with. And there you go. You can see him pinging out those Valk cams. Right on cue.
Mm. It's like a little peek, shoot and run and hope you don't get caught in the process. This is good though for Rhythm. And honestly, no pun intended, but if they can win this round, they can probably find themselves with a bit of rhythm going into the next round to maybe send it to OT. Which, if they can send it to OT from this point, guys, they would match Stage 2 their points already in the first Playday.
They need to clear above, though. Last time they played this objective, that was their downfall. They need to get control above, or at least post someone there to prevent Bliss from denying the plan and being in a position to retake site. They have blown open the wall. No one actually playing that position at the moment from Bliss. But as we saw last time, Jigsaw rotated late. Look at him. He's lurking inside a bedroom. He's ready and waiting for that call to come through for the execute. He's just going to go to half wall and deny the plan if no one from Rhythm is there to stop him.
Pretty sure we saw Ghoul and AFX. Ghoul actually has just gone back down. AFX, I think, was holding library stairs. They almost need to sort of push in and, at the very least, take Piano and office control if possible, or at least put pressure on it, make it very difficult to stay above dining. 54 seconds, still a bit of time. Of course, that wall has already opened up for Rhythm. But yeah, as you already pointed out, guys, this is kind of how it played out last time. It's very one-dimensional. Bliss still have vert control.
Echo Drains as well already waiting. Those Yokais can deny the plant as well. Jigsaw above. I mean, they've got the perfect pinch here. They are ready and waiting on the side of the defense. It's going to be very, very challenging for Rhythm.
Yeah, and Rhythm's just going to have to hit some nutty shots. Really. Jade getting some free intel. AFX, well, if they're going to have to hit it, may as well get the first one out of the way. Now they've got the man advantage. Todd, ready to swing from West Main. He's got a nice little angle, I think, over towards Novax. Yokai drone goes up, then comes straight back down. Now Novax can get the plant down. Frag grenade does go out, but it's unable to find anything. That's the Yokai drone being successful onto Novax. The time, it's pretty close. I don't know if he's got this. He doesn't. Wait, Rhythm still won the round. Wait, hang on. Hang on. How much time did he have? How much time on the kills there?
Can we get a replay?
We need I need like a slow motion replay.
Yeah. Slow mo replay, Prod, please.
I was not even looking. I was only eyes on that timer, guys. I missed the kills. And I'm pretty sure they just won the round for Rhythm. Well, I definitely did.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I need a replay to digest that round again because that was pretty wild. Rhythm did a decent job setting up in terms of establishing themselves for the plant. AFX did really good work up above to find Jigsaw for that kill, but yeah, it just fell apart there. So many kills raining out. Yeah, very difficult. I honestly have no idea.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, I'm literally just sitting there glued at that timer. And then as it ticks down, I'm looking at like the red timer at the top, near the match point, and I'm like watching the two of them, and I'm thinking, actually, I'm pretty sure this plant timer is not going to be done in time. And then suddenly I look at the kill feed, and it's like 3 kills. Crazy, crazy end to a round. Rhythm, can they force OT? Can they match their point score from Stage 2 against the king of best of ones, guys? Or is this going to be heartbreak again? Is this just setting them up for another 7-5 loss?
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
Who knows? Rhythm don't like to be let down easy, that's for sure, though. They like to make it as painful as possible, but on the same token, they're really putting up a great fight here. That last round, yeah, look, still don't quite know how to digest that one, but they put down a really good effort to hold out the onslaught there from Bliss. They put so much plant denial and did a really good job in trying to disrupt up above, but yeah, it wasn't quite enough inside of the defense. And now Bliss under a little bit of pressure. They only lost a single best of 1 in Stage 2. They are the BO1 Kings. They almost went flawless. Imagine losing the opening Playday to Rhythm. That would not go down well.
It would also make their task of finishing first once again very difficult if it does play out that way. It's not like it's season-defining or anything, but boy, is it not ideal. That's whatsoever, basically. What a position Team Bliss now find themselves in, or at least for Rhythm to find themselves in. A chance to send it to OT. Master Office. To Team Bliss, it almost seems like they're shutting up shop already, guys. Like a very defensive approach here. Not much in way of forward facing aggression towards Rhythm, just allowing them to push up through the mezzanine, through library, take control, and then make their way through office.
Mez wall now opened by Novex with that exothermic charge. AFX monitoring the run out as the Thermite will drone forward. Half wall pinged out. That's Shade playing that position. A Kona station alongside to aid him in his ventures. We'll go to heal him back up if he takes any damage. In fact, he is overstimmed at the moment. He can try and swing wide. A little bit risky there, considering again he has a holo in hand. Now, he's not being pressured from the office balcony outside here to the east. So he can play a little bit more loosely, but if that gets tightened up, Rhythm should be able to flush this player out and then go for a half wall plant.
Just under a minute remaining. 5 versus 5. It couldn't really get any more tense than this. Shade's gonna find a head though. Novex, oh, he found a second. Oh no. Is it heartbreak once again for Rhythm? They've gotten so close, guys, to getting it to OT. They deserve a point from this game. AFX is still up, 11-8-3. They need him to find a few kills. Lev gets caught as well. Todd goes down. The trade at least comes through from Drex. But unfortunately, he's the solo in 1 versus 4. Heartbreak once again for Rhythm. The early GG. How many times can this team lose 7-5? That is just mentally draining if you're Rhythm. Team Bliss, though, secure all 3 points.
It was a great start to the map for Bliss. 2 flawless rounds to open up proceedings. Then it got a little bit dicey, but they did a good job to correct the ship, and they sailed to that 3-point victory, or 3 points to the standings, a 7-5 result. I don't think they'll be overly happy necessarily with how that map played out.
It's a current secure.
Light me up.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
Thank for OCN.
I feel the flame, the fire in your eyes make me afraid.
No, not to
I won't
running
lose
around
my
causing a
mind.
ruckus. Oh my god,
Waiting for my fall.
He can though, have with the SMG, can be able to play pushing it from behind. He finds that kick on the Juicy, swings the fight.
Still on the bounce. Oh, but he doesn't.
Meet me in the dark.
Surely he can't. Oh, what a double. What is going on? Swing there from Wedge. The bank set. 1 versus 3. Now 1 versus 2. Can you make it a 1 versus 1? The 50. Oh no, Champions. He never counts them out. Both players are going to swing it right now. What have they done? They just didn't win. Welcome back for OCN. We're here for Playday 3. You're listening to Chosen by Banks Arcade. If you want to learn more about the actual song itself, !Chosen in the Twitch chat. And of course, they are now streaming on all platforms. By the way, what an absolute banger. Gets my head going, and I certainly do get prepared for that intro. Welcoming in as well, Turtle and Vast joining me on the desk once again. Both of you boys were casting, well, I guess not casting, analysing last night. So, Turtle, I'll go to you. Actually, no, Turtle wasn't there. Sorry, no, the countdown's done. Sorry, it's actually Vast that was there last night. Turtle decided to call in sick. You can't do that. We're casters. You can't call sickies. Yeah, I'm going to throw you right under the bus. But, Vast, how was last night for you?
It was I want to say kind of a standard night, but then there were a few upsets. Ludovica kind of the main one that stands out, beating Bliss. But I think everything else was pretty standard. Everyone, the teams that we expected to win kind of won. And we did get a really good game between Wildcard and Knights.
Well, let's have a look at where all these teams sit now that we're into Playday 3. Only 6 points up for grab for each team, and the only team out on top is Ludovica, ex-Overt. So that's I don't know whether you'd say an interesting one, Turtle, but certainly a bit of a statement to start 2022.
Yeah, I think it's kind of weird that teams like Chiefs and Bliss aren't at the top, and it's actually Ludovica, and they took down Knights and Bliss together, so maybe it's their season.
Maybe so, and I guess really we've got to start to look for when they're going to be taking on the Chiefs. I feel that might be the big game for us. Obviously Knights beating Ludovica last night. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but Knights beating Chiefs last night. It shakes things up a little bit, but certainly the standings, the only team without any points. Onami, any thoughts on that one, Vast?
They're kind of, I don't know, they're kind of struggling. I mean, they did versus Chiefs last night. That's a bit expected for them to lose that game. But I think the game I expected them to win was the Vertex game.
Yeah. Well, I guess that was a bit of a strange one. That was actually it was a good game, but it was a bit of a strange one nonetheless back on Playday 1. Let's have a look forward to the matchup that we have at hand tonight. We've got 4 in line for you. Wildcard taking on Onami. And now, I think, Turtle, it's probably fair to say that Ludovica could well go 3-0 to kickstart their campaign.
I think, yeah, Ground Zero have had a pretty slow start, so this is probably a walk in the past for them compared to the other teams.
It would feel like it, to say the very least. Then we've got the El Clasico, Chiefs taking on the Knights. Vast, after the Knights' performance against Wildcard, are we feeling like they could be on a bit of a tear here?
Yeah, I think just mainly for Knights, they had a really good week, right? They beat Chiefs in APAC South, and they beat Wildcard, and I think that has been a really successful week for them. They've kind of got a lot of momentum right now. They're feeling good, feeling confident. I think we could really see Knights win again tonight.
Well, it's time for us to turn our attention to the predictions, because this is where we all make our money. We actually get paid per prediction at the end of the stage. I don't know if anyone's told you that. Oh my word, that is outrageous. There are, 7 of us? Is it 2, 4, 6, 8 of us? How did I miscount that? 8 people on the predictions chart, and there's only one difference, and it's the Ground Zero one. And of course, there's no questions about who it is. It's Xenox who's gone with Ground Zero. Is there any validity to that, Turtle? Is there any whatsoever?
I think he's just trying to catch up, But bit of an outlier there.
Oh, Vast out on top, 4-4. Any comments, mate? It's a bit of a slow start from you. I would have expected 8 from 8.
Oh, look, Manic, I really like to be humble.
Here we go.
But, just me and Mandy, I don't know, we're just on a different level.
So is Turtle, all the way down the bottom, at the very bottom of the staircase.
We
2 and
don't
6.
talk about that.
Ex-coach, by the way.
Yeah, ex-coach. He's meant to have all the insight on these teams, and it's just not to be. But look, I think we didn't really get to talk too much about the Vertex and Bliss match, but I don't know, Vast, would you say that there's really anything to talk about?
I don't know. It's kind of tricky. I feel like Bliss should win this game, right? But then last night we just showed that perhaps there is a few growing pains that have kind of come about. And I think there always will be growing pains with with a roster change. But
sure,
yeah, I don't know. Just last night it was just a completely different Bliss, and I'm not concerned, but I guess there is validity behind the doubt.
Some patterns can start to reoccur every now and then. We've seen it happen in OCN before it could happen once more. But it's time to turn our attention to the very first matchup. We get to see whether Wildcard are on a downward trend or whether they're going to be bouncing back. An Army, obviously, probably the easier of... I don't want to say of all the teams, but it does feel like at this point they may well be. We'll turn our attention to Wildcard here. And I'll give either of you the floor. I know that both of you have comments to make on either team, so I'll kind of leave this open. Who wants to take this one?
Oh, I'll take it.
Yeah, the chat.
I mean, I was there last night. I wasn't sick, so I actually got to see Wildcard play. And yeah, I feel like they played really well last night. I think the mistakes they made were just really small, and I think that they can really easily fix them in time. It seems like they have the right, mindset and determination to improve. And yeah, I think, despite the scoreline, despite losing, I really have a lot of hope and I really have a lot of confidence behind this roster.
Oh, we were actually more so. I'm about to flex right now. I was contacted by Rousey last week. Had a bit of a conversation with him about how OCN and APAC South is going. Obviously, they're not happy with where they're sitting. I think in APAC South they're like 7th, 6th. They're not doing fantastically, but he believes that this is the strongest this iteration has looked and has felt from the inside. So this is a really good chance, Turtle, I think, for Stage 1 for theirs to kind of build a solid foundation.
Yeah, they've brought in two new players, OJ and Kara, and I think those are the two framework they need to build around. Like, OJ brings in that new voice, Kara brings in that new entry, that new aggression, and I think that if they just keep building around that, give it a bit of time, I think they'll be a solid team.
All right, Onami up on the chopping block today for Wildcard. Are they going to make it? Are they going to make a meal out of this? Because that's the big question. This is the X-Rhythm lineup. If you haven't been watching OCN up until this point, it had a bunch of name changes. So many new players joining into the into the scene in general, but more so into the upper echelons of Siege. What do you make of this roster, Turtle? Are we feeling like there's any confidence put behind it with the core of Ghoul and AFX?
Like you said, they've made so many changes. There's only 2 remaining players from last year. Like, they're the only winless team after 2 Playdays. They brought in Archie and Havoc to try to give them a bit more firepower. But both of them, especially last night, they were struggling to find any entries, and that's sort of their job. So tonight they need to be firing on all cylinders and just try to get those entries, try to get those opening kills, as well as they need to try to work on having a goal mid-round, especially with utility. It seems like they don't really have a clear goal in mind right now.
I think Havoc just went out and bought himself a new monitor there. Not sure what to make about that, Bars. You reckon that might have him honed in today?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he was just blaming the 144 hertz, had to upgrade to 240 hertz, losing all those entries. But yeah, I just think for this roster, kind of going on what Turtle's saying, I think they really need to just take a step back and really figure out, their identity, kind of what playstyle they want to go for, how they want to structure their team, and just work on their fundamentals. Because last night, it was very apparent that their fundamentals were just really lacking, and I think they were trying to get a bit too fancy, get a bit too ahead.
Do you think that it would be fair to say that may have translated across from Rhythm, Turtle? Do you think it all maybe, I think that's a bit harsh of me to say, but it does feel like, the same old Rhythm, just a new year and a new face. Is there any hope? Is there any change for them on the horizon? Or do you think that this may well be their, not necessarily stuck in mud, but, is this them in for the stage?
I think, yeah, this stage they're going to do a lot of growing, a lot of learning, and then maybe next stage, that's where we see to start them shine a bit more once they get the footing.
All right, let's have a look at the maps and start to determine whether it's good or not. I guess that's really the only thing I can say, because I feel like a lot of the times we do start to see things waywardly move. And, well, speaking of thus, we do see Oregon being taken here. Vast, it's Borrigan at this point. I think I've seen so much Oregon in the last 6 to 12 months, my eyes are nearly falling out the back of my head. But it does certainly set up an easier storyline and maybe an easier look into these two teams.
I'm not really sure about Onami for this map, but I mean, look, Wildcard, they have the decision between Theme Park and Oregon, and they did play Oregon last night. So I think from their point of view, they probably feel confident that, last night it wasn't, a fundamental issue how they played the map. It was mainly just small things that costed them a lot around. So I think they're just really confident that they can fix those mistakes and, yeah, more polished.
Turtle, what do you make of it?
I was honestly expecting like a Chalet or Villa from Wildcard, but Onami banned it out, going to Oregon, trying to play into the strength that they just lost. But I reckon Wildcard went back in the VODs, figure out what went wrong, and definitely have learned from last night's mistakes.
I find it interesting that, maybe not so interesting, maybe more so disappointing that we're not seeing any of the new maps, but it is only now Playday 3, so
you know, first 8 games, I think would be fair to say that we would expect more. I hate using the word stock standard, but they are the stock standard maps that we are well and truly used to. Chalet got played a whole bunch in Stage 3 between APAC South and OCN, so things are feeling a bit more comfortable. But I do have to ask for your predictions here, Vast. I'll go to you first.
What did I predict? I got to remember all mine. I predicted Wildcard to win this game. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just think right now, despite, you know, maybe where they are on the ladder, you know, the games they're losing, I think they're actually playing really good Siege, and I think this should be, provided they don't make small mistakes, this should be a pretty easy win for them.
Turtle, would you back that in?
Yeah, I think Vast kind of got it right on the nose there. They just, if Onami tighten themselves up and try getting rid of these quirky octets like Kali and Myro and just play standard Siege, I think they will stand a better chance. But yeah, I think Wildcard are going to get this one, about probably a 7-3, you know?
Yeah, I guess that's probably the problem, isn't it, Vast? Even if we did take away the quote-unquote quirky picks that we see for Onami, are we going to see them really hone in on their fundamentals? I don't know. It's a hard conversation to have because Onami for the... God, I'd actually have to go back and just double-check in last year's season, and by season I do mean the overall year. I think they ended up playing okay back in Stage 3, if I'm not mistaken. But overall, they have kind of been a bottom filler. I hate to use that word, but they certainly haven't been having the greatest performances. Is that something that could change? Like, do you think if there's more of a focus on their fundamentals that things could potentially turn for them, Vast?
I think trying to remember what I talked about in Stage 3 about Rhythm was mainly their playstyle. I felt that they were playing a bit of an outdated playstyle. They kind of kept it the same for like a year. And I said that they really need to make dramatic changes, you know, take a step back and really look at, you know, why is the things we're doing not working, and just literally just try to resolve those issues. And a big part of that will come down to your team leaders. You know, we're looking at Ghoul, AFX, you know, these are the guys that have the OCN experience, been in OCN for quite some time. You know, they need to be the ones that are, you know, helping these younger players and just kind of shaping the team.
They had a bit of a topsy-turvy. I guess both of these teams had a pretty awkward 2021, Turtle, and I don't know how much we do want to lean into past performances coming back to haunt them, but I think both teams actually only managed to crack into the 5th spot, maybe even less than that for Wildcard. I know Rhythm had a much better Stage 3, but with these new lineups, I do have to ask you, Turtle, like, we do have some time here, by the way. I just want to make the viewers know that we're not just going to be talking absolute waffle. We are going to try and keep it as centric as we can, turn it into a mini podcast for OCN. But with all these new changes that have been made, are we really, like, you know, now that we've had 2 Playdays, are we starting to get somewhat of an idea as to where these teams sit? Like, or are you just still kind of unknown with where Onami are?
I still think I'm unknown where Onami are. Like Vast said, I think they don't really have clear leadership right now or clear identity. And once they figure that out, then we'll get a better understanding where they're going to end up. With Wildcard, I think we do have a good understanding where they're probably going to end up for the stage. But again, early days, they could figure out what's going wrong for them, even though they are doing a bit better than last year.
Yeah. Would you claim that maybe Wildcard could be looking for that? I mean, I wouldn't even say are they looking at that top 4 spot right now, Vast, but we're obviously expecting to be leaps and bounds better than they were last year, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think this Wildcard is definitely, their expectation would be very high. But with that being said, I can imagine that they're probably thinking, you know, they wouldn't expect themselves to, you know, win a title or anything, at least right now. But yeah, I think that, you know, this new lineup, you know, I think it is not unrealistic to say that they can definitely contest the top.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing where they end up because, I mean, we're only in Playday 3. We're not even close to halfway through. So it's time for us to get underway. Thank you very much for joining me, gentlemen. I'll speak to you after the matchup. But let's bring in the old Dev Marta for a bit of a conversation, a little bit of the Stat Tracker TM. Dev, wonderful for you to join us. Oh, the old finger guns, hey. How you doing, mate? Did you think there was any validity to what Turtle and Vast were adding, or you think it's just nonsense?
Mate, they are way more qualified than anyone else on the broadcast. So yes, absolutely everything they say you want to listen to. And this should be a good game. Yes, we are definitely favoring Wildcard. I think the predictions graphics summarize that well, but an army looking for their first win. The team has a lot of potential. Rhythm at the end of last year showed what they were made of. It's time for an army to do the same.
That's it. Let's get a crack on. Let's see whether Onami can go back to their X-Rhythm form in Stage 3. They were, they played pretty damn well. I think the fundamentals that we were talking about in the pre-show really came together nicely, and, they ended up coming 5th, which was much better than what they'd done previously. 9 points to be exact, but turning our attention to this matchup, it is certainly a good test for Onami, not so much for wildcard. I feel like this should be, if we're seeing like the wildcard that we know we're going to, Dev, if we're seeing that team that is going to be so solid throughout 2022, this kind of game, it has to be squashed immediately.
Absolutely. For wildcard, this is a game that they should be taking very, very handily. However, last year didn't necessarily show that. Rhythm actually won 2 out of the 3 encounters that these teams had last year. In fact, Wildcard won in Stage 2 at a close 8-7, Rhythm won in Stage 1 a close 8-7, but the third time these teams encountered, which was really Rhythm's highest point, was a 7-4 victory. Of course, Onami have themselves made 3 roster changes, only keeping Ghoul and AFX, but AFX isn't even here at the minute. We got Yui in. So really, this is only one player from last year's Rhythm on the Onami side, whereas, of course, on the Wildcard side, they've had what a lot of people would consider upgrades. Cairo's been phenomenal for this squad, as has OJ, which we've talked about a lot, not just in OCN, but in APAC South as well, but the value he brings to the back end of that team, a support player, the extra voice on the squad.
I hadn't even realized that AFX wasn't actually on the squad for Onami. Now, I believe OJ has crashed, so we'll be chilling out for a hot minute. Maybe, we can turn this into our own mini podcast, Dev. But, the fact that Yui comes in for AFX, don't want to say worrying at all, but it certainly just makes things even worse for Onami. An already down bad type situation for them could get a hell of a lot worse. But we've seen what happens when, subs, coaches, managers step in. We have seen some pretty outrageous performances. I think back to, Picnic jumping in for the Knights in multiple occasions back in 2021. Obviously, even just earlier this year, I think it was Playday 1, was it? Where Bliss had Golden step in. So, we're not unused to that. And they ended up beating the Chiefs, which is just absolutely outrageous to say the very least.
Look at this man right here having a laugh while his PC is crashing. None of that. Absolute disappointment.
It's not funny, These are not laughing matters. These are very serious matters. We just expect it.
Wildcard are looking pretty high spirits, to be honest.
Yeah.
Just looking at all the cameras, the guys are looking pretty excited, pretty keen to get stuck into some OCN. Of course, oh, here we go. Maybe it wasn't a crash after all. We are back in. That was laser fast. Love that. And we are here on Oregon. Now, the guys had talked a little bit in the pre-show about Oregon. We haven't seen yet Onami play this map in OCN. And of course, this being essentially a new team means we don't have a lot to go on.
Yeah. Oh, jeez, yeah. I would back that community vote in. That is, yeah, absolutely massive. 88% to wildcard. Probably not that high, but I would definitely have it. 80% bare minimum. Rainbow Six Esports OCE on Twitter if you'd like to get involved in those polls. We run them all night, every single Playday, so that you get, like 28 opportunities to have your say throughout the course of a stage. So go ahead, chuck them a follow, get involved in the combo.
Ever since I started following R6 Esports OCE, I hit every single shot in my ranked games.
It's crazy,
I have
isn't it?
put on 2 kilos of muscle on each bicep. It is unreal.
Wild.
You've got to do it. You've got to follow at R6 Esports OCE on Twitter. That's just like you got to follow twitch.tv/Rainbow6ANZ. There's really no two ways about it. Oh my God, flexing his muscles early on.
What?
Havix is put in his place. Funny thing, Havix was the best rated opening player in terms of opening engagements in Onami's first match against Vertex, and now he's already been put in his place by Pat.
Yeah, not today. And the big issue here, you're seeing the Ying broad. I mean, I haven't even talked about the lineup yet. Really wild. Okay, so we've got the Sledge ban out from Onami, which, I mean, I don't really know how impactful that will be. Obviously, they're looking to target someone out there. I would imagine it's Vinny, unless I'm mistaken there. But OJ and Cairo, right? You've got the Ying, you've also got the Jackal, 2 operators that can interchangeably be brought here. And I would say that because it's in the basement, there's probably even more validity to it as OJ doubles down and makes matters worse. This is not a great start for Anami, who are looking to play in the faces of Wildcard, and that's not paying off.
Yeah, and the thing that really sucks here for Anami is that once you're at a numbers deficit, especially on a bomb site like Laundry Supply, which has so many different pathways to get into the bomb site, you really need to get aggressive. Like, you need to find these picks back, because if this ends up being a 5v3 execute for Wildcard, there's no way they lose it, and that is exactly why we're seeing this aggression from Yui. A good first kill, but the problem is now he's traded out. Now he got greedy for that second one. He's really putting some serious pressure on, well, Ghoul and Archie, which is now just Ghoul. So I'm going to say GR Wildcard.
Yeah, certainly so. I don't imagine Ghoul's going to have any kind of guts in this game. He'll be taken out pretty quickly, winded, if you will. But I've got to say, right now, Wildcard, they're really taking their time. They know there's only one player on site. You can see the drones are coming out. You can see that they're cutting down all of the angles, all of the escape plans. Really like that, because there are a lot of teams, Dev, that we see in a 4v1 situation like that and throw bodies. They just throw bodies.
And look, Wildcard will be very familiar with that themselves. Remember last year, in fact, it was the Play of the Year award was given to a Wildcard player, Emo. Because he got a 1 versus 5 with Ella Shotgun on that very bomb site, Laundry Supply on Oregon. So absolutely, Wildcard knows better than anyone you do not want to feed, even in a 5v1. But credit to them, a really strong start. And Anami just kept on peaking. In a way, they kind of had to, but Wildcard read into that well and punished Anami for their early mistakes, leading to a very easy, clean first round.
That it was. Now, got to take the time, Dev, say a big thank you to 2400. We have been given some merch, and I'm not going to lie, I'm a big fan of it. I'm a big fan of their long sleeve merch. It's pretty damn decent. You can make a saving of your own when you do purchase the checkout between April 1st and 11th. Code OCN10 for 10% off, but you can also get code MANIC for 90% off, so you know, you really know where it's at.
There's a cap. There is a cap.
There is a cap there.
There is a cap there. I'm telling you right now, there is a cap there. Do not use... honestly, I would just say straight up, whenever you're entering coupon codes, you don't ever want to put code MANIC in there. In fact, put code DevMartyr and just give it a crack. Like, you never know, right?
You never know. You're going to throw it out there. I mean...
You never know. Just chuck it in. What's the worst that can happen?
Well, what kind of code is DevMartyr? You know, it's too long. Doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It's confusing. And so too is the actions of an army right now. I understand they're playing aggressive. I understand they're trying to get in the faces of Wildcard, but it just feels like they're maybe giving a little bit too much to Wildcard. And I'm actually going to talk about Wildcard's playstyle in a little bit. However, this is leaning directly into what they will be looking for. So this is a really dangerous area for an army to be playing.
That it is, but a bit of a slowdown now for Wildcard. This is still a Laundry Supply Room defense, just like last round. However, Anami have committed to this roam a little bit harder. You can see this reinforced wall into kitchen, plus some rotation holes, allows the roam from Smacker and Havocs to have a little bit more legs, if you will. They can hold on for a bit longer, and Wildcard has to do some problem solving. Instead of being as simple as catch out the players when they're rotating, now Wildcard has to make the move, figure out how they're going to flush out these players.
Well, just like that, Vinny takes the point of charge. Havocs goes down, and now Smacker's in a really poor position, but just gets away. However, there's someone waiting.
He's a goner.
On the tier 2 stairs. It's Milo just waiting for the footsteps, and it's a freebie. Once again, in a 5 versus 3 situation for Anami, with still a minute left on the clock. We'll talk about the setup. We'll talk about the conversation of what Anami are doing in a little bit. But for right now, attention has to be purely kept on where this heroic player is going to come from. Last time, it was Yui, sorry.
I assume it's Yui because it's Yui Vuitton, as in Louis Vuitton.
Yeah.
There you go. Unintentional plug right there. Look, the big thing for Anami that's confusing me is like they're picking the Warden, right? And Wildcard are still not re-picking the Ying. But Havocs is roaming, so he's dying early. Like, what's the point in having Ying's hard counter that nullifies her utility if you're dying early? Like, give one of your anchors that operator. No, it just seems very strange to me. Archie really caught in a precarious position now, desperately trying to duel Pat on the hatch, as well as, who is that? Is that Milo outside on the blue barrels? Oh my god, Archie's about to feel a world of hurt, but there's Yui. Love that.
That's what we needed. 20 seconds left now. Yui's giving them a look in. Anami. They've got to find these picks. They cannot allow this utility to flush into the site from Wildcard, which is exactly what's going to happen. In come the Candelas, and now it makes space for Wildcard. Pat pushes forward, sticks the plan. I don't know whether an army can cancel this. They'll certainly try their hardest, but Ghoul's already gone down. Yui with a lovely shot on the shotty, and he uses the rotation. Cairo's gone down as well. Hang on. It's Vinny. 1 versus 2, and he's got time to rotate.
Back, Vinny rotates to the hatch. Pat can call for info. Knows exactly where Yui is on the smoke. Vinny doesn't want to use the hatch for now. Wants to have a bit more mobility. Bottom main stairs, but that's a fantastic gas babe from Yui. And with the shot to follow from Archie, what a beautiful retake.
That is unreal from Anami. I don't know how Cairo's gone down, but Yui on that play between, you know, really between where that plant's going down and the rotation into sheets, that is absolutely gorgeous. Could not ask for more. I think that was from the smoke play. I'd have to double check, but I'm pretty sure Yui was playing the smoke. So that entire round is held on the back of a Yui clutch. That is really disgusting. And like, there you go. Is it a 4K in the end there? That is gnarly.
Believe it or not being a 3K, but you could essentially give him the kill at the bottom main stairs as well. There's no way.
Dude,
yeah,
that was an ace.
Oh,
no, it's Archie. Archie's neither. Sorry.
I thought you were having a go at me for falsely calling an ace back in the day.
No. No, not at all.
Remember I got hard memed? I was convinced that I think this was a while back. OCN was it stage 1 last year?
Oh, come on, man. I'm not the boss. That's not me.
Yeah. Now, I just thought you were doing it to me for a second. But no, I mean, no, that was not nice. Of course, it does get a bit confusing because of the way kills are counted these days, where it credits the person who got the injure, not the finish off. But then, yada, yada, yada. I mean, he does have 4 kills at the minute, so maybe it was a 4K.
He got 1 in the first round, and there was a player already down in freezer. So 3K to say the very least.
That said, this smoke bait to the bottom of main stairs,
unreal.
That essentially got the kill for Archie. So that is like a beautiful play, really, really effective. And honestly, without that gas, I back Vinny in to win that 1v2. But solely because of that play, Anami have a round on the board.
Yep. It's pretty gnarly. And, you know, the fact that they win a 3 versus 5, alarm bells do ring a little bit for me. You know, that's something that we saw Wildcard really struggle with, was closing out rounds that they seem to have advantages on in 2021. Obviously for different reasons, but yeah, that's definitely not ideal. Really loving the pace here from Wildcard. They're setting early that Onami will have no chance at extending. Now, I wouldn't necessarily call down below, you know, in Kitchen an extension, even though it, you know, really is. It seems to just be such a pivotal pillar in this play. We see pretty much every team that plays Kids Dorms put at least 1 player on that underside just to keep the pressure, just to ensure that there's no kind of confrontation with vert play or even on the rotates back around. So I'm a big fan of Anami's setup. They just need to lock it in.
Oh, speaking of setup, I didn't realize, but there was an extension to closet. Yui does eventually go and reinforce that off. One of the great things about this extension below that we're talking about is how the vertical players on site can actually assist with this extension. You can see there's some vertical lines of sight above Havocs right now in Kids Dorms, and that actually means that a player upstairs, like Ghoul, for example, can cover Havocs' doorway. And it means that Havocs can play in Kitchen and essentially have, you know, a crossfire onto the kitchen door with the hatch, onto, well, all of the doors and security, thanks to the vertical lines there, and the doorway from the kitchen hallway as well. So really, really nice stuff from Anami. Very default setup these days, but it's on Wildcard to deal with it, and that's why they brought this Thatcher, and, well, the first pick is, in fact, Cairo going down.
Really lovely as well from Archie to find that. OJ with some nice use of the utility. There's absolutely no projectile denial. Actually, Archie was at the back, sorry. So the Magnet's not going to have enough of an effect toward Trophy without those ADSs. It's free real estate on the util, especially when the setup is actually decently heavy toward that util play. Taking their time, though, and this is where things start to get a little bit hairy. 40 seconds left. They need to find an opening. They have to find their way in.
The classic Wildcard, though. They love their default strats. Very nice line of sight here, but once you add a little bit of spice, a little bit of fragging, that's when things open up.
Good flash from Pat. That actually allows him to make his way in without being seen. Is he going to stick this? Can they deny it? That's the big question. OJ, be on the right line. Ghoul has not been able to peek. Pat's been forced off of it. Archie down. They go deep. Pat, he's played perfectly. Vinny's been able to find Havocs as well, so it's Ghoul up in bunks. Got to be really careful at the moment. He could go big, but he misses the shots. Archie goes down. And Wildcard convert a round that was actually decently close to begin with.
Yeah, it was. And honestly, like, what was that from Pat? He's like, I'm going to try plant. Nah, I'm just going to go kill someone. I might try and plant again. No, I'm just going to go kill someone. Credit to him.
Yeah.
He really did not tunnel vision that plant. A lot of support players would have overcommitted to the plant and lost their life, especially because I believe it was a 3-on-4 the first time he started planting once Milo got taken out, and that was Pat's cue to go off and just take a 1v1. Very, very risky play, right? Because if he dies there, he went to Attic, into Pit, he dies there, and that's diffuser down, right? And Nami have control. But because he backs himself in to win the gunfight, it was just perfect. And also the pairing of the Bearing 9, a good Hibana player should be able to use that Bearing 9 for close quarters engagements, and that's what Pat demonstrated. So, yeah, credit to him, playmaker.
Certainly is. Very, very happy and impressed with that play. Seen the Thorn being brought again on Havix. Now, truth be told, I have no comment. I have no thoughts on Thorn at the moment. I have not seen really any use in competitive, so I don't know how viable it is, but it's the second time we're seeing it doubled down from Anami. It is just for this site, so there's very clearly an objective that they're trying to play around. But my small brain can't figure it out.
Look, I've got some thoughts. So I've been playing a bit of Dawn recently, just in the measly ranked games, but like the big obvious thing with Dawn is she's got a fantastic gun. Like that Uzi is 50 caliber, so it hits like a truck, and you can really melt people with body shots in that gun. Plus, pretty decent recoil, which means headshot in long engagements also really good as well. She's got the C75 auto as her secondary, so your backup weapon is still an automatic, just like Hibana with the Bearing 9. So I like that. Utility, primary gadget's not so impactful, but that shield, I mean, it's just so good. The primary gadget is essentially a bonus. What are you doing? What is this? Cairo, just go kill people. Just interrupt my lovely point. Just go kill everyone. Fine.
Yeah, don't even worry. The problem is Havix is actually on a flank in small tower. You can see him just off to the left there. Smack is coming up toward Armory. Milo's going to have no clue. Milo has absolutely no idea that Havix is there. So this might fall apart a little bit. But how's the timing on it? Not free kill. So there we go. It's been traded back. In the meantime, though, it's just another player falling in the face of a wildcard player. Cairo I thought was on site, but OJ's taking trophy control, and it really just is showing us that we should never be making points in the first minute of this game, because apparently that's where all the action's happening.
Oh, well, we had 3 kills in the first minute. Very unusual. But firstly credit to Wildcard. Really nice play from Cairo. Unexpected. Used the Nook to dodge cameras, but hey, Havix is doubled down. And once again, a beautiful headshot with that Uzi. A really powerful weapon. I believe he's still off site though, so Wildcard really should focus on 2v3ing these site players.
Absolutely, Izzy's still towards small tower. And the catch, OJ, you've got to hit those! Because Yui will punish you if you don't. That's surely going to allow the time for Havix to get back in. He would have had to hit a gnarly flick there. Probably shouldn't really be peeking there. Pat, already opening up with Hibana. Oh, cool. We love the little shimmy. And it's all on Vinny. 1v2 opportunity now to clutch up. Ghoul's up close with a shotgun. Nice round from Anami, even though the poor start.
Yeah. Look, overall, confusing round. Very strange round. Very early on, it was clear that Wildcard had some idea of how Anami were playing and used that to find some early picks and clear these roamers. If you remember, Anami previously were hard-holding Kitchen and Security. Instead, this time around, those players were a lot more aggressive towards small tower. That enabled Cairo to find the opening pick by coming up the freezer stairs and taking down Archie. However, after that happened, Wildcard got a little bit ahead of themselves. We saw Milo get flanked in small tower by Havix on the Thorn. And that was when it started to fall apart. Wildcard lost 2 players to that roamer, who was in no way able to support the bomb site. But Wildcard, I mean, we didn't admittedly see on screen all of the action there, so hard to point fingers and blame. But regardless, it's clear that Wildcard fell apart a little bit. They didn't have a clear idea of how they were going to play out that execute. And Anami just stuck to their guns. Credit to them. Now they're going toe-to-toe with one of the best teams that Oceania has to offer.
Yep. And one thing I want to be careful of, because I'm always about my expectations, and they tend to peak whenever I see rounds going astray. For me, Anami on the defense, I mean, I don't know what the statistics are right now for Oregon or even just generally in OCN, but I always find Oregon specifically is such a defender-sided map that really a team like Wildcard, I think for me, the pass mark for Anami to win this would have to be a 4-2 first half on their defense. So I'm really going to focus in there.
Yeah, well, Anami's previous results do back that up. In their match against Chiefs on Villa yesterday, they only won a single attack round. So they really need to rely on their defenses so that when they switch to the attack in the second half, they'll have a bit of leeway.
You know, it's funny to me. It's always, you know, no matter how new Wildcard are, no matter the team, still the same old things you see. And their methodicalness, their attention to detail on their attacks, especially in the first minute. Bit of a masterclass. It's after the first minute where things get a little bit disappointing. If you think about every round so far, Wildcard have really had the advantage. So, actually, yeah, in every single round, they've almost had a 2-player advantage. So
that's it. We haven't seen, well, we've only seen one round where Anami has found the opening kill. Ironically, most rounds, 3 out of 4 rounds, the opening kill has not actually been converted into a round win. So both of these teams struggling to maintain their man advantages.
Yeah. And I think for one, that's, you know, I would say almost a bit of inexperience from Anami, but from Wildcard's perspective, I hate using the word typical Wildcard, but it can be sometimes.
It is.
Wildcard are phenomenal at what they're phenomenal at, and where they lack, they tend to trip and fall a bit. And that's just an observation after watching them for nearly 3 years now. It just tends to be always the way. However, there is a new feeling with this roster, and if they can tidy things up, if these 2 players gel like they're saying they're going to, I think Stage 2, this roster could be a completely different beast.
But this has been a very, very late round. The first time Anami has played basement without contesting hard on their own. They're maintaining their 5 players until the end of the round, and it means that this execute's going to have to lean in operators like the Lion and Ying, but the Warden is still alive.
This is big. This is really big, especially when Havix finds the first kill and Smacker manages to hold on to Elbow for a moment longer. Pat with a quick double. Pat is on fire. He is on another level here for Wildcard. One player just by Sheets, taken down by Milo. It's all onto Ghoul. A round that seemed like a 5v5 was going to go the way of Anami has crumbled into pieces. What a round in the last 20 seconds.
Wow, I'm going to say it. Pat is having a fantastic day today. I don't know what it is. Perhaps it's just a result of bringing OJ onto the team and Pat having a bit less on his shoulders in terms of that leadership role. Pat has always been the support player for this roster and still is. OJ is often more on flex roles and positions, but he's contributing to the calling. And my theory is that that is enabling Pat to seize more opportunities. We saw 30 seconds left in the round. 5v5, Vinny drops down the hatch while Wildcard overall, they're using like their smokes and their candelas. They got a little bit baited because there's still Warden playing pillar. They lost the first 2 picks. Vinny drops down and finds 2 straight back again. And Wildcard excellently cleaned up the default positions that Anami were occupying with really strong comms, really good game sense, no doubt. And that is how Wildcard picked apart that defense and turned a 3v5 into a 3 versus 1.
And really, that is typical of what is now this new meta of Oregon basement attacks. You cannot afford to focus all your attention on one side.
Push everywhere.
You've got to put pressure from every which way. You saw it then. There were 2 at Meeting Hatch. There was 2 at Blue. There was 1 from Laundry that ended up getting the plant. Like, there are so many different avenues here that you have to start considering. And they played that perfectly. I'm a really big fan of how Wildcard have done this. Now, I want to make a comment while we're kind of just watching the start of this round. Onami have been fantastic at getting in the faces of Wildcard. However, I am a huge advocate for if you are going to get in the face of Wildcard early, if you're going to extend, you have to do so with a solid setup. Because Wildcard, if they see that there is nothing supporting you, they will punish you and they will really do it in a fast manner that you can't keep up with. So, for me, extend all you want, get in their faces all that you want, but you've got to have something to support you there. You can't be solo. Wildcard are too good at doing their due diligence, if you will.
That's it. That said, we did see one round where Wildcard didn't do their due diligence correctly, that was the round where we saw Havocs go for that small tower flank, kill
Yes.
Milo, and then got a second kill. So yes, when Wildcard do make mistakes, Onami are quick to capitalize, so credit to them. But yeah, like you're saying, Wildcard don't make many mistakes. They're a team that's more likely to play slowly than... Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's like... The thing that I look at right now is Vinny, okay, has actually found Havocs through the hatch of meeting. In fact, it's really the hatch of attic.
Wait a second. Vinny has full attic control with hatch open, and this is a meeting site? Okay. That is like the map control you cannot lose. And if you do lose attic control, you better hope that there's an electric claw on the meeting hatch. Like, this is unreal that Onami, like, let Wildcard take such an advanced position.
I don't even think Tall Tower, Big Tower, sorry, Tall Tower. Yeah, that makes sense.
Tilted?
Yeah, Tilted Tower. What? I don't even think the double wall was reinforced toward there. So, you know, they very clearly were trying to play from bunks or kids to try and bunker down. But Vinny was in there so early, it wasn't even funny. And now you've only got 3 players left. I say that, but it's been a 3 versus 5 in multiple rounds here, and it's actually remained decently close. Onami are really clutching at straws right now. Pass mark for me was 4-2, and with OJ's position, this is going to be a 4-2 in the favor of Wildcard, not in the favor of Onami.
Wow! What a beautiful grenade. Uncooked, just to flush out the position. Only Smacker and Yui now. 2 versus 4 from the 2v5. Nice. But this is really, really good. There's a chance here for Onami to retake. They've done it before.
Big issue. It's that vert control that they're going to be able to sit on Wildcard. They've already got one player sitting up above. Yui needs to try and hit one of these shots, but it's going to be near impossible as he makes his way in. There you go. There, the vertical lines are established, but he's going to push past that. Pat, with the flick, actually manages to take him down and smack up. Play you, mate. But no chance here. A 4-2 first half. Astounding from Wildcard.
I want to know if Pat's been like heavy aim training or something, because man has actually stepped up. I'm looking forward to seeing the scoreboard. He has been cleaning up. It feels like every second round he's getting a 2K or a 3K, plus plunge in the diffuser, plus no doubt taking quite a lot of the IGLing responsibilities as well. This is really nice. I'm really liking to see this Wildcard. It looks like a Wildcard with a bit more teeth than usual, because historically Wildcard has been a team that was really objective focused and really, I'm going to say, predictable. Like that, they knew what to do and they did it really well. But as soon as a spanner was thrown in the works, or as soon as another team was just as good as them at those really structured holds and strats, they started to struggle. But here we're seeing like Pat planting and entrying with support and going 9 kills in 3 decks. Like, you're literally top fragging the server right now. I'm loving that. They're just so gung-ho and ready to take opportunities.
Well, opportunities are coming their way, and if it continues to present itself, I do see a world in which Wildcard are able to completely flip their storyline. Now, that's not happening so much in APAC South, but certainly in OCN. We could see...
I mean, APAC South, they are 6th, which is better than last year. So.
Very true, very true. There's not last year was not kind to Wildcard. I actually think they have a somewhat okay run home.
So, well, next up is Direwolves and then Renatus in South.
So it's more the Renatus game.
That's
right?
one loss and 1 win, probably.
Yeah, so 6 points. 6 points they'll probably end up.
Is that? They already got 6, so they'll be on 9 eventually.
Point. Yeah, 9. 9
Which
should be decent.
I think technically could make playoffs, but only if Knights and Elevate don't get any more points.
Well, it's also possible at this point. You just never know what to expect in APAC South. Nor do you in OCN, to be perfectly honest, especially coming into this year.
Totally.
Like, it's, you know, the fact that we've seen Knights beat Wildcard last night. I mean, not that that was necessarily shocking. I think that many could have predicted that, but I do think more so in the fashion that they were able to do so. And then probably looking at that Team Bliss game, Ludovica taking 3 points away from them. It really just, it does come down to the fact that you really just can't expect anything when it comes to these playdays.
Yeah, and to that point, we still don't know what to expect from Minami, but we've seen some great things from them. I'm really liking this dedicated push downstairs. They're really committed to clearing out kitchen. Some might say they're overcommitting with how many operators they've got down here, but if they get their job done, if they get the kill on Vinny and don't lose a player, then it's going to be worth it. I'm looking at Havocs a lot of the time. He has been a star entry player for this team, and he was in their first match against Vertex, by far the best entry player in the server. But now, he's only had one opening kill, and he's been the opening death 3 times. So he really needs to land his shots to show that he is worth his spot on this team.
Oh, that's not the start, though. I'm going to put a hypothetical out there. What if there were so many players down there because they got baited into a kitchen?
No way.
No, come on, lean into it with me.
Ooh, wait, I think something they did get baited into it just then was losing a whole bunch of their X-Kairos pellets. I swear I just saw maybe Milo impact tricks from the fan, or there was an electric claw trick from OJ. So I think Ghoul has already used 6 pellets on this wall, and Wildcard denied it. Now, there is still a hard breach charge from Bach, but this is delaying so much time. Like, look at that clock. It's ticking down.
Yeah, and this is the problem when you don't have a lot of the benchmarks checked. You know, sure, you've got trophy control. You don't have closet open. You don't have pressure in pit or even in attic whatsoever.
Also getting flanked main stairs.
Yeah, this is a really, really dire situation. You haven't cleared out first floor. 20 seconds left. Cairo goes bang. Onami trying to respond, but they're not going to be given anything.
I was legit about to say, I bet you Cairo gets 2 here. No cap, I was going to say that. He just came up main stairs to Armory, and this is a desperate attempt. Okay, not bad to find 2 kills on that desperate attempt, but it does not last. Milo cleans up 2 at the end, and a tactical timeout is called by Onami, a much-needed one at that.
Definitely see the holes there for Onami. Now, I'm not a wizard by any means, but, you know...
Harry?
You're a lizard.
You're a lizard, Harry.
I do, you know, there are some quite obvious issues that just are coming to light in terms of their attack. You know, they have great ideas, however, no flank watch drone. They're unable to commit to that first floor clear. Then we see them halter at double window because they don't have pressure from games. There's no one in attic, so OJ literally can just sit there as he pleases. There are a couple of issues that could be tidy.
I'm so gutted that I didn't say Cairo finds 2 here, because it was literally on the tip of my tongue. And I was just like, no, Rob, I'm not going to interrupt you.
Always interrupt me.
No.
Yeah.
You saw Cairo, like when we were spectating the bird's eye view, and we were looking at how Milo and OJ were disrupting the closet wall from being opened, Cairo was like walking in lobby. And I'm like, it's 100% he is going to walk up that main stairs. Because if Anami haven't already reacted to him being in lobby, it means they don't have a drone there. And if you don't have a drone in lobby or classroom, then you are going to get flanked main stairs. There are so many good spots to hide drones for that flank. But Anami either had a drone there and no one was on it because they were all alive, or they didn't have a drone there at all. And that's a fundamental right there. A fundamental skill of Siege is how do you flank watch? And usually, the teams that get flanked the most, ironically, are the teams that have all players alive. Because everyone, if you're dead in Siege, you know it's your job to watch flank drones. And if you don't, I'm telling you, that is your job. But when everyone's alive, everyone is like, oh, well, it's not my job. I'm still alive. I got stuff to do. Oh, I want to take this fight. I want to make this play. I want to drone this area. No, someone has got to watch flank drones, even when all 5 players are alive. And an army just got told why by Cairo.
It's funny because I feel like that was a major part as to why we used to see so many Nomad bans.
Yeah.
That's obviously since fallen out. I think mainly when Flores came in, I think the pressure to at least deny either Thatcher or Flores just became such a huge talking point, and it kind of took away from the flank watch. But since then, they haven't really picked up the Nomad play style, if you will. I don't even know what you'd lean into there. But
yeah, well...
Yeah, go shoot.
It's just a matter of, like, when you're picking your attacking lineup, it's a matter of what can you afford. It's like you have a budget, and you need to figure out what operators can you actually afford. Because realistically, you probably need 6 nades/explosives. So in this lineup, we only have 4. So I'd say that's actually on the lower side for an army. There's no Zafir here either. You need soft breach, like for Ver, we've got the Buck. You need hard breach, of course, and then you need something to enable the hard breach, like the Thatcher or a Maverick. So you really run out when you're trying to juggle that. Like, where do you fit in the Nomad here? If you get rid of the Nook, which a lot of people would say, oh my god, sorry,
OJ.
Archie, you just actually got told what's up.
Oh, dude, that feels so bad.
Imagine being Archie, just open the floor and immediately beamed.
I don't even know what to say there. That's a desk slammer for sure. We're going to need to take insurance out on that.
I think he needs a new mouse.
Oh, for sure. For sure. I mean, Yui was already getting a new monitor, so maybe that's what's happened previously. With a nice shot from Havocs, all things considered. Vinny may consider to have been over-peaking there, especially when you look at the operator he's on. Or do you really want that for the later round?
Fortunately, Anami are not bringing any Ying or smoke grenades, so Wildcard not going to be punished as much for losing the Warden. But OJ is really low HP. Like, Archie did get a lot of damage onto him before dying, and that means that one bullet from any gun, OJ goes down. So he's got to be really careful what positions he's playing. And this is still winnable for Anami, very much winnable. You look, there's still 4 nades on the board. They just need to start using them and figuring out what the execute is, clearing out these positions, putting that pressure on Wildcard, because while they might have nades, Pat still has his smokes.
Just about to say that. He's got 30 seconds left of smoke sitting in his pocket, and there's only 30 seconds left now, but obviously one being used. Gonna force him off of the angle, at least for now. I don't think they've got anything to clear the shield, but it's Ghoul that's just made the run straight past OJ with the warning signs to be about to back away. Pat finds Milo does to Yui and Ghoul. Just no longer. They're just no longer. Pat has been an absolute maniac, dude. There's no way. 11-4, are you kidding me?
He's hungry. Oh, that was Cairo, actually. Steals it from him. Let's have a look at this one, eh? Get the shotgun out. Boom. That's what Black Ice does for you guys.
I thought it made you slip around on the old surface.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can tell you this. Wildcard have slipped right over Anami and barely hitched up any friction in doing so. Anami staring down match point. Wildcard, it just looks so good. This is what you have nightmares about as a comp player. I'm just telling you right now. You have nightmares about that every day.
Yeah, that's a rough one. That truly is a rough one. And now, match point, I don't really think there's any validity in a comeback. There's barely even validity in a round win here. And I actually think there was an absurd stat that I think I saw yesterday, Thursday maybe, that was like 100% win rate in Kitchen and Meeting on 3 attempts in 2 maps. So I do feel like Meeting has just become so much more prevalent. Again, I've got to say, I missed the showers extension when we were playing in Dining. That was
You know who doesn't? You know who doesn't miss it? Players who have actually played that position in showers and been flashed 20 times, naded, Flores droned, Ying Candela'd, Monty pushed, Osa pushed. Not fun. Not. Never. Wide swung. Hard breached, and people, no. There are too many people who have scarred for life because of experiences.
Oh no!
Smacker, did you just die to the pistol? Smacker, listen here. Did you just die to the pistol? Did you? Did you just get spawn peeked?
That's such
by Milo's pistol. I think you did. I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
Is that over the van as well? I think it was.
Yeah, it was from master window all the way out. That is nasty. It's a bit naughty. I'm pretty sure that's illegal in most states.
Yes, it is. Most definitely is. And so is bringing the Clash. I feel like Clash should just be perma-banned. It is the most frustrating operator to watch in competitive. But
yeah.
I don't think it's going to work in terms of what they actually want to achieve, because I don't know whether Anami are going to make it in the building. I'll be completely honest with you, Dev.
Well, the biggest weakness as a Clash and any shield operator is that you're essentially removing one gun from your squad. But Wildcard have already removed one gun from an army squad, so it doesn't matter. Like, Clash is weakest when you have a numbers disadvantage, but she is strongest when you have a numbers advantage. Like, if you're getting peeked by 2 people and a Clash, you're done for. Cairo, though, he's hungry, so he's not even going to use the shield because he wants some kills.
Like I said, I don't really know the validity of Anami making it into the building so far. They've lost 2 players and only had 1 in there. Archie giving them some hope. Small hope at that, but it is hope nonetheless that could really put them back on track here. Got to see Yui hit a pretty gnarly shot, but Kairo's already spotted. They know where they're coming from. Small tower is not going to be fun to push whatsoever. Oh, you don't peek that, Cairo.
Wants it. He really wants it. I'm telling you, he's desperate for some kills. Like, he's not making the percentage play when he takes the shield off here. He is making a cheeky play. Even right now, like, this is so unnecessary, but it just demonstrates the confidence that Wildcard have right now. And it's exciting seeing a Wildcard that isn't afraid to get a little bit silly and get aggressive, because that is not the wild card we know. Pat's just found his 12 kills. That's a 3.0 KD, and this game's nearly over.
I think Pat was prone. I think he was prone.
No way, bro.
Double kill with the pistol. Archie, don't let him do it to you. Don't let him do it to you. Not a 3K with the pistol to close things out. A 7-2 win here for wildcard.
That is toxic.
And much needed points. That is so toxic from Milo.
When does the game start? I'm sorry, I forgot. I blinked for a second. I think I missed it. Wildcard, that was a show of dominance, and that is something that we have not seen from Wildcard before. Wildcard let their hair down.
Yeah.
And they played a game that we have never seen them play before.
No, I think it's important to note that really when we see Wildcard letting their hair down, that's when you know things are getting comfortable. The addition of Cairo and OJ have clearly changed the dynamic in which this team revolves around Dev, which is exciting.
It brought out the inner ranked demons of Pat and Milo, which I enjoyed because we didn't see a lot of that back in the day from this roster. Yeah, look, credit to them. This is a great confidence booster, especially after losing to Knights last night, especially with how their season as a whole within both OCN and APAC South has gone.
Yep.
There's a lot of hype always behind Wildcard. As soon as they show the tiniest amount of greatness, everyone's like, yes, let's go, it's Wildcard, they're back, baby. Yeah, and then next Playday, we always get curb stomped. So you need to build up confidence in games like this, so credit to them. That was a beautiful showing.
It certainly was. And you know what, Dev? It's time for us to part ways with you and bring in two gentlemen that show the slightest moment of greatness. It is Vast and Turtle. Welcome back on the desk. Gentlemen, I mean, is there really much to talk about here? Well, I suppose there's probably a lot to talk about, Turtle. There was a fair bit that went on there from Wildcard that we just generally don't see.
Yeah, Wildcard seemed to have learned from their mistakes from last night. They just seemed to be getting plants down, even though they necessarily didn't have the best control. Onami were just letting them in. They were just finding all the entries. It was just a night for Wildcard farming.
Vast, a farm indeed.
Yeah, yeah, not much of a fight from Onami, unfortunately. I think kind of highlighting with Wildcard, I was really impressed with their entry, and I think in the past it's something that's kind of lacking is just that early aggression. We saw Cairo every round. I was literally just thinking to myself, like, how is this guy here? Like, he's just, I don't know, behind people, creeping up. And I think really Wildcard kind of needed that, you know, flair in their game. I think, I will say though, even though they won, I think they could have cleaned up their executes a lot better. I mean, if they had better executes, they honestly could have been up 5-1 on attacks, something like that.
Well, a 3 versus 5 goes awry. I can't remember the other round, to be completely honest with you. But Turtle, this is very much a wild card that I would say none of us are used to seeing.
It's a wild card at all. Like the 2020 days, their prime time. I think they're slowly coming back into it. They're not sticking to old play styles like last year, and they're just trying out new things, getting a bit loose with it. And it's good to see.
It certainly is. Performance now really starts to cement a lot of the talking points, Vast, that we have around this squad. Just that things seem to be clicking, things seem to be changing at a rapid pace. A bit of BM the third in our final round from Milo, and I guess why not. But as we look here, anything kind of sticking out to you, I guess outside of the main support of Wildcard just absolutely popping off, Vast?
Yeah, obviously Pat going off, really good game for him. I think Yui, I know this is talking about Onami, but Yui going off, I don't know, just thinking, pretty sure he's the coach of this team. I'm not sure if it's a coach or sub. I think he might be a sub actually, but yeah, I think the rest of Wildcard, they all had a pretty well-balanced game. You know, everyone's got on the leaderboard. Everyone had their moments. OJ had some, you know, really good moments. Milo was hitting some really good shots.
Well, I'm still just like, I'm struggling to even figure out where I stand with Wildcard, to be completely honest here, Turtle, because they just continue to, I think, break the stigma around the roster, just consistently changing. And speaking of changing, it's time for us to make a change and bring in Vin Sear. Let's have a chat with the big fella himself. Always smiling, always happy, and I'm sure today is not any different for you, Vinny. Look, I want to say congratulations on the win, but it was a 7-2 stomping. I need to ask you, things looked very loose today. Are you guys feeling just like you were having fun? Is that what the agenda was for today?
Yeah, I don't know. We come into these OCN games looking to have a lot of fun. We were pretty confident going into today's game that just based on gun skill and the way that we play, that we'd probably come out with the win and just just let loose a little bit, let Milo and Pat get their time to shine. They don't get it often, and they were shooting some heads today, which was good.
Yes. So my question. I'm curious to get your opinion on like why we're not really seeing much skyscraper theme and border in OCN. I mean, we've started to see it in EU and NA and a bit in APAC North.
Yeah, I don't know. When you're looking at new maps, there's a lot more strategy involved coming into new seasons, especially in the first stage when it's very fresh. So straight off the bat, you'll see like, I don't know, APAC South teams aren't going to show their hand in the OCN off the bat, and you'll find that those teams are probably holding those maps a little bit closer to the chest than probably some of the other OCN teams are, and I'm sure that like we'll probably still see some of those maps from the other OCN teams during this stage. But you know, they are fresh maps. Even then, a lot of teams have that kind of mentality that they don't like to change what they already do, and they have that kind of mentality that they know how to play a certain map a certain way, and they'll stick to that and they won't change, which is something that we've seen for a little while. But yeah, I don't know. I'm sure we'll see a bit more of it over the course of the stage, but probably not early on.
My question is about OJ and how bringing him on has potentially changed your guys' dynamic with him. Like, has he... I know he adds a new voice to the team, but does that sort of change the way you guys think about the game, or is it just a voice to help relieve the pressure and let everyone go off a bit more?
Yeah, initially that was definitely the case. We brought on OJ as that kind of secondary support to take some of the pressure off Pat. But in doing that, we ended up having, you know, five different players that all have a voice and often want to get what they need in their brain out, and more often than not early on that's been more of a problem than a good thing. As I'm sure you guys have seen on a few of our executes and attacks, that's been probably the most prevalent issue at the moment. It's kind of everyone has an idea, and instead of sticking to one, everyone kind of blurts out what they're thinking, and it ends up being a bit of a mess. But yeah, as we start to gel and really get that kind of calling hierarchy down, I think it's going to be like a really good match for Pat to have somebody that can, you know, call executes late round and kind of come up with new ideas, things that like we haven't seen as a team. Obviously, me, Milo, and Pat have been together for a while, and we have our way of playing the game. But bringing in two fresh young players that are really keen to really learn old kind of things, but bring in their own kind of style, has been really good as well.
Roster's looking pretty exciting. Vinny, we'll give you the floor here. Anything you want to say before we let you go?
Thanks to the fans, as always. Thanks to the org. Thanks to Rousey, our coach, being a good lad. And yeah, I'm looking forward to next week's game as well.
He's always a bit of a mad lad, Vinny. Look, I'm sure we'll be chatting with you next week, but best of luck in your game.
Thanks, guys.
On a bit of a tear, there's no doubt about it. Wildcard are looking like they could return to a former glory. It's been a while, and certainly maybe a little while longer, but no longer than what we are waiting for this small little break. We'll be back, and OCN returns.
Thank OCN.
The Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife safeguards our wilderness now and for the future. Our bushlands, our mountains, our valleys, our rivers are our responsibility. Whether you're just discovering the world or have built rich memories within it. Together, we are one generation, and what we conserve today will be there for those tomorrow. There is no bigger legacy than the planet we share. Donate now.
Hey guys, it's Joshua from Banks Arcade. Wanted to let you know that we are teaming up with OCN International for our new song, Chosen. It is out now, and you can stream it on Spotify or any other streaming platform that you use.
Thank f for OCN.
Champions, you never count them out. Both players are going to swing it right now. What have they done? They've just given
Really solid start here from Wildcard on Playday number 3. I think that is probably the most clear-cut game we've had so far for the season of 2022. But we now turn our attention to our second matchup of the night. Ludovica taking on Ground Zero. And I think that this one is probably going to be, I want to say, a close match, but the problem is, the big problem I have right now, Turtle, is Ludovica are looking like they're on fire. The only team to have 6 points at the moment, 2 back-to-back wins to start their playoffs, their regular stage.
Yeah, Ludovica have had a above expected start to the season, but Ground Zero is sort of their kryptonite. They've lost them most recently in the OCN relegations, and before that in OCL Stage 2 Grand Finals. So maybe Ground Zero is the team to take them down, like, unexpectedly.
It pretty, I think it would be a tall feat, maybe. Maybe I'm leaning too much into that, but this roster is looking pretty dangerous, Vast. But you know what? We'll keep the conversations for Ludovica for in the game. I don't want to hear from your opinion. We'll move across to Ground Zero, in which you can kind of start to open that conversation up a little bit more. Are we feeling like the ex-Fury roster are going to be able to take it up against the best that OCN has to offer in Stage 1?
If anyone can beat Ludovica, it should be these guys. I mean, as Turtle said, you know, there's a bit of rivalry from OCL and OCN relegations. But I think Ground Zero have suffered, like, you know, many teams, through roster changes, and they're kind of having a few issues right now in their fundamentals. I think yesterday, a few things I picked up was kind of their overall game plan. It just didn't really see what they wanted to do against their opponent. It just seemed like they weren't really trying to counter their opponent. And they were just making some really small mistakes that I think a lot of better, more developed teams will punish.
It's a strange talking point at the moment, Turtle, just with, you know, how fresh most of these rosters are. A lot of players coming in and out. But I think that we actually... The ex-Fury roster, obviously now Ground Zero. I just keep saying ex-Fury just to give people context, viewers context from those that might have only caught up from last year. But Turtle, it does feel like they are probably the best team from OCL leaning into a new stage of OCN. Because, you know, Sure Overt came in last year in Stage 3 and stunned us all, but we weren't really expecting that. However, Ground Zero, I feel like they have the validity coming into this year, into this stage, to do some damage. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think they're sort of like that wild card. OCL, it's a sort of different league down there. Things aren't really the same. It's more drag festies, but whether they can sort of adapt and keep their own style against these bigger, quote-unquote, better teams is sort of yet to be shown, but they might be able to.
Well, we'll have a look what map we're going to go to and decipher whether this is going to be a Ludovica favoured map, or maybe Ground Zero might be able to pull something out of the hat. First, we go to Chalet.
Yeah, Ground Zero had the decider. I mean, it's kind of expected for them to ban Villa. Seems like a map they don't really like. They've banned it almost every match.
And Turtle,
Oh,
what are we making of the snowy mountainside?
Honestly surprised. After their performance on Playday 1 versus Wildcard getting 7-1, you'd think they'd maybe avoid it for a little bit, but I think they must have gone back to the drawing board and they're confident in their Chalet now.
Well, it's a map that they're definitely going to have to be confident on. An undefeated Ludovica at the moment is exactly who they're coming up against. Vast, what chances are you really giving to Ground Zero for this one?
I think they do have a good chance, but I think something that the way they played against Wildcard on this map, they played really passive. I mentioned that. I think Brendo was the only one really getting in Wildcard's face. I think they need to turn that around and play a lot more aggressive. And I think they will, because they probably have that confidence about beating these guys in the past. But I think that it won't be easy, just because Ludovica, they're playing really good Siege right now. They're going to be really tight, not making a lot of mistakes.
That's fair enough. Well, we'll have to wait and see how it does unfold in the server. Ludovica looking good. Ground Zero with a lot of question marks around them. So we'll see you two in a little bit. It's time to bring in the wonderful Mandy. Another OCN appearance, Playday 3. Mandy, you've seen a fair bit of Siege so far for Stage 1. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really excited. I can't believe that out of the 3 maps that I've casted so far, all of them have been Chalet. I think I'm going to be an expert by the end of the stage. But yeah, really looking forward to this game.
Yeah, it's funny because I think, I'm not going to say Chalet's only been played the 3 times. I actually didn't get a chance to watch last night. Don't crucify me, anyone, please. Don't make me lose my job. But it certainly has been one of those maps that made a strong appearance on Playday 1. There you go. It is actually all 3 times that we have seen Chalet. You've had to cast it, Mandy. I mean, does it make you feel at odds? Did you want to cast something different?
Well, I'm definitely going to be an expert by the end of the stage. That's all I can say. I'm really excited to watch Ground Zero retry it, though. I think last time they really struggled with this map, and I'm super excited to see what they've botted up. Yep. And yeah, really looking forward to the performance. Yeah, it was a stark contrast. We watched Ground Zero obviously play day 1. They took on Wildcard and got absolutely obliterated. It almost looked like they had no chance on the map or in the map. However, I do think that maybe Wildcard were just on a different level. I don't know. Where are you sitting with Wildcard right now? Because obviously losing against the Knights last night was a pretty devastating loss. But bouncing back with another 7-2 performance against Onami, I'm really at a loss for where this team's sitting. I think I share sort of the same sentiment that Vinny did when he spoke about Wildcard in his interview, where he said right now Wildcard is so full of ideas that they're not really keyed into one kind of strategy or one approach to the game, if that makes sense. And I think as a result, each time that they go into a game, they look really strong and they look like they've got the right idea, but they're not quite there yet, if that makes any sense. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to the wild card that comes out of so many ideas. Yeah. But yeah, I really hope that the VOD that Ground Zero got from their game, their 1-7 loss, will help them out in this game.
I feel like it should, right? It really should. And that is an interesting statistic. 68% of the community supporting Ground Zero, even though Ludovica are currently undefeated. Obviously, only 2 matches. I don't know how much you really want to read into that, but they have been able to take down 2 of the strongest teams that OCN have to offer in both the Knights and Bliss. So their track record so far, Mandy, is looking pretty damn good.
The track record is looking amazing. I don't think anyone expected Ludovica to do as well as they've done. They've been given a lifeline back into OCN as well, and Ground Zero, the ones to relegate them out of it. It's a big redemption story for them here.
What's scary as well is, we really came into 2022 with a lot of unknowns for so many teams, just because of the roster shuffles and how everything ended up toward the end of last year. Overt obviously losing to Ground Zero, funnily enough. Yeah, I guess Overt, Fury are both of these teams at the moment. But a big one for me was just the fact that they lost, Cairo, who was by far the best performer on Ludovica. And obviously, Elements had a very big impact on the roster. So the fact that they've still been able to keep up their form and their competitiveness here in 2022, it goes to show a fair amount of guts and a lot of credit that should definitely be given their side. But it's time to focus our attention here on round one to see how they do perform against the one team that almost shut them down from a 2022 performance in OCN.
Ground Zero now starting out on the basement. It's come back into fashion now, it seems. It's not a side that we saw a lot in 2021, but all the teams seem to be playing it in 2022, so this is the go. Ludovica now starting to do a top-down clear. They're going to fully address the roam now with Logic entering through Library.
Oh, that's beautifully done. It's actually Shaq that gets the kill there. I was almost certain that was Logic. Not a great start for Ground Zero. They've lost not only space, but also the player that was holding up above, and now they're probably left with a bit of a decision here. Wettables all the way up in Master, and I don't think Ludovica are going to know this.
Yeah, I also doubt that they've got flank watch. As I say that, he's just been droned out, so Wettables will have to fall back into dining, but no one there to cut him off. He's actually got the hatch open back into sight as well, so he can safely rotate back and play with his anchor teammates.
Well, Brendo looking to push blue here. Needs to be so careful. Really lovely shot on the Twent, but it doesn't connect nearly enough for the kill. That's an interesting fight. That is a very interesting fight for Ed to lose. However, things now going to spice up a little bit. 50 seconds left. Ludovica taking a bit of space, but Ground Zero holding firm.
Ludovica seems to be going for a Snowmobile Garage execute. Twent now able to get the bomb down with 45 seconds of the round left to go. Ground Zero, what's their response?
Do they even know? Could they even hear? It feels like they just had absolutely no clue what was going on there, Ludovica. With the plant down, lovely trade. And they managed to find one, but a very quick response. And now C4 out. It's a bit of a Hail Mary. And a Hail Mary that isn't going to pay off. This is one of the hardest retakes in all of Siege. An open snowmobile with two players outside, able to sit back, able to see the actual kit without needing to overexpose. All three players now for Ground Zero looking to take the fight, but it's going to be President who goes down first. Novaics with no shot whatsoever. Three players still left alive here for Ludovica, and with a measly one, Wettables, no time, no clue, no kit, it's over. First round convincingly goes to Ludovica after the plan.
Ground Zero, again, I honestly think we're seeing a bit of a repetition of what happened in the wildcard game there. They didn't fully commit to the roam, and they fell off pretty early. But back on the site, it just didn't feel like they had the utility in the right place to deal with a snowmobile execute there that Ludovica were able to do. Yeah, I just really think that Ground Zero, they need to key in to the push a little earlier if they want to have to deal with it a little bit later.
That's a very strange start. All things considered, I actually thought Ground Zero had a decent defense there, apart from the fact that the kick goes down. That was obviously, a bleedingly large factor. But a really nice call from Ludovica. They obviously had all their T's crossed. There's no way you go for an open and exposed plant like that when you've just lost a player down blue hallway, and there's also a little bit of control and storage. So really, really well played. Now we will see, is this a reattempt or have we gone to Byron Games? I think it's Byron Games, isn't it?
Byron Games.
I did not get a chance to actually look at the side as it played forward. However, this seems to be probably the most conventional, the primary site for a lot of teams. So this is a good chance for Ground Zero to double in.
We've got a small change on the mezzanine shield position from Ground Zero. They've actually put it inside a library instead of right at the top of the mezzanine balcony. So something to challenge that library push a little more aggressively. I'm interested to see how that plays out. It's not really something that we've seen that often. Now Ludovica looking to do a direct attack onto the library.
I do really like that. I'm not going to lie. I like that adaptation. Obviously, they've read into Ludovica a little bit and felt like that is where some of the presence is going to be. Either that or they've just made a call and felt like it's a more impactful shield rather than the mezzanine shield. So have to wait and see where Ludovica do put their attention. If they do put it toward library, I'll be really impressed. That will be Ground Zero doing their homework to a T. That's not great. That is really not a good start whatsoever. bye-bye Magnets, and bye-bye Brendo.
The Wamai is not an operator that you want to be losing out early, especially with that library stairs shield still up. Now there's no one to play that. There's no more Wamai discs that are going to go out, and just one Jaeger who's sitting himself in the corner of library. So yeah, that's a really poor loss for Ground Zero. We'll have to see how Ludovica can capitalize on their on that first kill.
Corner at the moment. Flash has come out and he's forced back. However, they haven't completely lost the control library, nor are Ludovica hungry to kind of dive in there. Unfortunately, a nade does destroy Twents, or maybe it was Ed's drone that was giving them a little bit of information moving forward. That's actually a really important note. 3 drones left, Mandy, with 1:30. That's really detrimental.
That is pretty tough on the side of Ludovica, but I think they've made some pretty good control here. They've managed to clear out library. Now the next step is they're going to have to clear out Mez. They already got that early pick onto the Wamai as well, so the top floor relatively free, but actually Ludovica, they look like they're just going to go for an execute onto the site instead.
Really like this call. They've run out of drones, they've run out of information, so why bother trying to deal with library, trying to deal with Mez? Straight onto the site, Wettable does find one. However, now there is a massive task ahead for both of these players. 2 versus 4. Make it yet again another 1vx situation for Ground Zero. It's dire. It is not looking good. With 30 seconds, there is far too much to do, far too little time. Lovely shot, all things considered, on Twent, but Ed's there for the trade. Done and dusted is the round.
That was a very good execute from Ludovica. I think something that we should comment on is actually something that Vast brought up in his last analysis from the previous Playday, and that's that we're really seeing a lack of barbed wire or like even Malusi Banshees to give any intel into those kind of mid-round calls. Here we can see 1 minute left. Logic has already gotten the first kill for what would become their execute onto the site. So I think just lacking intel here for Ground Zero, lacking any barbed wire, there's no indication that the execute is happening, and there's no way that they can know either. So I'd like to see Ground Zero change up their push, be more keyed in to what the attackers are doing so that they can prevent the execute from happening.
Yeah, that's a massive point. To be honest, I kind of switch off when Var starts talking. Kidding. Kidding. We do see just the 2 barbed wires being brought on Brendo here. But it really does, you know, it is actually such a pivotal part that has been missing for the majority of the start of 2022. Obviously, there is a shift in the way that it's being played, or a shift in the meta that just kind of maybe looks more so for the shields, for the C4s. Even the bulletproof cams seem to be brought quite regularly, which I believe, I mean, from my memory, bulletproof cams were only rarely used up until like mid-2021. They might have had prevalent relevancy, there we go, a while ago, but certainly looking like it's become a little bit more viable recently. I think Ground Zero meeting their maker in the nicest term I can.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that is so unfortunate for Brendo, just missing out on the peak there onto Edpan. I think, yeah, the point that you made is really important as well. Right now, Ludovica, they're looking for those mid-round executes. Both attacking rounds just then, we saw them go for a mid-round execute that Ground Zero didn't know. And like you said, bulletproof cameras and intel like that has only sort of just come into the meta and been really important, particularly with the EMP buff as well. So I think that anything that will help Ground Zero look for that mid-round execute, or at least figure out what the game plan is for Ludovica, will help them out here.
It's especially prevalent when you see something like the Valk ban, right? Like that makes things even more complicated.
Absolutely.
It's just, it kind of just piles on to the lack of intel that defenders have been given in the last really 6 months. I think once the game started to shift a lot more to mechanical gunplay, we really lost a lot of that intel game. So I'm interested. Ground Zero cannot afford for Ludovica to continue to take this ground, and it's just Logic. Again, he has been an absolute menace in the opening 3 rounds, and there's nothing Ground Zero can do to stop him.
Logic has been super consistent on this entry as well, now 5-0, so we're really backing him in here to be able to make space for Ludovica, and it's worked perfectly. I think Ludovica, they're making their entries really coherent, right? They're entering from the same side of the map, but each player is taking a bit of control, working on the pinches. Sawyer now just getting a kill as well to double down on that first entry pick that Logic gets. So I feel like the team play from Ludovica is just so much better than the team play from Ground Zero. These guys, they're able to do these pinches on their entries, right? They're able to play these cutoffs, but Ground Zero are not keyed into that. They're not playing trades, and they're not playing any crossfires on the roam, and now it's a 3 versus 5.
This is just insane. This is an absolute clinic that Ludovica's being kind of forced to play here. Wettables, the close line, doesn't really have a lot to play with, and just look at the control that they have. I think Ludovica are going to wait for a little bit of pressure from Blue. I don't think they can afford to be so free in that area. Lovely quick trade comes in. Player now in snow. They've got the information. Wettables gets close, up close in fact. Finds the kill. Ed can't get anything done. Logic, he's made his way down Blue. Now, Sawyer, Logic, 2 versus 2. They have to go off. And unfortunately, Logic can't find the kill. What a hold from Ground Zero. Almost a 2 versus 4 to bring that round back.
That was a really great round from Ground Zero. I think it showed out the individual prowess of the 3 players that were left on their side. As you were saying, the part of I think we need some blue control. We actually just watched Ludovica do a entry and refrag down blue. So like I was saying, the team play from Ludovica is there. Unfortunately, in that round, losing out on the mechanical skill to some of the Ground Zero anchors that were left in the round. But I still feel like Ludovica, they're doing the right things. They're making the right steps. And if they can tidy up that execute, do it a little earlier, like they have been in the mid rounds, they've definitely got the hold on Ground Zero here.
And it really, I think it's, you know, like, if you're talking about Ground Zero trying to keep a finger on the pulse and, you know, to stop the bleeding, you have to say, I think Ludovica just need to continue to strengthen their grip around Ground Zero, the essentially suffocating them on site each and every time. They're not giving them a single choice. They are really cutting off so many avenues for flanks, so many avenues for what we quote-unquote call the hero play. Unfortunately, it doesn't really work in that round, and I guess you can't have everything go your way. Something has to eventually kind of crumble and fall to pieces. We really want to give credit where credit is due for Ludovica. It's important that we do keep in mind Ground Zero have to stay in touch. That was really, really dangerous. I don't like that at all.
That did not make me feel happy. I cannot believe that he could see him through the trees there. But anyway, scary plays coming up from Ground Zero, freaking us out here on the desk. Now Ludovica having to attack Kitchen and Dining. Looking like they're doing a solo take here, now getting on the rappels, and doesn't seem like there's much opposition from Ground Zero on the top floor.
Yeah, this is a big point that I've made a couple of times. 2021, huge focus on that top floor presence. Like almost teams fighting tooth and nail to a point of the round is won and lost on the top floor to what has been the first couple of play days for OCN, where the defense is just absolutely missing and really relying on almost late flanks to come in and try to catch off Ludovica or whoever the attacking team is off guard. But I do not like that because you allow far too much control into the hands of the attacking side. There's far too much that you can manipulate on a site like Kitchen and Dining. And right now, I think they're actually being forced off the angle. You can already see the pressure that Ludovica have been able to apply toward Master.
So I think that Ground Zero here, they've misread the push a little bit. We saw at the beginning of the round 3 Ground Zero players all on the library side, as if they were going to do a library push to sweep through the top floor. Unfortunately, Ludovica keyed into that. Now they're doing a solo take. Wettables just tried to retake off his Huffle and was drawn out straight away. No teammates to support him. So now Ludovica have got the top floor and they have the sledge, so they can start clearing out. Noveix left on the side.
You can see as well, there's a couple of key flank drones that have been placed. One toward Library and now one towards Solarium. Obviously, you've got to be looking at the flank drones for them to work, but even better than that, got some air jabs there. You can definitely use those. Sawyer will be placing those every which way. And here's the problem. They've completely exposed the site. The only redeeming factor for Ground Zero is the fact that 4 players are nowhere near the site. They're not even anywhere in contention. They're not worried about that bird angle because there's nothing to contest. Noveix, the sole player, is actually kind of being forced into a corner here. Twent's gone down for the plant. There's nothing that's going to be able to stop them here. Ed's been able to hold off the one sole anchor. Plant's down. Sawyer's held. Ground Zero, where are you? You are completely missing. And now, Ludovica, this is the easiest round of their life, almost of their existence. This is not a good situation, not a good look. What a round for Ludovica to take.
That was a really great round for Ludovica. Again, I think Ground Zero not really improving on their day one problems. Still giving a lot of round to Ludovica. That was unfortunate in the early rounds. They misread the push from Ludovica and they only had Wotables left in office to be able to try and deal with it. So I think for them to be able to win that round, they had to play the retake. But Sawyer, he's just way too good on that flank watch with the utility of the Nomad to be able to allow Ground Zero that space back again.
Whoa. I mean, like, you know, maybe if Twent doesn't send it in there and try to get that plant down, maybe you see a world in which Ground Zero can suffocate the time and come in at the last second and fight. But I'm at a loss. I'm at a complete loss at this point.
Bomb located by
So this is a real, I'm gonna be a bogan here. This is a real roughie. This is not looking good whatsoever. As you've already pointed out, they haven't been able to adapt to their flaws, of which we saw on Playday 1. So this is definitely going to be a really tough ask for Ground Zero to come back from.
10 seconds to go.
Ground Zero now repeating the bar game side. They're still doing the same shield on the in the inside of Library. We didn't get to see that play out in the last round, so I'll be interested to see how it plays. Hopefully this time we don't see the early pick onto Brendo on the Wamai. That is a very unfortunate player to be losing at the start of the round. So we'd like to see Ground Zero reel it in a little bit more, play some crossfires with those shields, the setup that they've got, and see if they can choke out Ludovica's push.
Take a little moment here, just a lull in the action and catch ourselves a breather, because it has been quite an interesting start. I think if we look back and we really almost psychoanalyze Ground Zero, it doesn't seem all that unfamiliar to their game against Wildcard. And now, you know, not only in the rounds, but just the way that they're aggressing and kind of falling back just seems like a little bit too much is being given to these teams at the top of the scene. And it's certainly something that you cannot afford to continue in that fashion, in that trend. So I'd really like to see Ground Zero get aggressive here. I'd really like to see them, as we saw in, I think it was round 4 just before, the spawn peeking. I have no issues with that whatsoever. Get in Ludovica's face. Don't allow them that kind of comfort to do as they please.
Ludovica now starting their attack onto bar games as well. I must say, they don't seem quite on the same page in this round as they did in the previous round. They've started to sweep and take the map control they can. Only now rotating 2 players over to Library to start clearing out the shield that Wet is currently playing just in the corner there. I think that the push is a little less coherent here from Ludovica. 1 minute 30 on the clock, but just as I say that, Shaq manages to pick off the mezzanine player. That's a huge pick. But not much utility though, it's only the Warden.
And that's the problem right now is, I guess when you look, there's 2 smokes on Ed. Outside of that, I don't really see, you know, the Warden having a massive impact. I guess where you're playing him is really important. You know, the fact that you're holding Mez with it. That is a do or die situation on that Library hold. But are we going to see Ludovica just send it in one more time? They've got 2 players and they're just going to go for it. This is the problem right now. No Vaix. The smoke's not going to come out fast enough. It's too late to deny this.
Oh, wow.
Ed's been taken down, but there's no denial. I don't know. There's 3 smoke babes in his hand. There's no denial. The C4 comes in for the kill. Sawyer and Shaq left to, at the very least, hold on. Double window is always menacing. They don't know what's on that top floor. They're just hoping that the smoke babe is going to be able to hold off. But Sawyer on the flanks being able to take down at least one of the members from Ground Zero. Make it all 3! Ludovica are steaming ahead right now on Chalet.
I think I just absolutely ate my words in that round there. I was just commenting how Ludovica didn't quite seem on the same page in that push. Just as I said that, they all reconvened around Library, started to clear out the Mez player, and then were able to go for that mid-round execute again because all the players were so keyed into that top floor push and they had no intel. No one was staring at the game's double, the player in storage. Usually that's their job. It's just so strange how Ludovica can just snap. This is the play, guys, and we're all gonna do it. Everyone gets on board together.
It is certainly very much reminiscent to the old Avert roster. Although 2 of the names have changed, the game certainly hasn't for them. Taking down some of the best teams in ANZ and now backing it up here and ensuring that when they do get... I'm not going to say... I feel like an easier opponent is rude to Ground Zero, but we can all agree, everyone at home can agree, Ground Zero is a far easier opponent than Bliss and the Knights. So the fact that we are seeing three teams all in a row have struggled against Ludovica, and their persistence, their confidence has just stayed at an all-time high. Really looking forward to see what this team can do in 2022, because already they're off to a flying start.
I'm really impressed by how Ludovica have come together as a team. Both these teams, actually, the story for them is they lost a lot of players. Ground Zero, in the transfer period, a lot of their players were trialing for other teams, right? That must really take a dent into the mental of the remaining players on the team. They're the ones left behind to put the team back together again. Same thing with Ludovica. They lost 2 of their players as well. They've had to rebuild, make new friends, and just try and figure out how the team dynamic is going to work all over again. Ludovica, they seem to really have it together. The coherence that we've seen over the past 3 playdays now is just well and truly outclassed all of the other OCN teams. I'm super impressed by how quickly they've managed to put themselves together in such little time.
Yep. Really does. It spells disaster for a lot of teams. Today, we were really talking about the fact that Ground Zero could have the kind of the backing to be able to pull off a performance like this, to really take the fight to Ludovica. Now, please don't get this twisted. We are only 5 rounds in, coming into the 6th round. There is a potential for Ground Zero to win this round and then really be able to back it up in the second half when they go to attack. Don't forget, obviously, Chalet used to be heavily attacker-sided. Ever since it started to become a little bit more of a comfort pick for teams, it's kind of changed a little bit more. It feels a lot more equal now, but there's certainly enough volume in this game to go the distance. Just the way that Ludovica are playing, I don't see this happening. And a bit more attention this time on site and on that second floor, Mandy. I much prefer to see this.
I also prefer to see this. I think Ground Zero, both Wettables and Physical? Sorry if I mispronounced the name. Both now starting on the top floor, but Sawyer is able to get straight on that double window and cut off. Still, they've got the long lines of sight they can play from Bathroom and from Master to be able to try and contest this top floor. Shaq also now is starting to make the entry with Ed Pan on the balcony, so also well played from Ludovica to start choking out the roamers on the top floor.
Half wall is currently being occupied, so Twent just needs to be a little bit cautious. Can't see who that outline is, but I would imagine it's probably Frixel. I don't know how to say his name either. I mean, I've been trying to sidestep it the whole time. It's actually Wettables who was playing there, and no more. Just off to the grave instantly, 6 foot under. This is unbelievable from Ludovica once again. They have some kind of contestation and just instantly shut it down.
Really well played there from Ludovica. Twen able to hold the angle. Pretty confident on the Habana as well. That's a mission critical operator there to be on the entry first in the building and the entry pick as well. So well played from him. Sawyer now able to set up the flank watch in the top floor. We saw this last round as well. He just hunkered down. The execute was happening and I think he got 2 free picks there. So yeah, this is just looking like deja vu from the previous time we saw the attack.
Sawyer's really not sure if there's a player there. Of the outline. I don't think there is, but I'm not sure either. No, it is. In fact, there's no one up on that second floor. And free real estate just means utter danger. Actually, in fact, there is the Malusi just running around being an absolute mad lad.
Oh, he's about to cut off. Ed Pan just falling off of the cutoff from the 2 little single windows on the balcony there means that he didn't quite get the kill. Now Physical able to rotate back down to his anchor teammates. But Ludovica, they're starting to get a hold onto Trophy here, and oh my gosh, are they just walking into the side, or was that a pick from the vertical? Oh my gosh, they've just walked into the side.
Side again, Mandy. This is the 4th time. President on the denial. Brendo's been able to find a kill. Things are going to get a little bit heated here. You got to wait and see how much impact is this going to have. 10 seconds left. Oh, the Malusi's been able to play perfectly logic with a quick trade. With 5 seconds left, they need to find the Echo. They cannot find the drone. This is devastating. Are they going to be able to deny it? No, not like this. There was 4 attempts previously. Ground Zero on the back of a Yokai win round 6. A 4-2 first half is where it ends.
Extremely well played from the Echo player there to be able to deny the plant. Not once, not twice, but 3 times, I think it was, right at the end. But yeah, it's a great ground again from Ludovica. They are able to walk into the site, but this time they had intel. And very specifically, they had Yokais to be able to see the execute, and they're able to deny it as well. It allowed Frizzle to come back and retake some of the space, actually kill the planter in time for that next round of the Yokai concussion to regenerate again and deny the third plant. So that was just so well played from Ground Zero, picking up the Echo. The extra intel, that's exactly what they needed.
Really love that. Really, really love that. That's the kind of play that really does start to turn a game. Bit of confidence, bit of momentum into the second half. But is Ludovica going to squash it? Is there going to be the comeback from Ground Zero? I don't know. I don't foresee it's going to be a possibility when you look at the start and what Ludovica have really achieved already on Chalet. It's pretty damning to say the very least, but we shall wait and see. Byron Games is where we go first, and that was a very, very intriguing first half, man. I don't think I've ever seen so many plants. I think ever in a half. That was quite insane.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, I was really impressed with the way that Ludovica played. I think with Chalet, and you see that opportunity to go for the mid-round execute, teams, they kind of get nervous and they don't want to do that, right? But we've actually seen that a lot from the newest edition of the OCN teams. We saw it from Ludovica just then. Recently, we've seen the new reformed wildcard. They're even able to make mid-round executes, right? I think it's just being able to drone out what's on the site, how much intel they've got, and go, oh, hey guys, I actually have no idea that we're here. Let's go for it. That's a really advanced call to make, right? It just shows why these teams are here and competing in this league. Brendo now playing the library cutoff, trying to look for the mezzanine player, but isn't going to find anyone. And Ground Zero having to start their attack onto the bar game site, and they're facing a roam on the other side of the map, actually.
Yeah, whether that's lovely spotted. That's the kind of drone you want to see in the prep phase. This should be almost hook, line, and sinker. I don't know whether Ed's going to expect it. In fact, it is the ADS that supports him in that sense. And they back away. Really like that. No need to stick that, but Logic has gotten more aggressive. Where are you going, Logic? Put a little bell around him like a cat. Let's keep an eye on him and at least keep an eye on the kill feed. Oh, Twen as well?
I don't mind this from Ludovica. I like that they're holding onto the control they have. Twen has a C4. I think he's just pre-placed it in office as well. So if Frizzle walks into this, that could be pretty devastating. That's 2 set of nades and a gone, 6 gone. So, I think they've spotted it out, actually. Oh, that is really impressive from Ground Zero. But yeah, I don't mind that from Ludovica. 1 minute 20 on the clock, so it's not a terrible amount of time burnt for Ground Zero. This is still possible. It's still winnable for them. But I do like that Ludovica weren't afraid to continue out that roam with some of the utility of the shield on the alibi. And yeah, I just think they've burnt some really excellent time here.
Certainly have, and now it's really going to come down to whether Ground Zero can make up for it or not. Looks like they've got a really good idea as to how they want to flush this library player off. But again, look at the way that Ludovica are playing. The second that they know they're being challenged, they back away. They know that the fight may well be lost if they end up losing their life. So instead, they stay alive. They keep 5 alive. And with 45 seconds left, Ground Zero have taken space, but they haven't even been able to get rid of library stairs. Oh no.
This is going to be an explosive execute here for Ludovica. They're going to have to key into one idea and all commit to it. We're going to see the kills flurry out. We'll have to see whether Ground Zero can respond. 30 seconds left to go.
Time is of the essence. Oh, Twen just pulls off for half a second. He might find himself a triple up there. Frizzle was taken down by the entry. Hang on, what's happened here? Just a flurry of trades. Shaq in behind. There's nothing Wettables can do. Well, you wouldn't imagine. Surely not with the skeleton key. He did not just kill Sawyer up close with that. Now, a 1v1. Wettables sits behind bar. The safety of it will ensure that the plant will go down. Shaq cannot find the angle. This turns into a bit of a Mexican standoff.
Wettables and Shaq now in the 1 versus 1. Wettables with a very tight angle in the 1.5x, but can Shaq contest this? Oh my gosh, I think they've seen each other finally. Now Wettables essentially taking the place of the defender, has to watch Shaq to entry in, and yeah, this is a super difficult retake, honestly.
They're impossible. But Shaq needs to play the time, and right now not doing so. 6 seconds left before he's really pressured onto the stick. Wettables, they've got the information. This is going to be it. There's no way. Really, really well played. Phenomenally played by Wettables in a 1 versus 2. That is how you want your players to step up on attack.
As soon as I saw that the diffuser was on the other side of the bar with the soft pool and it was the buck, I was like, oh gosh, this is going to be really tricky for Shaq to win it out, and it definitely was for him. Just really masterfully played from Wettables on the side of Ground Zero. Yeah, as I said, that execute was really tricky for Ludovica. They had to do it in a flurry. They had to do it together, and it was cohesive, and it actually almost worked. Sorry, for Ground Zero, I might say. But yeah, it did work. It did work out for them, and unfortunately, Ludovica just not winning out on the trades there. And yeah, just a really masterful post plan for Wettables.
I really thought Ludovica were going to be able to hold that, but I guess that's just the pressure that ends up, being placed on you when it's late round, especially in the new meta, especially when, there's no utility dump. There's not a lot that you really need to, if you want to rush site, it's not like it used to be back in the day where, all of the Banshees and all of the ED, well, I guess the EDDs are still as dangerous as they ever were. But, there was so much work you had to do before you even thought about stepping on a site. Now, you can well send it with 20 seconds left, not a lot done, and manage to find the trades. And for Ground Zero, I mean, I had pretty much written them off once we'd seen that retake up Library Stairs. But again, you've got to take your hat off because a 1v2, hard enough at times, especially when you're starting to look at the fact that Ludovica would have been 5-2 up and it really would have been steamrolling out of control. So, hats off.
Really impressed by Ground Zero's mental fortitude to try and come back into this game. That was a pretty tough defending half. They looked passive. Like Avast commented, they just looked a little nervous, I think. The Ground Zero that we're seeing come out now is a lot more cohesive. They did a 5-man push together and they played the trades and they won the post plant. That's a sign of like a team becoming a lot more fluent. They have the communication going, and I'm really looking forward to what they can bring out in the second half here. Now having to attack onto Dining Kitchen, seems like they're going to sweep the map across, but they're going to have to clear out Shaq now in the corner of Library, the infamous Library corner.
We've seen teams really falter in this kind of position. Shaq, oh my God, no way! No way! That's the kind of thing you cannot teach. That is absolutely disgusting. What? Oh my word. That's a 2-for-1 special.
That is the Library corner special, I think.
Yeah.
It's pretty infamous now here in OCN. We saw Oda survive for what seems like eternity. Legend says he's still in that corner. Now Ground Zero, they're gonna have to pick up the pieces and try and see what they can do onto this Ludovica attack, but it's not looking good for them.
I think Legend is correct. You can still smell his cologne if you go over there. That is crazy. I can't believe Shaq's been able to pull that off. And now really for Ground Zero, where do you make up for this lost time? Where do you make up for what is essentially a lost cause? You've just lost 2 nades. You've lost the adrenal surges. You've lost the ability on the Yana of being able to Gemini ahead and get that extra information. 2 drones left with only a minute and a half on the clock. They're not, like, obviously there's 4 on the field, but I would assume 2 of them are all but useless. The fact that 2 of them are sitting on the downed or fallen comrades. This is not good.
I think I'm going to go ahead and say this is near impossible for Ground Zero to win. That's both of your set of nades gone, right? And the wall's electrified. What are you going to use to get rid of whatever's on the wall, right? There's nothing that you can do about it. So that entry point into the site, that's closed off for you. You can't do anything about that. You could come through West Main if you want, which seems like what they're trying to kind of prod out at the moment on the drones and reposition to try and do. But yeah, even that's pretty tough. You've got all your anchors on the site, and like you said, 3 drones, so you're not going to know where they are. You're just going to have to walk in, dry peek, and there we go. Twent with the first kill, and President hopping into doing a Hail Mary play into Trophy, and this is just so tough. It's impossible for Ground Zero. Just no ways in at all.
No, there was never a chance. And that's just it. At the end of the day, there truly was never a chance in that one. Once they lost the 2 players, Shaq just standing tall above all the Titans in the region. Showing why, once again, it is just that Library corner. I think it will almost become an OCN stock standard after this. But I also didn't even comment or note that they had, your 2 late round denials in Maestro and also in Echo. Like, there was no shot. There was never a shot for Ground Zero there. That was always going to be a round that was just going to be impenetrable at best. So focus now turns on to the second floor. What do GZ have up their sleeve?
That was tough for Ground Zero. Losing out on the early game there. We'll see if they can make any corrections on that. Now having to attack Master and Office. Recently, we've seen people do a lot of library pushes to try and sweep across. Here we can see that the wall is only half reinforced, I think it is, from Ludovica. This is pretty interesting. We don't normally see a hold like this. This leaves the one side of the office wall open. It's usually where your planter will enter through to try and start the execute off. So this is pretty interesting from Ludovica. I'd be fascinated to see how they play it, and I'm interested to see how Ground Zero interpret this setup and what they can do with it.
Yeah, this is... I'm not going to lie, I really like
this. This is brave. I
yeah,
don't know. I like it, yeah.
It's one of those things where like it can be almost a defining way that you can end up defending. Oh no, not Logic.
Here we go again. It's Logic's turn.
Next up to the plate. Vex has got the information. Logic just lets the drone walk through. And he actually backs away nice and early, forces the fight on. What is going on? This is just so unfortunate. They had no information. And look at the rotates he had instantly down the hatch, straight through the back, the back store rotate. It doesn't get better than that.
I think that's the power of the Aruni pick coming in as well, because you have the one-shot melee on the hatches and the barricades and that kind of thing. Rotating becomes a lot easier for your Aruni on the roam. So yeah, that was a really great entry pick coming in from Logic. Yeah, Ground Zero again losing out on the early game, but at least this time they still have one set of nades, and they've just encountered the open wall as well. So I think this is used to infantry.
No way!
Oh my gosh! Wow!
No way! That is absolutely unreal. But I love that from Wenables. You know what? If it doesn't work, try again. I love that. That was a dry peek straight through the wall. That had to be punished, but unfortunately, Ludovica not in a position to do so. That would have been massive if he didn't end up dying there, because the impact trick, so gnarly, so gnarly.
I don't mind that from Ludovica. That's pretty innovative for a site that we don't normally see a lot of innovation on. Now Ludovica, they're forced back to play these long angles, but they do have a lot of the correct weapons and sights for this. They've got Logic now we're watching on the 1.5x, watching the breach push. So that's pretty good from him. Shaq also below with a C4 to deny the plant. So they've got, currently, check marks are doing really well. Same thing with Twent. He's got 2 Maestro eyes in the 2 times. So currently the angle's seriously working in Ludovica's favor. I'm interested to see how Ground Zero are going to try and execute here. Are they going to go deep? Or are they going to go for this plan?
Located a bomb.
Well, they've spotted what? Oh, no way. What just happened then? What just happened then? That's so unfortunate. Lovely shot from President.
Wow.
Oh, that is gnarly onto the back chassis. But here comes the smoke babes. They've still got 1 left in the pocket. 30 seconds left. Things are going to heat up now. President actually sends it straight in.
And Shaq
the
C4.
Plant, yeah, it's got to be the C4 now. That's unbelievably played. In fact, it's Sawyer that gets the kill. He'll double down onto Noveix as well. Brendo from outside of the piano window. This is done and dusted.
Looking like a Ludovica round now. Brendo in a 1 versus 3, having to hop through the Aruni gate, but Twent will just finish him off. An excellent round there for Ludovica with some innovation that we haven't seen before. Ground Zero probably haven't seen before. That was a really fun round to watch.
Wow. Yeah. Really enjoying Ludovica's style of not only defense, but attack as well. Like, my oh my, it is just looking all sorts here. And I really, like, this is so unfortunate. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Look how mad he is.
No.
Oh, dude, I feel you.
I also feel that. Production, you've really done them dirty there.
So
I know
dirty.
that they're laughing and cackling in the background right now. That is so mean. Anyway, Ludovica now on match point 6 and 3 up on Ground Zero. They're able to comfortably go back to Baron games, and yeah, I just really backing in Ludovica to be able to win out this map from here.
Still, like, that is probably the dirtiest thing I've ever seen a production do to a player, so...
That was mean.
I really felt the pain though. Like, we all saw what was happening, and I'm so grateful that we got to relive that moment with them. Well, we now really start to get an idea as to where Ludovica sit. 2 of the best teams in OCN. Tick, tick. One of the teams that really caused them so much trouble in the relegations and almost ensured that they were going to be playing OCL this year. Tick. It just continues to get better and better for this Ludovica squad.
Again, I'm really impressed by what Ludovica have been able to put together in such little time. This is a new well, half of a new roster, and they've had to rebuild a team dynamic. They've had to rebuild leadership, and they've had to open up that strat book, one that they didn't expect that they would have to make, and now playing in OCN, and they've just probably almost secured playoffs, I believe, if they're able to win out the next day's worth of games. This is really amazing feat from them, and yeah, I'd really like to see Ground Zero just take away from this, try and gain a little bit more confidence for the next stage, and see what they can learn. Oh.
Yeah, Ed, definitely don't get caught on the rotate back down the library stairs. Not ideal. Not ideal at all. President has been able to take a bit of control, but where's Logic? You know, this is the big question. Logic has really just been running an absolute muck on the defense here, and Ground Zero have had a hard time controlling him no matter where he is, whether it's attack, whether it's defense. He's been a consistent and a persistent factor as to Ground Zero's detriment. So I don't even, at this point, do you force him out? Do you force a fight? Do you not worry about him? You just don't know.
Well, I don't mind this push from Ground Zero. So they want to do a sweep across. They're going to attack this utility directly. So I like they're trying to problem solve straight away. But only a minute 30 left on the clock. On top of that, yes, Logic is also down below in dining and kitchen and will definitely cause havoc around the solar side of the map at one point when the timing is right. So Ground Zero, they're going to have to get a move on here. The utility is still up. Both shields still up. Actually, I think there's only one shield on this lineup. Never mind. Still a library shield is up for Ludovica, and they're going to have to get that utility in quickly. 1 minute left on the clock now. No kills have gone through. This is looking a lot like a Ludovica round.
Yeah, and you know the only saving grace here for Ground Zero is it's almost a replica of how the last round went that they were attacking Byron Games. They struggled with it. Well, actually, you know what? It's even better for them. They've been able to find Ed, who is getting quite aggressive over in toward Library, and things are falling apart here, Mandy. 3 versus 5. Match point on the line. Ground Zero have to step up.
Ludovica getting a little antsy there on the anchor positions, leaving Sawyer, Logic, and Twent all alone on the site. 29 seconds left to go in the ground. Ground Zero going to have to make this execute happen with Wedables getting the first kill.
This is going to be big from Sawyer. Sawyer has to step up. Maybe the Frost Mats can come into support. Lovely shot, but now he's just got too many angles to deal with. It's just not possible. It's not achievable. Ground Zero struggling to get the first 2 minutes underway, but it's the last minute on both rounds that they execute to perfection.
I think what we saw in that round was more of a misplay from Ludovica than good play from Ground Zero. Ground Zero, they were really taking the time to get that utility cleared out. They had the map control they needed, but they looked afraid to start throwing in the flashbangs, throwing in the grenades, or whatever they needed to clear out the site. Edpan got a little antsy. I can't remember the second person that died as well, but Edpan literally swung the double window on Library trying to get the right timing onto Brendo and gave him 2 free picks. I think it was actually Shaq dying out on Mez as well, which is another one of your power positions that you need to hold on to if they're going to push through the office side like that. So I think Ludovica getting a little antsy there, really wanted to close out the map, and has actually just caused them to lose the round. So now they're going to have to go down to kitchen and dining. It's a pretty comfortable site for them as well. They're also keying into the Echo, similar to what Ground Zero did. If Ground Zero are as slow as they were on the previous round, they're going to run into the exact same problems that Ludovica did on their attack.
Very true. And the double denial with the Maestro sitting on Twen as well makes things even more difficult. Now, look, I do think this game should have been a 7-2 victory. That's twice now that Ludovica have let slip their Byron Games defense when it's 5v5, a minute left on the clock. But you really got to give credit again to Ground Zero and what they were able to achieve. However, this round was really won on the back of Shaq's ability to pick off 2 in Library. So there's probably going to be a return of the duo here, and definitely it will be that dance that we see oh so often. Ground Zero, they need to get this done, and they need to get it done quickly.
So it seems like they are still going to try and clear the corner of Library. Shaq now re-attempting this again. Can he find a double? Logic is actually supporting him this time. He's going to fall off early. Both windows were open, so I think he was expecting maybe the entry was going to come and he's going to get pinched out, but he's just going to reposition at the top of Library stairs anyway and continue to hold to this push from Ground Zero. Ludovica, they're just there every step of the way, aren't they?
Yeah. Everywhere Ground Zero wants to challenge, every time they want to achieve something, it feels like they've got a different level. Wedables at the very least will chase Shaq off of the angle all the way down to basement. Ludovica won't be able to do anything there. And Shaq's return back up into kitchen will be prompt. And there we go. Not wasting any time.
Shaq now down back on the site with his anchor teammates, and Ludovica, yeah, they're pretty comfortable on the site at the moment. They've got plenty of late round denial. They still have the electric claws up on the wall as well. So Ground Zero, if they're going to want to do a lobby side push, they're going to have to get a move on really pretty quickly. But Novaix is out there on the solar rappel as well, and Brendo's actually pushing straight forward. Might indicate that they might go for a backtake here, and that could play pretty poorly into what Ludovica have set up.
Yeah, it looks like Hatch is going to be open from bedroom as well, so they may be able to play for that. But as you said, you know, you look at what Ludovica have on the lineup, this is not going to be a favorable position. You're going to be able to sit there and play for the denial multiple times. It's going to be very, very hard for Ground Zero to stop this. Oh, the first peak actually comes from Logic. That's I mean, of all the players that you want to pick off, I guess that's the player that matters the least for Ludovica. But certainly could have done a lot of damage considering what he's already achieved. Shaq. Don't do it. It's going to be the Shaq attack. I'm telling you. Oh, sees the shoulder. Brendo fires first, but it's the head that connects, and it's all falling to pieces for Ground Zero. Oh, no. The Hail Mary from Novaix is not going to show anything. And Wettables, 5 HP, 24 seconds left. There's no time in it.
Wettables now in another impossible 1 versus 4. Like I said, yeah, Ground Zero just not giving themselves enough time. Shaq really stalled out that entry pick there, and now he's also going to win the game out for Ludovica. That is a 7-4 victory for Ludovica on Chalet. Just so well played from them. They were fighting Ground Zero every single step of that attack. Even though they were in the mid-round, we saw Edpan come back up the solar stairs and sort of make a half retake, freak out Novaix a little bit on the stairs there. And yeah, I'm really impressed with how fearless Ludovica seem, both on their attack and their defense.
It's a really good way of putting it, fearless, right? They're just not afraid whatsoever. No matter which way you cut it, they look phenomenal on both attack and defense. Questionable at times on their bar and games defense, but I'm sure once that tidies up, things are going to look pretty good. Mandy, final thoughts on that game before I let you go?
I think Ludovica were able to just get the better of Ground Zero there. Ground Zero, they didn't look confident. They looked like they were afraid to do each of the steps along the way. They took a bit too much time to do each thing because they just felt like either they didn't have the intel, they didn't have the mid-round control that Ludovica were able to get when they were on their attacking half, right?
Yep.
So I think Ludovica just playing a much more forward game than Ground Zero did, not allowing them to take the spaces easily and kind of instilling that, oh gosh, a Ludovica player might be there, like mindset into their head. That definitely dictates how the late round plays out. And yeah, I'm just really impressed by Ludovica's fearlessness, really.
They certainly put on a display, there's no doubt about it. Mandy, I will let you go. You can go and rest up for the next match, which is going to be a banger, by the way, so we'll see in a bit. Let's bring in Turtle, let's bring in Vast. And let's start to break down what on earth we've seen, because really, I still stand by that could have and probably should have been a 7-2 Vast.
Yeah, really dominant performance from Ludovica. I mean, Ground Zero got a few rounds, but I feel like, again, kind of like last match, like Ludovica easily could have been 5-1 up. They lost that 4v2. That was really sloppy from them.
And, you know, I think it was on their bar and games defense, things didn't look great. I think I've mentioned it probably 3 times now because it's pretty much the only point I've got for Ludovica. Turtle, what's your takeaway for Ludovica?
I think the key to their success this season has been, honestly, them toning down their aggression from last stage. Compared to last year, Stage 3, they were way more aggro, way more solo. This stage, they seemed to tone back a little bit, play a lot more with each other. Like, on their defenses, they were just sort of waiting for Ground Zero to come to them, not really giving away many unnecessary kills unless they really saw an opportunity. And they have 2 solid entries on Logic and Shaq. Like, they have them opening up rounds to them, and they're just able to work from there.
Yeah, the 2 new players, believe it or not, that have joined Ludovica have really started to make a huge impact in the way that these rounds play out. Ground Zero, are we starting to worry about them at all? We thought maybe coming into this stage that they were going to have all the dots connect, but it seems like things are really not going their way, Vast.
Yeah, it could be a number of things why this is the case. It could be nerves, as Mandy was saying. They look a little bit scared, and I would agree with that. The way they're playing, they're not really pressuring. I've noticed that in their last few games, they're not really pressuring their opponents. They're kind of sitting back and just waiting for the other team to kind of initiate things. And I think that kind of ties in with them bringing not much info. I think that it really, they're really getting punished by lack of info. I mean, you don't always have to bring info. We saw Ludovica, they didn't really do that, but the way they played was a lot more spread out, being a lot more aware and controlling areas, and that's how they were gaining their info. Whereas Ground Zero were kind of all over the place, not really working together.
Do we give Ground Zero any room here? You know, Tuhan obviously not being able to play. Do we at all read into that, Turtle? Do we say, you know, that may be a reason, or are we just completely putting it all on Ludovica?
I think you always got to give a team without their full five a bit of leeway, but for the most part, like if you have a solid game plan, you should be able to put out some better result. It should have been a 7-2, but they managed to pull back those rounds. But even then, yeah, still not a solid performance from them.
No, well, let's get Sawyer in, have a chat with him, the old legend. This is always an interesting day when we get to see your face again, my friend. Look, we didn't get to see you yesterday. Obviously, a 7-5 loss, I believe it was. Let me just double check that one. I don't want to go crazy. Oh, no, sorry, it was a 7-4 win, sorry. No, I was actually looking at Ground Zero's win. I do want to ask you, you guys are 3 on the trot. Did you expect this coming into Stage 1? You've come up against 2 of the best teams, and now you've come up against the old foe that actually knocked you out of relegations, and things are looking way too clean.
Hello. We won yesterday, but Logic did interview, because media trained Logic. Got the rights, but I'm back. Yeah. Don't want to lose my job. No, look, we didn't expect to be Frio, but to be honest with you, we're much more advanced than what we realised compared to the other teams, so that's a big reason why we find these achievements. And yeah, happy days.
Some would say Ground Zero are your rivals, I guess. They have beat you in OCN relegations as well as OCL finals, grand finals during Stage 2. Did you guys treat them any differently coming into this? Was there any mental impact leading up to this?
To be honest with you, we're a little bit over it because there's barely it's there's Prez, Tuhan, and then there's me, Eddie, and Twent. But there's 5 new players, so I don't know. We don't really care to be completely honest. Yeah, we always, between us and them, we win a game, they win a game. So, you know, I don't mind as long as we win. I don't care if it's a rival or not.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty, stock standard game from you guys. Nothing really stood out. I guess I'm kind of curious about, your preparation leading your games this stage. What's kind of been the win condition for you guys leading into your games?
Yeah, look, map veto is very big. It's very hard to lose a best one map veto, but look, this is probably gonna sound very egotistical, but we couldn't help but laugh when we were going to Shell 8 today, for an example. It's just we know that as soon as we get a team like Ground Zero on that map, they got no chance. So it's just about identifying the playstyle we're up against and then taking it to a map that's going to counter them. So yeah, that's kind of I've kind of forgot your question, but there we go. Yeah, that's our full process. That's our prep. Yeah, and Pants has a lot of prep.
Now I see why you went on the interview last night, just not media trained, so that's how it goes. Any final comments before we let you go, mate?
Still looking for an organisation. We have 3 of those, so I'm not sure why you wouldn't want us. No, I'm playing. But no, we are looking for an organisation, so always open to offers if any orgs are interested. Give me a message on Twitter, Discord, or Twent. And yeah, appreciate all the fans, and yeah, appreciate you guys. You guys are doing fantastic, so happy days. But Vast, today you did go for us, but got to continue to vote for us because I'm sick of this. I'm going for the other team, I'm over it, mate. Up for us. Maybe.
I'll keep voting if you guys keep getting me points. That's fine by me.
That's the goal. We play Kyra next week, so hopefully we're going to dismantle him so we can talk a bit of smack to him. That'll be good. He's not going to hear the end of it if we win.
We're looking forward to it. We're looking forward to the grudge match, mate. We're looking forward to seeing you boys potentially under a new banner. But anyway, we'll let you go. We might see you next week.
Awesome. Appreciate it, lads.
A flawless Ludovica now are looking all but too good. 3 on the trot, 2 of the best teams in OCN and their old rivals in Ground Zero. We are going to go to a break, but believe me when I say don't go anywhere. It's the old-fashioned rivalry. It's the Chiefs taking on the Knights. See you in a bit. ahead right now on Shallow. One of the...
Defenders are located in the
Thank for OCN.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
That's a good question.
Hey guys, it's Joshua from Banks Arcade. Wanted to let you guys know that we are teaming up with the Oceanic Nationals for our new single, Chosen. It is out now, and you can stream it on Apple Music or any other streaming service that you use.
Oh no! My VLOOKUP function! It's fixed! Thank for OCN. Oh, what a double! What is going on here?
The bank stone. 1 versus 3. Now 1 versus 2. Can you make it a 1 versus 1? Got too many
Champions, you never count them out. Both players are going to swing it right now. What have they done? They've just given one.
Match of the night over the lights of Sydney. Could you ask for a better game? I don't think so. It's Knights, it's the Chiefs. It's a long rivalry, one that we tend to love to hate, in fact, but it's certainly going to be an interesting one. Vast, thoughts before we even go to the head-to-head here?
Not really too much to say, surprisingly, but look, it is the derby, it is the big OCN rivalry. I think as a player, Knights were always one of my favorite teams to verse. Every time we versed them, and even when I watched the boys play in Stage 3, it was always a really back and forth game, even despite the scoreline. And I can imagine that today is going to be the same. It's going to be very back and forth.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Let's talk about the Chiefs first. Let's dive into both of your former rosters, your former teams. Oh, God, I just love it, don't I? It's fantastic, Turtle.
It is great. I think, honestly, Chiefs, they have that perfect balance between structure and adaptability. They're able to speed things up or dial back things as depending on the team they're versing, even mid-game. That's probably their biggest strength. They also have recently brought on 2 of the best fraggers in the region, plus Worthy, so they've got a lot of fragging power on this roster, and that's just kind of scary if I'm Knights, honestly. If those 3 are having a good night, I'd be a bit scared.
I guess it's probably the conversation of Boydie Bouncing versus Quiz Stiggs at this point. The 2 pickups. Digital. We didn't say something that funny, mate. It's good to see him always smiling. But Vast, as we turn our attention to the Knights, this roster here, I feel like has just been a little bit hit miss, and I definitely think it's going to take the entire stage for them to really get comfortable.
Yeah, in the first couple of weeks, I think even in South, there was a lot of questions about this team, about these changes. But I think kind of the past week has definitely not answered, but it's slowly kind of proving and showing, you know, why they did these changes, and it is kind of working out a lot better. On actually yesterday, I feel like they have been playing a lot more of what we have seen them play in the past, a lot more kind of textbook Knights, that you know, aggression, but like also perfect balance of aggression and coordination and teamwork. Styx has actually been kind of popping off lately. I think Quiz is probably the only thing I would say negatively, not negatively about Knights, but I think he's been kind of struggling to really make an impact on the leaderboard. He hasn't really shown, you know, quite impressive stats for his role, I should say.
Yeah. Well, guess we'll have to wait and see whether those stats kind of build into today's storyline. And one big part of today's storyline is the map veto, so we can go straight into that. Dive into where we're going to be heading. It is the all-important Villa. There we go. First time I believe we're going to be seeing it, unless I'm going crazy. This should be, I mean, Villa used to be the old Classico. It was either Villa or Clubhouse, I feel, that we always saw Turtle. Actually, in fact, Chiefs played it last night against Onami. What are you making of it?
I'm honestly kind of surprised. Traditionally, Villa was never Chiefs' best map. They would always lose to teams like Rhythm last year. Like those teams you expect them to beat. Right now, taking it to the Knights, traditionally one of the Knights' more favored maps, it's a big risk, but I think it's a risk they can probably back.
Would you agree, Vast? Is it a risk that they're going to be able to back in here, or are Knights maybe looking the better of the two?
I think looking at that veto, it seems like Chiefs were put in a bit of a tough situation, right? Because they wanted to ban the Oregon. I guess maybe they think, you know, Knights have been playing really well on it. And then they had the decision between Club and Villa. Obviously, in Apex South, the Chiefs did lose to Knights on Clubhouse, so maybe they're not that confident with Club. Whereas Villa, you know, they did play it last night, but it is, you know, they did play it quite default. So they can definitely bring out a complete different Villa than what we saw yesterday.
Well, it's time to see whether that Villa will in fact change, whether the Chiefs will change. It's the Knights going up against them, the rivalry that we all love, and a duo that we all love. It's Dev and Mandy.
Cheers, Rob. Time to get back into the game. Mandy, you're back on the cast for this second match. And look, this is slated to be the match of the day. It's Chiefs and Knights. The second time we've seen two Apex South teams clash in OCN so far. So, I mean, this is the big one.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to this game. Both teams have got new rosters as well, so I'm really interested to see how these teams match up against each other.
Absolutely, and let's not forget as well that these two teams were grand finalists in OCN 2021 last year, Stage 1 and Stage 3. So we have seen many an important game play out by these two titanic rosters of the Oceanic region, but like you said, both teams making two roster changes coming into the current season does shake up the standings a little bit.
Chiefs and Knights now taking it to Villa, and the first ban coming out will be Nomad. So not leaning into that flank watch according to Knights. They think that maybe it's a bit of a crotch on the flank watch and they just want to take it out the board. And Hibana to come through. So actually, both Flores and both Thatcher have just made it through the attacker ban phase.
Wow. I guess I'm going to put that back on you. Do you reckon we'll actually see Thatcher? Do you reckon we'll actually see him come through? Because we don't always, even when he is left unbanned.
So I think, I don't know, I think it depends on the type of push that, oh wow, and Pulse ban now. Oh my gosh, we have so much to talk about.
That's juicy. I love that.
Yeah, I love these bans that have come out. I think that Thatcher will come out when we need it to. Especially to get some of those main breaches open. There are some mission critical breaches on Villa. For example, the triple wall, right? Or vault wall, depending on what push or what site you're going to do. So I think that Thatcher does make things a little easier, but at the same time, Flores is up. I just think, I don't know, I think the attackers have so many options depending on what the setup is going to be for the defense. And attacker repick is going to make that very easy for them.
Absolutely. You know, Chiefs don't have Thatcher right now, but if they were to go in and see, oh, there's some mute jammers we really want to clear, you just repick it. Immediately we see Boydie getting rid of the buck, opting for an extra set of nades in the sledge. And attacker repick is also allowing teams to afford things like the Dockerby. I mean, she brings a gun 6 if you pick it, but she doesn't bring grenades. She brings stuns or flashes instead, and she doesn't bring any real soft breach. She doesn't even bring breaching charges, right? So it's hard to justify fitting her in. But let's talk about defense for a minute. It looks like Aviator Games has been picked here by the Knights, but there's quite a significant utility extension over to Master.
Knights looking to send over to Master, but I think that, just as you were saying, the Dokubi pick is going to play into that as well. That's going to make the roam clear a little bit easier for the entries to hop in the building. They can hear where their opponents are. So Chiefs are looking like they're poised, especially with that repick that we saw from Buck onto Sledge, to do a sweep across the map. They're not going to go below and try and work the vertical. So yeah, we'll have to see whether the Chiefs have actually kind of misread here. Maybe they are playing into the Knights' defense.
Well, Chiefs, who have won every single thing there is to win in OCN, won't be getting any freebies here. Bouncing.
Wow.
Just round the corner from one of those roamers from the Knights. I believe it was Josh. He's about to see another one, but caught in 4K on that camera, so he does slow down. Chiefs have had a reasonably slow start to their OCN. They lost their opening match to their rivals of Bliss, and no doubt, aside from Bliss, Knights is going to be their biggest contender.
I think the Bliss and Chiefs game was a one-off there. I feel like the Bliss game was some counterplay and some serious vodding from them that we're probably not going to see again in OCN, especially in these best of ones. But yeah, as the map pool becomes more closed out, I think teams will be repeating some maps over and over again, particularly these APAC South teams that we see. Now we can see the Chiefs moving out onto the top floor. Ethan just finding the first pick there with the Dokubi.
Always nice to see players able to frag out with that DMR, particularly Ethan, who hasn't necessarily had the greatest kill contributions on Chiefs since the role changes and the new pickups. Of course, he's taken more of a backline position, a leadership role within the team. But nice to see him fragging out. Stiggs has taken a bit of damage, but not sure if that was Stiggs or another player, but does manage to jump down the red stairs. That leaves Chiefs with a bit more map control, but still a lot of work to be done on this attack.
Worthy on the chase for this player that has just hopped off the red balcony as well. Chiefs now having to start getting into that 90 control. This is typically the part of the attack where some attack teams will get choked out because you're more susceptible to C4s. The choke points are here, so this is the power positions for a lot of the defenders as well. But Chiefs seeming to be able to take that quite easily. They're going to have to start working on that vault wall, but I think Bouncing's maybe about to get caught out by a player on the left of the door that he doesn't know is there. Oh, Josh, in a very precarious position.
That said, Bouncing's got the zoomed scope. So, in fact, he does have a better tight angle, but if Josh swings close, it might be better for it. C4, airball for now, but that does give away Josh's position. Bouncing now, far advantage, and he does find that opener. 20 seconds left on the clock. Chiefs, they have the 5 versus 3, but Stiggs is on for a flank. Caught out. No, Sage! You can't lose those. He shot his shot, but it did not land. It's a flawless round for Chiefs and a dominant start to what has slated to be a tight series.
Yeah, that felt like a pretty textbook clear there from the Chiefs. They wanted to sweep across the maps. They started spawning on the Fountain side. A bit worried about C4s. Let's clear the bottom floor first to make sure no one's playing there. And then we're going to rotate up to the top floor, work this 90 control, get the wall open, rotate our hard breach onto study, just choke out the defenders. I just think that was super textbook from the Chiefs. Really well played. Ethan finding the first kill on the cutoff on the Dokubi as well. Like you said, they've had to move him onto a more backline role, but still able to make an impact into that round. Really impressed with how the Chiefs were just super clean from them, really.
Great. I mean, we love to see it. It's the Chiefs that we knew from last year. Like we've talked about time and time again, Chiefs were the name on everyone's lips in 2021. Picked up the old Elevate roster. They won 3 stages back-to-back in playoffs, and they won the season finals as well, which was an amazing reverse sweep as well, down 0-2 against Bliss. But there were a lot of questions raised when Chiefs made 2 roster changes despite their success. Boydie and Bounce, relative rookies compared to the old guard Fisho and God Legion that they got rid of. So Chiefs, throughout 2022, we're going to have to prove that that was the right decision. I think they've already gone a pretty good way in proving that, right? Like, we've seen them in APAC South. They've managed to get, well, they were second place at the start of the previous Playday. I think they're around second or third now. And here in OCN, they haven't quite had as good a start, but when you face arguably your toughest rival in your first match, naturally you're always going to be getting your points later into the stage. And this is where Chiefs can do that. They're facing Knights, which this should be a close game. But if Chiefs can do away and get the 3 points, they're going to be very, very confident that they're going to be locking in one of those top 2 spots.
I'm actually going to double down on your point here about the Chiefs proving the justification behind their roster change. I think when they had Fisher on the board, it was that Chiefs, they were able to do the fundamentals and they were really, really good at it, right? Now they don't have Fisher, but they're still really good at doing these textbook attacks. You know what I mean? It just doesn't feel like Chiefs has lost anything with this roster change that they've made. I feel like they've retained the same amount of skill and knowledge that they had from the previous roster, and they're able to carry it forth with new, I guess, with new opinions and with new players. Now Chiefs, they're starting to attack Trophy and Statuary. They're going to do a bottom floor clear first, but Stiggs is able to make a rotate down through the master hatch and finds the first pick.
Cheeky little retake there. Big pick to take as well. Worthy going down, the MVP of the entire league. Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
On the vertical line, the perfectly timed Adrenal Surge, though, from Finka does allow for the revive. Boardy punishes Josh on the flank downstairs, and Stiggs has managed to stay alive. I'm pretty certain Stiggs is still just in the corner of Laundry, eventually goes down. So great job from Chiefs to make sure they didn't get caught off guard by that really peculiar position that Stiggs tried to take. And admittedly, he didn't waste as much time as he could have. So credit to Chiefs, 3-on-3 with over a minute left.
Oh, wow. That's an amazing pick there from Juicy. Picking the hatch, able to find out a pick, and now Knights on top in terms of player count with only Boydie and Ethan left to go. This has been a pretty intense round, back and forth trade. I think it goes to say how fluent each of these teams are of playing off each other and of playing these crossfires. Juicy just taking a lot of damage there. I think Ethan looking for a vertical nade kill from inside of Living.
Does have that one nade left. Put it in hand. Try and toss that out. No one in that position. Now he's somewhat starved for utility. Got a goo mine in his foot he's going to have to take out. But Chiefs now, they have an opportunity. It's Boydie and Ethan. Knights have to be extra careful not to forfeit any 1v1s, and Quiz does just that. A third kill on the round for Boydie, who's been fragging out so far in this match. Hasn't died once yet. Ethan, the same. In the 2-on-2, the pre-fires from the LMG are numerous, but 15 seconds forces Chiefs to look for a plant opportunity. And now the Knights players, they know that. They fall back. They try and play for crossfires. Ethan, the last man standing after trading out Juicy. It's him versus Sage. Ethan's got no choice but to stick this plant into red time, into 0-0, and into the gunfight. Sage wins it. And on for the retake, the 1v1. Knights barely get away with the round.
This is shaping up to be a super exciting match. Even just in that round, from the early game to the late game, it was trade. Each team getting one kill at a time. And oh my gosh, I'm just so excited for the match that's about to come. These teams, they're so experienced. And I think we're really seeing the experience play out in this match here against each other.
Absolutely. It's tit for tat. Neither of these teams wants to let the other get ahead. And at every moment, like you said, one team gets a pick, immediate trade, immediate response, and immediately other teams on the back foot looking for a further opportunity. You think about the way that it turned out a 3v3 after Chiefs cleared out that roam, and yet Juicy is still looking for chances to get that man count back on his side. He peeked down through the Astro hatch and found a pick. Immediately Chiefs are looking for him back. That's it, right?
Yeah. They just know they've played each other so many times. They know what to do. They know what fights they're going to take. And just, yeah, I'm really impressed by Juicy as well on the anchor. He's still within the sphere of influence. He knew that they were going to do a bottom up, so time to start rearranging your anchors a little bit. We're going to take them off the regular power positions. Let's make them play the vertical. Let's make Stiggs drop the laundry hatch actually and get a kill. That type of thing, right? I think it's really impressive from the anchors of Knights that not just to sit back on cams and watch your roamers die out, but to still get in within the fight. And yeah, I'm just really impressed by how Knights have played this defense, and still so impressed by Chiefs able to trade it all out.
And Chiefs, in fact, now changing their attack quite significantly. 4 spawns on the ruins side of the map. This could be a rush. We've got the line here as well.
Here we go.
Actually, the sledgehammer goes out and in Chiefs go. A rush in through study. Top main stairs cleared, and Knights will be well aware of this. 3 players rushing to support the team at top red. Quiz there on the other side of the wall from Boydie. What is the play now for Chiefs? They've taken this control, but now they're slowed down. Are there C4 opportunities for Knights? Not one that connects. And Stiggs left wanting. What is the play now for Chiefs? They find another pick. Boydie! He's just nuts! And now Chiefs have just about the whole side. Boydie hungry for another. Can he get Sage? He does. It's just Stiggs downstairs in a 1v5.
Stig's now left in the pretty much impossible 1 versus 5. Is going to try and find a cheeky kill onto Worthy, but no, Worthy is just too good. Chiefs there with a flawless execute onto the site. That was incredible from them and really well read. I think that, yeah, rush plays, they don't often work. We see them fail more often than not, to be honest. And as an observer, I can tell you it's awful to observe. You don't know what you're looking at. So really appreciate the top down there from Marshall. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, Boydie there in the like poised position to be able to cut off the roamers coming back. He was sitting right in the corner of Aviator. He knew they were all going to come running through landing side, and yeah, he was rewarded for that. So excellent job from the Chiefs. Even though they played the rush, they didn't play it stupidly, and yeah, eventually went out the round.
It's the thing that I'm really impressed by with Chiefs and this roster revamp. Like you were saying, we thought maybe they would have downgraded on some of their, backbone, their support, their not necessarily game knowledge, but just like the calls of what to do. No, Chiefs, they had it on fleek there. And Boydie as well, like you said, from his position, like he had immense patience, didn't overextend. And that's the case for all of Chiefs. They cleared top main. They killed the smoke player, Juicy. And with that, they didn't immediately try and rush into sight. They knew that they had to take their time. They didn't want to forfeit the advantage that they had gained. And so they went ultra patient. They held the positions. They watched for flanks. They droned up the site. And then Boydie just went and killed everyone. And it's great when you can pick up a player who does that. He's 7-1 at the minute. And if I'm not wrong, that's actually more kills than the entire of the Knights roster has so far this match.
Some quick maths would tell you that. Yeah, they've only got like 5 kills at the moment. That is really impressive from Boydie. Unfortunately, we're hyping up the Chiefs, and we've just seen Stigs get the entry kill onto Worthy. That is not what you want to see. Worthy having a quiet few rounds here, 1 and 2 now. Knights, they are doing a horizontal roam here, spreading out into Living and Library with Quiz starting out on the top floor. But it seems like Quiz is about to come under a lot of pressure. Boydie now taking the entry.
Oh, Boydie, a rare miss for him. Quiz gets the better. Now a strong advantage for the Knights. They have to be careful not to lose it. Patience is a virtue, as we've learned from Chiefs in the round just past. So what is the play for Knights? Like you mentioned, this is a horizontal or lateral take for the Chiefs, but they're going to be looking for an extra pick.
Bouncing again in Flash coming down the red stairs, but Josh actually to find the 3rd pick for the Knights. Looking like the Knights are just really poised here on this roam, and the Chiefs just not winning out on the entries.
Now, Bouncing and Digital are going to have to rest and recuperate here. Not an unwinnable situation, but if you're in a situation like this, when you've got 1:30 left, you're Bouncing and Digital, you really need to be finding picks. And for Knights, they need to be focusing on not forfeiting picks, which is why you can see these players have fallen back, not looking to take any 1v1 fights that could let Chiefs back in the game.
The Knights very disciplined now. They went, oh, yeah, we had our fun, we got our picks, let's just sit on the site and not feed the likes of Bouncin and Digital. Bouncin, actually both these players whom could definitely clutch up given 1 or 2 picks here. So beautiful C4 there from Josh to start to close out the round. Now Digital left on his lonesome on the top floor. All of the defenders out of sight. This is just looking so unwinnable for Digital.
And we get a bit of a break as well. It's nice seeing Digital back on the vert, I will say. Like, he's the hard feature, right? But, this is his old role on the team. He was the Buck Sledge player. Okay, Juicy, that's enough out of you. Thank you very much. Must have been a good drone there from Digital. Okay, you can't get the second, so it might not have been flawless, but I feel like it effectively was. And us, we're seeing a little bit of a pattern, Mandy. We've seen 2 flawless rounds from Chiefs, and that near flawless one from the Knights. So these teams, when it rains, it pours.
It absolutely does. I think the Chiefs and the Knights, they know how to read into the play really well. I think it was quite unfortunate. Quiz was actually alone on that roam in the top floor. I was really worried for him, but he won out on the entry. And Boydie wasn't being traded out, even though there were 2 people entering in from study. So I think that just goes to show that Knights, they still show up when they need to. Even on their lonesome, they go, oh guys, I'm being pushed. Oh, it's okay, I just got the kill, that's fine. I think, yeah, it was really well read from the Knights, and just an unfortunate small misplay in the early game from the Chiefs that meant it kind of snowballed across the rest of the map. They were down players, they're spread out thin, and eventually Knights able to win out the round. Now they're able to go back to Trophy and Stat, another primary site, should be pretty comfortable for them as well. And doing an extension again onto the Aviator in game side. So not reading into what the Chiefs did the previous round when they just did a direct attack, and instead trying to key into the idea maybe they're going to sweep.
We've already seen Chiefs show an inclination to change their tack from round to round, to change their strategy. Look at this from Styx. He's already got one spawn peak last round onto Worthy. This is very, very keen from him. Look at the patience. Not re-peeking that position, and he gets bouncing. Wow. Styx has really been enjoying the spawn peaks. Needs to be careful not to bite off more than he can chew, though. Mate, at that point, you stop peeking. You've been spotted. The calls come, and what a disappointment. I feel like that was an amazing start, but he just threw away all his magnets and the advantage.
I don't mind though from Styx getting a lead up on the early round. Last time Chiefs also losing out on the early round as well. So seeing the patterns repeat here into the next round. Chiefs now, they've rotated across to Master. It looks like they're going to do a direct attack from the bottom going up. Now Boydie and Ethan entering into Pantry and Laundry. We'll have to see what the Knights have to show for it.
It's like Knights are happy to forfeit the control with Chiefs. No drop down the hatch from Styx this time. He's already taken out. And that does give Chiefs a lot more peace of mind and a lot more time to work the vertical game. Now, there may well be some hard breach denial on the wall and lure the mute jammers, but it should be easily dealt with from Chiefs. You can see Knights are pretty keen to try and get a vertical angle down onto these players below as well. That's risky. Here's Sage though, and a Knights trying to re-aggress. It looks like they might.
Knights not giving the Chiefs anything for free here. Even though they're on the ground floor, Boydie and Worthy, they still need to hold the grenade in their hand and throw it, which gives the perfect timing for the Knights to start peeking through these vertical holes and try and work for the retakes. So both teams here being cautious and getting in the face of each other. There we go. Boydie finding the first vertical nade, getting the second kill for the Chiefs and putting the numbers in their favor. 1 minute left of the round to go. Ethan roaming in the basement, trying to find if there are any Knights players killing the vertical grenade players, actually, and Worthy as well, of Worthy and Boydie. And now they have to work on the next floor up. Can they get up the Astro stairs? Can they get into Master? That wall's been open now, thanks to that vertical grenade as well. So it's looking like a good round for the Chiefs.
Man advantage too, that's so pivotal. But Sage is on for a flank, and if he finds Worthy, that would be huge. There you go. I said it, I cursed him, and Worthy is now down on the ground. Boydie on for the hunt to get that trade. But needs to not get too distracted. He'll come up the Astro stairs now. Sound call, thanks to the Banshee. And that's full control of Astro for the Chiefs. 20 seconds to go. Here comes the execute. Ethan and Boydie on for it. Digital as well, making his way into Stat. He's the one with the diffuser. He's the one that Knights need to be careful of. And as that plant goes down, he's vulnerable to holes below. Is there info? And the C4, yes! And the collapse from Knights. What a beautiful retake. Absolutely shellacking Chiefs.
Left. 10 seconds remaining. Attackers drop the diffuser. Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Oh. So the Knights will now retry a bomb site. They have failed to defend 2 times so far in the match. And, well, as this is the final defense round for them on Villa here, well, at least until overtime, this is a really telling round.
10 seconds left.
If you look at their options, though, they don't have many. They won Kitchen, Dining, they won Stat Trophy. Both of those sites are locked. It's really go for a third time and try and defend Aviator Games, or go and try your hand at Living Library. And that is just, that's a risk that clearly Knights are not willing to take at the moment, likely don't have a strat prepared. So the Chiefs now, what are they going to do? Do we see the Lion? Not this time around. So while we are seeing Chiefs spawn heavy study, it's not likely to be the same study rush that we saw from them before. Perhaps it'll be a little bit of time taken to move around the map and figure out where their weakest point for Knights may be. But, okay, there's the weakest point for Knights. It's Quiz, and he goes down really, really early. Perhaps an aggressive spawn peak. So the Chiefs now have control below the bomb site and will be looking get some vertical nades going. The Sticks, though, he's been a bit of a menace, and he's taken down the most dangerous player in the server right now of Boydie. Sage as well. What a re-aggress. Ethan on for the trade, and he gets it. And that's a big opening now for the Chiefs, evening this man count up to 3-on-3. We're only 1 minute and 10 seconds into this round. And Chiefs have already lost 2 players and found 2 of their own as well. Now the Knights start to fall back, but they need to be careful because they don't have B-site control. Oh, Stigs! What a shot. Ethan down and out. 2v3 now for the Chiefs. Knights have some good control. Losing their C4s. What is that shot from Stigs? He's turned it up here in this match. And now a 1 versus 3 for poor Bouncin as he tries to make an entry. He's got so much time, but needs to isolate this 1v1s. He's got the gun for it, I give you that. But walking into these crossfires is going to be very, very dangerous. Toiling with death, dancing around, finds Juicy. The trade comes through. Stigs has absolutely come to life. And the Knights can, believe it or not, close out their defense with an advantage. I think you've disconnected again, Mandy. I'm not going to lie. I can't... Have you disconnected again, Mandy? I've just lost you again, Mandy. I'm actually gutted right now. Mandy has left me all alone to cast this match, but she'll be back shortly, no doubt. For now, let's reflect upon what an insane half that was from the Knights. Like, I don't get how Stigs is hitting some of these shots. He's certainly not seeing people. Look at that. Time and time again, Stigs has been standing up. I'm personally really happy with that because Stigs admittedly did not have a strong start in APAC South. Stigs wasn't looking to be the player that he was hyped up to be. You know, he used to be a fragger, right? Now he's come in from Fnatic onto a support position for Knights. And he is looking a lot sharper now that he's had a couple games on his belt. Mandy, are you back with me now?
I hope so. I think I'm back. I've been told that my mic is live, so that is good news to hear. Yeah, we're back in the game. Running it back down on Villa. Now Knights up 4-2. Yeah, I think it's impressive. They've come away 4-2 on the defending half, so the pass mark really for here. Aviator Games now being challenged by the Chiefs. Seems like they're going to lean into the clash, something that we don't see very often on this site.
Yeah, and if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Didge, and he's going to have a laugh as he watches his teammates use the information he's getting to style on the opponents. Now for Chiefs, I mean, they are fighting from behind here, and not to say that they cannot win 4 of their own defenses, but it's going to be a big confidence booster for Knights, right? Like yesterday, they had a huge confidence boost when they took down Wildcard, and now coming into this match, I think that this strong start on defense has given them a lot of juice to move on to their attack.
Yeah, the Knights have played the defense pretty masterfully. I think all of their teams seem to be coherent. They were all keyed into the same idea. Even the Anchors, the Roamers, they were playing into the same gunfights together. So I think the Knights a lot more fluent than the Chiefs are at the moment. Chiefs seem pretty disconnected, and some of the star players even going down a little bit on kills. Worthy currently 1-4. We don't normally see that from him. So Knights even there able to get the entry pick as well. Not traded back. That will be Bouncing going down, and Knights able to get control of half the map.
Huge for Knights. Stigs, I'm really enjoying seeing him on a more aggressive role. He tends to flourish there. When he's on the hard support, I don't think he just doesn't frag, and he looks a bit lost sometimes, to be blunt. So it's really nice seeing him, topping the scoreboard right now for his team, and tying with Boydie for the match. And
oh, no.
There you go. He's now taken that mantle. He is the top fragger in the match, and hit double digits too.
Stig's able to find a second one onto Digital. Just looking the wrong way. Maybe Digital heard someone behind him coming up main stairs or something. But now Knights, they can start getting these walls open, choke out the defenders. Unless Ethan takes a peek like that, he gets a kill onto Stigs. Wow, that was a really brave peek onto Stigs. And yeah, just really well played from the Chiefs trying to claw their way back into the game.
A lot of bravery from both of these teams. A lot of players stepping up, become stars. Knights have made some really good progress. They have a breach into Vault as well. I really like that it's just a line of sight, though. You can't actually pass through that breach, and that means that Chiefs won't be able to flank. That's one less thing for Knights to worry about. 35 seconds, they really need to figure out what their execute is.
35 seconds left to go, and the Vulcan shield has just been popped on the default plant as well. Chiefs, they're going to need to find other avenues into the site if they want to go for a plant. This is going to be held on the fire for way too long. Juicy's like, I ain't no firefighter, guys. We just have to go right now. So it's really shaping up to be a Chiefs round. They're going to have to push through the fire. Juicy able to get into the default plant.
Oh, the gas as well. It's just adding insult to injury, isn't it? But Ethan's the last one left. So while Juicy may... Oh, no! The fumbled gas grenade gives an opportunity here now for Juicy. No! He just manages to stick the plant, but not before he gets taken down. Quiz to win it in the 1v1. My God, another tight 1v1. Knights thinking they're lucky stars they pulled that across the line.
That was really tough for the Knights in the execute there. They had the Vulcan shield, well, the Vulcan non-shield going off on the
canister.
default plant.
I looked it up.
Oh, is it actually called the Vulcan canister? Okay.
Yeah.
That does make things easier for me. I've been calling them the Vulcan non-shields, so canister makes much more sense for the broadcast. Anyway, the plant denial was there for the Chiefs, but yes, fumbling it a little bit. That Vulcan canister not covering the default plant, only covering the entry, so Juicy was able to get in. There as well, we saw Ethan in the replay. He just missed his smoke as well, giving the opportunity for the plant to go down. If he'd landed that, the plant wouldn't have been able to go down, and that definitely would have been a Chiefs round. So small misplays in the setup and small misplays, I guess, at the end from Ethan, a bit unfortunate. And just, yeah, excellent calling from Knights to have to flood the site, realizing there's so much denial. We just have to go for these kills.
That's really, really exciting, isn't it, for Knights to win it just by the barest of margins, and pretty gutting for Chiefs. Like you said, if Ethan hadn't fumbled that gas, that would have been a Chiefs round, hands down. We're having a technical pause, but I believe we're also having a tactical pause for the Chiefs now. So they're going to have the opportunity to talk to their coach, their new coach, Todd. Funnily enough, way back in the day, Todd was a teammate on this roster, but I believe Digital was the only player on that roster at the time. So, hey, Todd making his return, coming over from Bliss. Wonder what they're going to be talking about now.
Yeah, they should definitely use this tactical timeout to recompose here. That last round was such a close Chiefs round. They had the right concept, I think. It's to me, the strategy on either of these teams is not really faltering, I think. We're not really seeing problems in the macro. I think just today the Chiefs are losing out on these micro gunfights, whether it is the one-on-one gunfights or it is these utility fights like the Vulcan canister that was misplaced or the smoke canister that was misplaced. They just sort of need to recompose. I think they need to take a breath here. They need to realize, yes, okay, what we're doing is okay strategically. We need to back ourselves in here to be able to do what needs to be done, to be able to put our gun up and shoot these people in the head.
I mean, it helps when you can do that for sure. But they are down 3 rounds at the minute. 5-2. Nice, just 1 round from match point and securing at least 1 point. Like, if Chiefs want the full 3 points out of this match, they're going to have to clean sweep 5 defenses in a row, which is going to be challenging. Knights are looking back in form, which is very, very exciting for them. Stigs in particular, man, bottom right, he started really rough this year. Here's a couple of appearances on Knights at the start. I admit I wasn't super impressed. He was known to be a gunner back in the day, but coming back from Fnatic, he looked nowhere near as sharp as he used to be. And yes, he was playing more supportive roles. I don't know whether something has actively changed. He's been heavily involved in the entry this match. He's actually won 4 entry engagements so far, hasn't lost an entry kill once. So he's definitely not on hard support this game, I can tell you that much. But he's looking so much better for it as well.
It's possible that it's a map thing for the Knights, to be honest, because I think we saw this last year as well with the Knights. They don't really stick to hard roles for every single map for each player. Whereas Chiefs, they do. They have the same players playing the same roles on every single map, right? But for the Knights, for example, last year when Dino was on the roster, we saw him playing the Zofia when they played Villa, right? Dino isn't usually your entry player like that. So perhaps it's just a map-specific thing. Some Knights players prefer playing certain roles on certain maps, and that's the way it works out to be. Stigs on Villa, he's been given the card to play the entry, and he's doing it so well. So very impressive from Stigs. Now the rehost seems to have finished, and we go back to Trophy Statue for the Chiefs, see if they can bring it back.
Remember, that was not only a rehost, it was actually also a tactical pause. So Chiefs have had a chance to talk with Todd, but likewise Knights have also had a chance to talk with among themselves and no doubt with Picnic as well, their coach. So if anything, like it's always a risk taking that tactical pause because your opponent also gets to use that to their advantage too. But the Chiefs now, they've decided instead of reattempting aviator games, which they just barely failed last round, they're going to change it up. They're going to switch things over and go to stat. Now, remembering that they have to win 5 rounds in a row to take this game in regulation, puts that extra pressure on to win rounds right now. You can't let a single one slip.
Chiefs in a very tough position now. All the pressure is on them. They have all to play for. No mistakes from here out. We'll have to see whether Knights can close out this game on their attacking half. Chiefs actually pretty spread out on their defense as well. They've gone across all the parts of the map, trying to stare at these entry points, making sure that the Knights don't get early control. Digital on the main stairs is about to be droned out by Josh as well. So the Chiefs keyed into the Knights attack already, but it seems like most of the Knights attacking from the master side of the building.
Quick drone in for Juicy. It's funny for Chiefs. I mean, look at all this util, but I don't think there's a single player roaming this side of the map. Maybe, oh, sorry, not roaming, but like holding the site over here. I mean, Knights might be able to make a quick play here if Chiefs aren't careful.
Oh yeah, I think that's the wall getting opened as well. Quiz just making sure that there's no wall denial on the other side, and there we go. That's the angle from the balcony all the way into split, cutting the defense in half. Knights are poised to do a pretty excellent push here and forcing the Chiefs to retake. Oh gosh, Boydie's just taking a little bit of team damage.
No!
And Stig's able to find the cutoff as well. Oh no, Chiefs.
What is this? It's so messy! Oh my god, it's a bloodbath. But now Boydie is the last one left. He did take down the player who had the diffuser, and fortunately Josh has managed to scan his footprints, which gives Knights live information on his position. It's not enough! Boydie! A 1v1! And he has the opportunity to ace against Josh. He just has to win the one, does some damage, but Josh wins it! Knights have found match points in one of the messiest rounds we've seen this game. Josh keeps Knights in this.
The Knights able to force a retake play from the Chiefs in that previous round meant that the Chiefs had to flurry through that connected door back into Trophy. They were able to trade out loads and loads of kills, and I honestly can't believe that Boydie was able to bring that down to a 1 versus 1. That was 4 kills for him there on the retake. That is seriously impressive coming out from a Chiefs player, and yeah, just one last kill, and that could have been a Chiefs round, but now we see the Knights on the match point. Chiefs, the mental must be really tough at the moment. I think it'll be really tricky for them to come back into this one.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people say Chiefs focus on APAC South. That's really where they're prioritizing getting their major spots and their 6 invitational points. But if you neglect your nationals, that can come back to bite you. We've seen that with many teams in the past. And when cracks start forming, I think that you really can't dismiss that so easily. Look, yeah, Chiefs might not be going full pelt right now, but they are getting handily defeated by the Knights. And this is exactly what Knights need, isn't it? This is a confidence booster. And I think it's also exactly what Chiefs doesn't need. Doubt. They don't want any doubt in their minds. They are convinced that this roster change, that this new squad is dangerous, and that they have the opportunity to be even better than they used to be, which, by the way, was good enough to qualify for the Sweden Major and take a couple matches there as well. So if they're convinced that this team can be even better than that, they need to demonstrate it, even in their nationals.
Yeah, the Chiefs, they need to come back into this game. I think it'll be very tough being down on 2 and 6, but I think the argument that you made can be flipped to the Knights as well. The Knights, they're also an Apex South team. They also play 2 or 3 playdays in the week. That can be fatiguing, and that's a lot of siege and a lot of VODs that you have to watch as well for each team. So I don't think there's any excuse here for the Chiefs. I think they should make their effort to come back into this game. The Knights now looking to do a direct attack onto the kitchen and dining bomb sites. Stage on entering in from the basement as well, and Stig's on the cutoff. So only 2 Chiefs players back on the site as well. It might be free real estate for the Knights.
And that's what we saw last round, wasn't it? Knights identified that Chiefs didn't have very strong site presence, so they hit it hard. They ended up getting very close, but the 2 times we've had 1v1s in this match, Knights are the ones who've won it out. And so these tight rounds seemingly always going in favor of the team that has this distinct lead. Worthy finds one, but the trade is on, and Juicy can take down the Chiefs, uncharacteristically underperforming MVP. Now, 1 minute 30 left on the clock, and, well, I've got to say, Knights have some very advanced positions.
Knights still loitering outside the building, but very close to the bomb site. They could make an in when they want to, but I think the second Selma charge has just been tricked onto Laundry, and that's no more Selma charges, I believe, for Juicy, so not so much of an in anymore for Knights onto the bomb site. If they want to do this same flood that they've been planning for the past minute or 2 minutes, they'll need to find another in, or they'll need to play these trades a little bit more closely. Sage now starting to enter the bomb site. It seems like they've droned it out. There's no one on the bomb site, so Sage will be able to go in deep and find the kills with Josh playing the cutoff on the other side.
Okay, all right. So this is very dangerous for Chiefs. Let it be said. Digital has a fantastic opening, but Sticks is going to force down that diffuser. I don't believe there's any opportunity to deny this plant for the Chiefs. And now they're going to have to retake. Josh has such a good position. And now this is for the game right here. Like, Chiefs have let this get far out of their hands. And Sage is just putting that second last nail into the coffin. Digital now has to go big. He gets shut down. And the Knights, what a beautiful statement they have made. A 7-2 victory, dominating the Chiefs.
A wonderful victory there for the Knights, able to play off the intel into the site, forcing the retake from the Chiefs. That's 2 rounds in a row we saw them force the retake from the Chiefs, and unsuccessfully as well. So Knights able to close out the map 2-7. That is an amazing result for them, and they must be feeling so confident right now.
Now, match of the night has turned out to be a stompering that we did not expect. The Knights taking down the 4-time OCN champions of the Chiefs. That is an unexpected result. Let's toss it back over to Rob and the boys to break it down.
Yeah, thanks for that, Dev. Back-to-back Knights wins against the Chiefs. First on Thursday in APAC South, and now in the OCN. Are there any excuses, Turtle, especially after a stomping like that?
Honestly, I don't think it was like anything to do with confidence or mental. You saw they rushed on round 3, and it really didn't seem like there was any lack of confidence throughout the rest of the match. They were taking picks, they were spawn peeking. I think it's just Chiefs really didn't have an answer for Knights' aggression, and they were just left playing catch-up.
Boss, catch-up is not good, to say the very least, especially when you look at the performance that Knights have put in here. Really did not look like Chiefs were ever allowed in the game.
I kind of think Chiefs were in the game in certain situations, but I think that, Chiefs are very notorious for their roams, and a lot of the round can be dictated about how well they can roam, and I feel like Knights really punished their roams today. We saw kind of bouncing, lurking here and there, even Worthy. They matched their aggression, and I think Chiefs honestly just lost their gunfights today. I kind of agree with Turtle. It didn't look like a mental issue. Their fundamentals look good. They look like they were playing well. It was just these, small gunfights. I mean, what a shot from Stiggs there.
Not gonna lie, you both sounded like simps right now, so we'll start talking about a different storyline, which of course is the Knights. They're a much better start after their loss against Ludovica on Playday 1. They beat Wildcard yesterday, and now beating the Chiefs so confidently. Is this Knights looking like they're probably going to be top 2? What are your thoughts around that, Turtle?
Honestly, like you said, they did have a really slow start to the season in both South and OCN, but now they could be continuing that top 2 spot, even coming first potentially.
Yeah, it's crazy. 3 wins back to back to back. Went from APAC South, OCN. Couldn't ask for much more. You know who you couldn't ask for much more from is Boydie. 13-7. The man is a bit of a demon on the sticks fast.
Yeah, he had a really good game today. It's kind of good to see when Worthy's maybe having a bad day that, Bouncing and Boydie can, step up when, the team needs them to.
Certainly something that was prevalent in APAC South in their game against the Knights, funnily enough. On Thursday, there was a lot of a pretty heavy pull from Bouncing and Boydie's direction. So it's good to see them double down on that and continue that form. As for the Knights, I mean, you really could not be happier for them at this point. Don't really think that there was a single player lacking. So really, all round, that is a phenomenal step forward for them. And it's time for us to actually welcome in the interviewee I actually don't know who it is. I'm waiting for the drum roll here. I'm just expecting it to be, the Don.
Yeah.
It's always and forever the Don. Don, you said you were going to shave your beard. You said you were going to have a clean up. It hasn't happened, but I'll tell you what, you've cleaned up in the server. How about that? 3 wins back to back. You guys have looked phenomenal throughout. How's it feeling?
Yeah, feeling really good at the moment. I think it might be a bit of a lucky charm at the moment, so I don't want to change it and then just why things are going too well. So we'll just keep it the same.
I love you. Who's up?
Yeah, so I'm up. Yeah, I mean, not much else to say. You kind of just, I don't know, embarrass Chiefs a little bit. I'm not going to ask about the game, but I do want to ask kind of your opinion and your team's opinion about the attacker repick. How is that integrated with your guys' play style, and how are you finding it?
I think it adds a little bit of something different in the game for a bit. I don't know. It was a bit rough at the start, trying to get used to it, not realizing that you can just bring the perfect attack line up nearly for every site. If you have good early intel, you'll just always have the right stuff. You won't run out of utility to burn something or something like that, or you want to do a certain attack, you can just quickly change it. So it's been a bit of fun, but still taking a little bit to get used to. So yeah.
You guys had a bit of a slow start to the season in both South and here in OCN. What sort of changed for you guys? What was the turning point, like to turn things around and actually you came out and beat Chiefs twice in a row now, a team you sort of haven't been able to get over that hurdle for the past year or so?
I think it's just the day by day, more playing with each other thing. I don't think anything in particular really clicked. I think, or maybe you could just say being more comfortable with each other is really, really clicked. But just still figuring each other out a little bit, and we're just getting stronger and stronger, I think, with the new lineup. So looking forward to the future.
I think we're all looking forward to the future at this point, mate. It's looking quite spicy for you guys. Look, I know you're about to roll out the script. I know it's coming. But before I ask you, what everything is, what's your favourite Tim Tam? And then tell us what you've got to say.
What's the favourite Tim Tam? Just the original Tim Tam.
Okay.
But as I
homie.
always say, thank you to the broadcast team. Thank you to my teammates, our support staff. Without you guys, it doesn't happen, as I say every week. So thank you, boys. It's always a pleasure.
And as my return to you is, if you're not there, there's nothing to broadcast. I mean, that would be awful. Juicy, thank you very much for joining us, mate. We wish you the best of luck in the games next week.
Catch you later, boys.
Knights' return to form in 2022 is something spectacular, and they are looking as dangerous as ever. I can't wait to see where they end up progressing to. But we are going to a break, and on the other side is our fourth and final match of the night. Vertex taking on Team Bliss. See you.
Thank for OCN.
Light me up.
Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife safeguards our wilderness now and for the future. Our bushlands, our mountains, our valleys, our rivers are our responsibility. Whether you're just discovering the world or have built rich memories within it, together we are one generation, and what we conserve today will be there for those tomorrow. There is no bigger legacy than the planet we share. Donate now.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
Go for it, lads. Wow.
Champions, he never counts them out. Both players are going to swing it right now. What have they done? They just didn't
Well, they've been short and sweet games tonight. It's been a 7-2, a 7-4, and a 7-2, believe it or not. It has certainly been brutal for teams that have not turned up, but that's how we love it here at the OCN. Time to turn our attention to the final matchup of the night. Team Bliss taking on Vertex. This one has the potential to be quite a stomp as well, I want to say. Tavas, sorry. I just left that open.
Well, I think Turtle had actually more to talk about Vertex. So I'll let you go, mate.
Oh, I guess I'm going now, yeah.
Turtle, dive in, mate.
Oh, yeah, honestly, I think Bliss are a bit out for blood last night after that lackluster performance, and Vertex not really been, I don't know, outstanding name so far. They barely beat Onami, who's the only winless team in the league right now. Barely lost to Ground Zero. It's not looking good for them. They do have some good, surprisingly standout players on the team. Neptune, like, no prior OCL or OCN experience, and he's just been sort of standing out for them. He's able to go find those kills in game, and he's just been sort of topping the scoreboard for them.
Last comments before we move on?
Yeah, I kind of agree. I mean, I feel like yesterday, it definitely could have been a very winnable game for them. I think just lack of experience and discipline. I mean, that 1v3 should have never happened. They should have closed that out. But that just comes with time. I think they had a few, they've had some pretty good showings so far this stage.
Time to talk about Bliss, because it has been a question that's really left out in the open here, and I'll come back to you here, Vast. 2021, phenomenal. 22, there have been questions left. There's been doubt almost kind of creep its way in. What are you making of this roster right now?
I feel like I fell into the trap of talking way too early. I think after day one, I was really gassing them up. I think for good right, though. Like, Fisher and God Legion are good pickups. They're from a good team, a top team. So I think it's kind of justified to kind of hype this team up. They were the team that we hyped up in 2021. They should have been at South, but, they fell victim to, their growing issues, I should say. That's the nicer way of saying that they suck in BO3s. But yeah, I don't know. I still have a lot of confidence. I still think that they, with Fisher leading them, they'll be able to identify their issues and really contest for that top. I honestly expect these guys to make the grand finals and potentially even win OCN.
Sorry. Could see it happen. They are a team that is menacing enough. But before we get there, the map vetoes. It's time to have a look where we're going. It really is time to get a bigger picture on Vertex taking on Bliss. We head to Chalet. Turtle, thoughts?
Honestly, Chalet, super good map for Bliss. Vertex, bit of dark horse with their map vetoes. They've only played cafes so far, so Bliss doesn't really have a lot of info on them. They're going in blind. So it's kind of not surprising they're going to more of a comfort pick compared to something like Skyscraper, where everything's unknown for both teams. It's new. No one really knows how to play it properly yet.
No, and I guess that's probably one of the issues, isn't it? Last kind of sits out in the open. But as always, need to get your thoughts here. Bliss or Vertex?
I'm going for Bliss. I think Vertex, as I mentioned earlier, I just think they're just way too inexperienced. And Chalet, there's a lot of really intricate things that you have to deal with. Like, there's a lot of mini games that require like a lot of strong coordination with utility and stuff like that. And I just think that lack of experience, I think that, yeah, they will really struggle with their coordination.
All right, well, it's time to see whether they will struggle with their coordination. Dev Marta is waiting on the line. We'll talk to you gents in a hot minute. Dev, are you there?
Hello, I'm just flexing my muscles and getting ready for this game. Bliss certainly need to flex their muscles after getting knocked back a notch yesterday, but Vertex, I think, is going to be a much easier opponent.
It's the problem right now. Vertex taking on Bliss. Chalet is where we go. I don't know how I can put this, but I think it's going to be a pretty pink day. Put it where? Where do you want me to put it, Dev? Where do you want me to put it?
I don't know where you want to put it. You put it wherever you want, mate. But Chalet is where it's going to be. Bliss have already played Chalet twice in OCN. A 7-4 over Chiefs and a 7-2. Oh, sorry, that was actually in the Apex South Relos. They played The Last Dance. Now Renatus, the only map they won during that series, and it was a dominant 7-2. Fortunately, didn't lead to them getting into Apex South. A sore spot for these players, no doubt. Repix, Oda, and Shade thought for sure that they would be playing in Apex South this year, as did God Legion and Fisher, of course.
Oh, you had to do them, didn't you?
But, I mean, they're going to have to sit through OCN for another year and wait until the end of this season for a chance at promoting. What is Supremacist doing?
Oh, okay, we must be
Well, I think they're rehosting because
that's getting the crap out of me. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, it's because you don't want to do your bans if you need a rehost to change sides, right? Because whoever starts on attack actually gets whoever starts on defense gets the first attacker ban, right? So if they had banned, they would be banning in the wrong order. So that's smart from the players to not ban their operators when we have a rehost to go, because it would actually potentially reveal their hand and change what the other team might ban.
You got a 5-head there, mate.
I know, just like Supremacist. Just look at him. Just look at the man.
So you two have 5 heads for different reasons.
What are you saying there, mate?
Oh, no. Oh,
it's Kaken. Can we start placing some bets right now? Like, what is Kaken going to have for us in the interview?
We're not going to see him in the interview.
Oh! You did him dirty, mate.
This game would be paying about $7.80 for them to bring it home. You know what I mean? Like, it's just... It's unheard of. It's unheard of.
Well, here, I'll double down on that, right? Chalet is Bliss's most won map since September 10th. I'm going to rattle off some Chalet results. 7-5 over the Rhythm, 7-2 over Wildcard, 7-4 over Order, rest in peace. 5-7 loss to Chiefs, another 5-7 loss to Chiefs, a 7-2 win over Last Dance, and then a 7-4 win over the Chiefs. Oh, look at this. We get to see some Glaz T-Hunt action from the man. That is unusual. I respect that. Are we going to see Glaz this game?
Hang on. What's he doing with the knife on his desk? The man's a stone cold killer.
What?
He must have just opened up.
Maybe, you know what? Okay, I've got a theory. All right, so man's got to feed the wife and kids, right? So
Jesus, where are we going with this?
Between rounds, turns to the side and he's chopping vegetables for dinner.
Ah, yes, that makes sense.
He's a family man.
Yeah, he's cutting the turkey at Thanksgiving. That's what we'd say.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then, meanwhile, got to plant the diffuser. All that.
Is Fisho sitting on a rocking chair? Like, what is going on there? He just keeps fading into the abyss and back, and the abyss and back.
It's the thing with Fisher. He's always played in complete darkness, and I don't get how people do it. Yeah,
so bad.
Almost as bad as what we have, which is the polar opposite. We've got these massive lights just blaring in our eyes all night long.
Yeah, my forehead shines brighter than my future, so you know.
Well, there's no chance that we're going to be producing any melatonin to get some sleep tonight while these lights are blaring down our faces. I tell you that much.
Not a chance. I mean, I did have like 14 or 15 hours sleep last night, so I do feel like it could be. Yeah, well, you know, I pulled the all night. Okay, hey, shout out to me. Came and moved you.
All right, thank you, Rob, for helping pull my fridge up 2 flights of stairs.
38 stairs. 38 stairs.
Wow, you remember that?
Yeah,
I'm
your old man
impressed,
told me, and I remembered
Yeah.
that straight away. You don't forget what an engineer tells you. You know what you mean? You know?
Oh my god. So, look, thank you for pulling an all-nighter so that you could help pull my fridge up the stairs. But
That's what mates do.
17 hours of sleep is a serious achievement. Almost as much as Vertex would be boasting a serious achievement should they be able to take Bliss in this match.
Listen, Ada, don't know whether it's going to happen. Just don't really see the kind of odds lining up here. You know, you'd really have to be thanking the gods if you were able to take on Bliss in this fashion. Bliss would be having to have, it's an awful sentence, a bit of a sleeper night. You know, Vertex have already pulled out the dub against Onami. Arguably, they've got, you know, the first two easier teams up first. They had Onami, then they had Ground Zero. Both games were 7-5. And, I mean, you know, really, if you look toward Bliss, if you look toward the teams that they're going to play coming down the line, there is quite the thick element of doubt. But hey, who knows? Maybe Supremacist's like 5-head might be able to help them.
Yeah. Look, Supremacist is not necessarily known for his shining brightness, but he's known for tapping heads, and that's what he's going to do.
Is he though? I think I remember in Stage 2 last year.
Oh, here it comes out.
He got one kill in like 12 rounds.
Is this OCN or is this rag on Supreme? Because
it's the Supreme roast sesh. 73%.
this poor guy hasn't even spawned in yet, and we're roasting him.
Yeah, but you know, he's the kind of champ that can take it. Well, Jake is going to be going to the Glaz, so automatically you know that Vertex are going to be doing some quirky things in this game.
Yeah, look, I don't know all of the Vertex guys by face, but I'm going to assume that Jacana was the guy who was playing Glaz in his team hunt, so that was perhaps a bit of a tease for the fact that he's going to grab it here. Bliss do have a lot of map control though, particularly Oda. He's got an impact and he's in libraries. Plus he's double hit the south-facing window. He could jump out and potentially get a couple kills. There's been no Claymore placed, so it depends on how much Vertex are watching, but this is surely a rush.
Certainly feeling like it at this point. Kakin getting ready for it. Fisho Guy is nowhere near. This is the problem. I don't think Bliss are going to be able to do anything about it.
Yeah. Nobody on site. What are they going to do about the Electric Claw? Okay, Electric Claw gone. Here comes. Surely Jacana stays outside. Kakin finds the opener. Nep is in.
Oh, what the hell are you going to do? No, what? How are you not going to watch main stairs? Repix with the free kill. God Legion might be able to find Supreme for free. Ah, lovely play from Vertex. Got themselves in the perfect position. And then whenever it gets a little bit more complicated, they seem to falter. Neptune now moving in, but I feel like he's going to be caught out. No, God Legion in the prone position. Now leaves it up to Repix in a 2v1.
Yeah, Vertex has got a pretty good idea where he is. Oh, spray on through the wall. Repix certainly capable of winning this one. But absolutely Vertex have the advantage. And there's Neptune to close it down. Not a bad start for them, but it was a bit rickety, wasn't it?
Yeah, just a little bit. Look at the smile on Vertex's face. I mean, you looked at the setup, right? You've only got Fisho Guy downstairs. Outside of the Electric Claw, there is nothing slowing them down or faltering them at any point. They get rid of the Electric Claw with one of their grenades and instantly Thermite is on top of them. Absolutely love that. So, big fan of how this has kind of ended up for Vertex. I was a little bit critical of their push in. They just let Repix swing from main stairs, but that's just what happens.
What was that?
I feel like it was just like
that's just what happens. Is that what we say? I mean, is that what Vertex like? We lost 2 players at the start of our rush. That's just what happens. Is that what they're going to say about that one?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's.
But where were the smokes? Is my question, right? Because they had smokes
in library.
Well, they had smokes on Ying. And, but not Glaz, because Jacana had brought frags, presumably to nade off the Electric Claw.
Yeah.
And literally just, they're planted dry, like no smokes. I really don't know where Zane went. Zane literally just sprinted into sight. I'm looking back on the replays on my laptop now. Zane literally just sprinted into sight. Didn't throw his smokes. And I look up and now there's already a kill. Rob, please take it away. I'm getting distracted.
Look, we tend to do that here, but Supremacist, great start after we've been ragging on him for a good 5 minutes. He started out 0-2. Repix doubling down. He may find himself a third here. Jakena not going to be able to do anything about it just yet. Forces him off the angle. Bliss off to a red roaring start here in round 2.
Certainly one way to meet Vertex's aggression is with aggression of your own. Especially after losing the first round. Bliss looking fired up. Really strange though, the way that Vertex have pushed this. They haven't done, you know, your normal reading clear. Jakena is really all alone on mezzanine here in the piano hallway. Bliss very much stacked up, so Jakena needs to be careful not to lose his life.
Oh, that's ambitious. That actually would have been so gnarly had that have worked. Fortunately, just too far to the reinforced wall. Actually, I think it might have ended up working. Fisho needs to be careful now. This is where if you throw a pick or two, you know, Vertex get a foot back into this round, and then all of a sudden, you're in dire need and in a bit of strife. But not going to happen just yet. They fall off the point and look to reconvene their point of interest being study.
I can't let Fisher live down there though because he has a C4, so he can deny plant in the late round. Sooner or later, Vertex are going to have to deal with that position. Bliss can be patient though. Don't need to overpeak here. Though of course Bliss are confident on their gunfights. God Legion goes down. Good one for Neptune. 1 minute left. And I mean, Vertex in terms of time management, this is great. They've made really good progress, but this execute is going to be really tough. And they need to clear library. Sorry, they need to clear piano.
I think there's 2 players in piano right now, or at least there was. One's back to wait, making sure Solarium is not under fire. I like Repix's angle here, but Shade's gone down. That's what I was saying. You lose one pick, and all of a sudden things get a lot more interesting. Now, Vertex, 3v3, 30 seconds left. They find another pick here. I'm not going to say it's over, but it's over. Shade going down with the smokes, but Repix is very quick to trade.
Oh, yeah, not an easy one now for Jakena and Kakin, but they have an opportunity. Here it is.
Oh, they're going to send it deep. I like that. Not at half wall. Repix goes down, the savior of the round, and now it's Fisho in a 1v1. Kakin sticking behind half wall. Nothing to deny it yet. He's far too far away. In a 1v1, the chances of this being confirmed is very slim for Fisho. He manages to spot Kakin backing away. Oh, the vertical holes. This is so well played by Vertex. More so by Kakin at this point. Waiting it out. This is going to be near impossible, if not 100% impossible. Fisho guy running out of time. Decides to push Mez. Realizes that it's clear. Far too many angles to deal with. Kakin, don't be too far away from this one. Flash goes up and over. Look, if Fisho's sticking that, maybe it gets a bit more interesting. But I'm just going to stop casting. It's over.
Fisho's running out of time. There you go. Vertex win that one. Sorry, I know I'm stuck in the past. I know I'm chosen. But hey, not bad for Vertex. Not bad at all. Gotta say, 2 back-to-back rounds on the attack. Plants down both times. Very nice, especially considering that was an early 3v5. Really, Vertex shouldn't have had that round. But in the mid-round, they did a really good job of playing patiently. They didn't get overzealous. And I think Bliss perhaps just overrated their ability to deny plant. A Fisher guy had mentioned that he was downstairs and he could deny vertically. He also, if he was playing in the piano hallway or if he was playing in Master, he also could have tossed a C4 over and denied the eventual plant. But he didn't. He kept his C4 all the way into the post plant. Unfortunately, wasn't able to use it successfully there. Yes, this is an attacker-sided map. But no, Bliss should not be struggling as much as they are.
I feel like we could have been so much more hype for that one then, but there was just nothing to get hype about.
When a round just takes that long to slowly die, that's when we just start singing instead. Well, I start singing, and everyone starts muting the stream.
I mean, what else are you going to do? You're going to sit there and listen to me play-by-play cast for literally 45 seconds of someone checking different spots? And here's check piano. Onto mezzanine now. Double window is.
You know what you could? You get David Attenborough. Reckon you could David Attenborough?
Yeah. And here we have the fish.
The post plant
of his natural habitat, trying to find the prey that he is caking. However, unsuccessfully loses everything. His home, and now his wife.
Truly extraordinary. Extraordinary. We're getting a bit loose. I know it's late at night, but these team players deserve better. They really do. They deserve more than us. So, Bliss, what have you got to show for us? On this defense, Vertex have taken map control on the north side top floor. Master, piano, etc. Office, it's all theirs, but okay, Shade. He just finds a kill from top library. And that's why they call this a power position. 2 grenades, gone. That wasn't a wallbang, was it? I think that must have been a peak piano.
Oh, surely it wasn't.
No, just a peak piano. I mean, this is why Jakenna's got to be really careful. Like, you can't forfeit picks like that because you need all the util that you've got to clear the shield position.
Again, I'm still waiting to see the validity outside of the weaponry of Thorn. Obviously, you're a big lover.
Okay, well, if we got a second, I can dive in briefly. So the gadgets, similar to Ela Mines and Frost Mats, like you have to address them when you enter. And so partly it gives a sound, but I mean, more than that, it's just the gun. It's literally just the ability to tap heads, and that's what Shade's done.
Yeah, that's just an absolute...
Oh my
Fisho!
God, two-way cross!
Fisho saves the life of the player up in library. And now Supreme looking for his first kill here. I'm just going to rag on him the whole night.
Poor guy. Just don't let him go. Oh my God. It's just a bloodbath. Like that doorway in piano to the hallway is a death sentence. And Supreme. Come on, Supreme. Supreme.
Don't give it to him.
No, he doesn't get it. The donut stays and oh, it is delicious. Why are we so mean to him, Rob?
I don't know. He's just the biggest memer, and I've always enjoyed him on the broadcast whenever we've had him on. So I just enjoy poking the bear in that sense, you know. Just maybe for the day that we see him again, you just never know. I've also heard he's an absolute menace in ranked, so
yeah.
I just like to make sure that, you know, that the audience get a good firm picture of what the casters think of Supremacists. I'm kidding, I love you, by the way, Supremacists. I do enjoy you.
So, Chalet quite attacker-sided, so Vertex not too excited, but, you know, not every map is balanced, and one map that we want to make sure is balanced is the real-life map. That's why you should support the Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife, who is our sponsor, our charity sponsor.
And they just want to make sure that there's grass to touch, you know?
Exactly. I gotta say, those lower thirds, they hit diff. They hit every time.
And you know what? The best part is they look so corporate, but like
then
their underlying message is just fantastic.
Yeah, I saw one for one of the other sponsors. I can't remember what it was, but equal meme value there, and I was a big fan. Really enjoyed it.
Got to engage them gamers.
You just gotta have a look. It was one of the Circle's Life ones. I think it was that we have OP customer service or something like that.
I saw you know, the thermite to your ash, which is quite creative. Kind of feel like if it was the Thatcher to the thermite, there might be, you know, like get behind.
Maybe they should hire you.
Oh, look, they have called me a marketing whiz. If you put me and Xenox together, I would have his marketing degree, but yet my superior marketing skills. We'd just be we'd be the duo that were just undeniable.
All right, we'll have to get you two in a room to punch it out.
That is yeah, very bad idea.
But at the moment, it's Bliss and Vertex who are in the ring. Vertex now attacking the kitchen dining bomb site. Of course, the first hurdle to surmount is going to be top floor control. So good library entrance, no casualties yet, no drone casualties either. In fact, they found an opening pick. That's Fisher going down.
Yeah, not ideal. But it does allow Fisho to kind of claim the cams. And funny, me and Manny were talking about, you know, the impact that bulletproof cameras have now had in the current meta. Especially on Chalet. You lose Val 9 times out of 10. So bulletproof cams become invaluable. We saw Wildcard really starting to bring, you know, the Yokais, the Evil Eyes,
Attackers have located a bomb.
just to bolster that information down on this site, which is so important. Dining and kitchen. Look at the hold from Bliss. Very much challenging this top floor, which I like to see.
Yeah, my main concern here for Vertex is that it's just really slow. They're going with the slow method for a lot of these elements of the push, like not using Thermite, but instead using Maverick. That is the slow way to open the wall. And they haven't even fully opened it yet. I don't know why, but Maverick did not get the far corner of the wall, which means it's going to be soft. Maybe they're just using it to deny line of sight. I don't know, but I guess it doesn't matter if Neptune just finds another player. Now, Zane's going to try and make an entry here as well. Oh, that nade red hot. Bliss going to have to try and deny the plant. Easy as you like. Not enough pressure on the top floor.
No! Supremacist got his kill. Game over. Fun's gone. Fun is gone. But the kit's in an irretrievable place here for Vertex, especially when Repix is finding these kills. Oda's going to be able to deny the pickup, but Supremacist actually manages to claim that one for himself. So 2 versus 2. Plant's going down at the back of kitchen.
Supremacist forcing that down. Jakenna to cover as Oda and Repix try and retake. What an angle Oda has got, but Jakenna's found him. The man who has played a different operator every single round is now stepping up, and he's got the cross. Repix goes down. What a round for Jakenna to close in the post plant. And Vertex really running away with this. That's 3 rounds ahead of 1.
Yeah, this is a huge concern for Bliss. Well, I guess you could take...
Supreme. What was that? Did you see what he did to the camera there?
What did he do?
Oh, just some shenanigans.
Yeah, that tends to be Supremacist. Just really disappointed that Supremacist found his first kill.
Oh, that's probably what he was so excited about in the camera reaction.
Oh, rare unit. Rare unit, but I guess so are Bliss at the moment. You know, they're coming off a pretty... I want to say disappointing loss in their game yesterday against Ludovica, and now it's really maybe making matters worse that Vertex are up so much at this point, and looking dominant as well. Not even just up, they're looking really good. Bliss haven't had the best answer to any of their rounds.
It's it. Every single attack round win for Vertex has been a plant round, a round where they've managed to get that diffuser down and hold in the post. Bliss has struggled in denying those plans to some degree, struggled at, I mean, even in the entries, it's 2 for 2 at the moment. With the round differences, sorry, the entry differences, Vertex is keeping pace with Bliss in the opening engagements. They're doing a good job at clearing out the roamers. And Bliss don't have any excuses. Some of the APAC South teams love to go about and say, oh, in OCN, it's okay if we lose because it's our APAC South games that get us to the majors. No. But Bliss... Like, even if we have some doubts over the Apex South teams using that excuse, Bliss don't even have that. Like, they can't even try and get away with that. This is everything they have. Really up until relegations.
You really had to bring that up, didn't you?
Did you know that Bliss aren't in Apex South? Did you know that?
Do you know?
Because they're not. They're actually not in Apex South.
You know they lost to Renatus?
They did. They did. They beat Renatus on this very map in the Relos, and here they are, after also beating Chiefs on it just the other week.
And now, you could say best of 3s are the problem.
Oh, well, this is not a best of 3, I tell you what. And after losing to Ludovica a couple nights ago, Bliss, come on, they got to step up. This is not the caliber that we expect from them.
Not at all. And look, I want to give credit where credit is due at the moment. Vertex are playing this really well.
Oh, absolutely.
But I also think that there are many things. That is a really good shock drone. That has just eliminated that piano position completely. But I do just want to make a very quick comment about the fact that, yeah, this is attacker-sided. Or at least we used to think it was attacker-sided. I think since the 2022 season change, you know, since we've come into... Stage 1, it's somewhat shifted a little bit more so.
Well,
but I mean, there's still a conversation there.
Yeah, I believe we've had about 30 rounds so far in OCN of Chalet, and it is, yeah, so that's 53% attacker favored. So slightly skewed towards the attack, despite everything.
Does that, well, I mean, that would probably help that Wildcard just like slapped around.
Yeah, it probably helps.
The old GZ on attack.
Yep.
But it's okay.
Oh, look at this. So we saw before Zane made great use of the Twitch drone to clear out the ADSs, but Oda is playing the Wamai. He's got so many magnets here to protect his shield, so he's not going to be scared off this position as of yet. There's still one. ADS is up. Oh my god, Zane had he been watching the angle, that would have been a freebie. What are they going to do to clear this position? There you go. And straight on in, Zane team flash. What's he going to be able to do? 20 seconds.
Well, Supremacist has been able to find the first. Oda with quick trade. Look at the flurry of kills coming through. Repix and Oda now to hold on. And Oda should be able to deny freely. I love this. I absolutely love this. That's so well played from Oda. Waits perfectly. Now the 1v1. No time left. Jake Kenner has to stick the plant. Repix with no way of denying this now. He can only get close. He has to get up close and personal. He has to deny him rotating out. He didn't know that he was already gone. Now, they played the post plan, and it looks like he's going to try to take the fight there. Jake Kenner with the latter of the two decisions ends up with the fat L and a bit of a ratio.
Nice one from you. Nice one from Repix. And a 1v1 to get Bliss another round. Very, very nice. But they ain't out of the woods yet. That was a very, very close one. Gotta say, beautiful play from Oda. And the fact that Bliss, as soon as that shield went down, forfeited Piano and just went for the retake onto Zane when Zane pushed in. That was really, really well played. Oda, after trading that kill back, uses that Piano control he's now re-established, I should say, to deny the plant. He even waited for it. Love that trigger discipline. You're staring at the player's head as they're planting the diffuser, but you're counting the seconds, and you know that the more time you kill before you deny that plant, the less time the attackers are going to have to react to it. And even though he was traded, he was worth his weight in gold there. And credit to Repix, I got a little bit scared when he played passively instead of actively trying to deny the plant, but it paid off in the end.
Yeah. Well, Oda definitely must have watched my Border 1v4 and learned all the trigger discipline from there.
You really, you did one good clutch in ranked about 2 years ago and you haven't let go. Is that it?
No, what are you talking about? that play has been immortalized on board.
I don't think one person watching in Twitch chat right now knows of the play that you're referencing.
If you go back into Border Showers, there is a Manic Plaque just sitting there.
Oh, come on.
It was unbelievable. It was unbelievable. People have called it one of the best examples of trigger discipline in the game. That's a really interesting area for Shade to go ahead and use that gadget.
Yeah. So, cheeky spot for a trap. Bit unusual, because you'd think most of the time attackers... I mean, I guess if they climb up the ladder, then they'll trigger it and may take damage to it. So the thing with these devices, with Dawn's gadget, is it does outright kill. If you are close to it, when it detonates, it will outright 100-0 you. And that is really dangerous. But that rarely happens, because it takes about a second to 2 seconds to actually activate after it's triggered. It means that you have a chance to shoot it or get out of dodge. So you have to put it in unsuspecting locations or
like this?
location. Yeah, like this. I mean, I'm surprised Jake Kenner hasn't seen it yet. But eventually he will, even if he walks up to it. I mean, he's going to walk up to it and trigger it, and then he'll just back off. Listen.
Tell me.
Listen.
Oh, no, please. Oh,
Easy. There you go. So
I'm so disappointed.
You get the grenade indicator as well. So, like, he's going to have time to get away from that. You want to put it in positions where someone's going to entry and then be trying to take a fight at the same time, because that's really when they're vulnerable.
I guess that probably is a place where players are going to be honed in toward library and stairs, so there is a chance, but...
Oh my god.
Why is with that pre-fire? That's like the second time Shade's done that. That must be somewhere
Sussy
where Vertex
bucker.
sit. A little bit sussy.
Game sense out of 10 from Shade. Thing is, like, this Uzi's 50 cal. It's going to do so much damage. Oh my god! That's a lot of damage!
Oh, that's a spicy meat of balls from Shade. Oh my god. I had nothing but my head in my hands then watching that.
Mate, this is what Thorn is good for, I'm telling ya. just farms. That's why you pick her. She really knows
Ready?
how to gun people down.
You're gonna pick this up for me. Whoa. Ooh. Yeah. What is it good for?
Absolutely nothing.
Sing it again now.
I hope we don't get copyright struck. There we go, finally. Supreme takes down Shade, so that's great, but 30 seconds to go. I mean, Rob, you can have top control, Vertex, but can you have the site?
Don't think so. That's the big question. A 3 versus 4, everyone's so worried about making their entryway in. They have seen the frost, including the mats that do come with it. They're dangerous. Nap is as well, but he's got no one with him. Hello!
It's a drop bear!
Peekaboo! Zane now left in a 1v3. God Legion shuts him down with little to no ease, and it is a 3-3 half.
Not bad, not bad, not bad. Love that for Bliss. Very, very nice in the end. And yeah, I mean, time delay and Shade finding 2 kills really opened up that round for Bliss. Look at that. The beautiful spray down. It's got a smaller magazine than most weapons, but it really doesn't matter, especially because
size, mate.
it's not size, it's how you use it. And absolutely demonstrated there. 2K, love that for Shade. Also, the lower fire rate means that you can spray for longer, even though it's a smaller mag capacity. But the lower fire rate, of course, comes with its downsides. When you do that much damage, it doesn't really matter that you're pumping out a lower fire rate weapon. Nonetheless, very nice for Bliss. They were down 3-1, and they made it 3-3.
Motion of Shade's Ocean is just far too powerful.
Well, I like that from you.
I don't know if you remember, this was a very long time ago. This is actually one of my first broadcasts with you on Bank. That person repelled straight down the window. Do you remember that? I actually think it might have been Fisho guy that was watching the window with a shotgun. Do you ever remember that? No. Oh god, it was absolutely. This is back in the old ESL Pro League days. It's been a hot minute since then. All I remember
trying to Mission Impossible it.
Yeah, it was like Spider-Man, and I kind of got the same vibe there as the player jumped over the railing of mezzanine. Good memories. Good memories. I'm sure I could find it actually.
Please do. I mean, you're going to have to dig up the clips because you're going to obviously try and repost this clutch that you're trying to brag about from 2 years ago. So you're going to have to go into the archives for that one while you're at it. But here we are, Supreme, the man, the myth, the legend. He gets in there. Get in there, son. He's taken down Shade. He's had a pretty good defense half, switching onto the attack, not so much. A lot of util to clear out as well in the Yana. But, of course, there is a trade back. Oda's taken top floor control here and already found the Oryx of Jacana.
I see you lurking. At the moment, just to recap what's happened so far. Very interesting start. Oda's taking complete library control. Don't know whether there was a... Okay, I thought Neptune was far closer than that, but he is, in fact, at the back of stock. So this is going to take a very long time to flush him out if they even end up flushing him out. I don't think there's anyone else in a position to help Oda on that, and so Oda will indeed forfeit stairs and also control of the southwest side of the map, which, I mean, I'd say is vitally important at this point. You've got 2 staircases you really need to be able to fight for. Or is Neptune down? I think Neptune's down. So disregard what I've said there. He's bought enough time, though, and with a minute left, but this done enough.
Yeah, look, the big thing here for Bliss is, yeah, you've taken map control, fantastic, but you haven't really engaged a lot of vertical play. In fact, despite them having the chance to repick operators, they didn't bring a buck or a sledge, which is a bit concerning. They also didn't even have God Legion switch over to breaching charges, so they're not going to be able to get as much vert onto the site as I personally would like. And it's going to have to be a much more lateral push, which is scary. It's possible, but very scary, especially with how much time is left on the clock, which is not much, and only having 1 hard breach. Like, to me, this is just like a big oversight from Bliss in the prep phase.
It might be, but if they tap heads, it's going to be very different. Zane, a double C4. Good night, Vertex. Not a chance in this round. Surely not at this point. I'm kidding. They absolutely slap them. Bliss are really just taking too long, Dev.
They certainly are, and Oda's not left with much of an opportunity. The smoke's countered with gas and Kaken. Easy as you like. I don't know what to say, Rob. That was really uncharacteristically poor from Bliss.
You already said it. You took the words right out of my mouth. It just is not... if I can be completely blunt and upfront, it's just not good enough. This is a Bliss that, you know, we had pretty much said, you know, if you take out the, you know, the... I guess if you take out the best players, it does make it a little bit harder. But you take out Todd, you take out Jigsaw. Really, the heart of this roster still remains. Repix and Oda, Shade, these guys are the heartbeat of Bliss. We just expect much, much better from this roster. The roster that we genuinely were talking about being one of the best that we have to offer, and a team that could really compete in APAC South as they were. And right now, they're going to cop 2 back-to-back L's. This is, I mean, I'm jumping the gun.
Oh, yeah, you are jumping the gun there. It's only 3-4.
The way that Vertex are playing, though, this should not be in question.
No, well, yeah, Vertex are playing well. Don't let us dismiss that. They're playing really well. But, you know, we're looking at Vertex. I'm seeing that, like, that round could have been a dominant attack round win. You know, the defense did get the opening pick, yeah, but attack immediately got a trade back and full map control without wasting that much time. Okay, Jakenna's just gone for a run out from Garage and found Repix. That's huge. And the finger boosts are gone. Oda should be able to punish, and that's a really good trade. So credit to Bliss. They did a great job of trading that back.
They certainly needed to as well. Finker for the Wamai. I mean, if you're throwing any body at that, the Wamai is probably the last body you want to be throwing there.
Yeah. The thing is, you do want the Wamai's impact grenades to actually make that play, and no one else has impacts. So, yeah, unfortunately, he won't have the other magnets regenerating in his pocket, but at least he got the kill. Supreme on the prowl. He could find one here. What is that? Like, Bliss, are you not droning this up? I'm really confused. Are they assuming it's clear? Did they drone it and Supreme snuck past? How many more kills is he going to be able to get?
Enough. Oda, oh, just winning it out with a sidearm in the end. But look at the damage it's done to him. This is a really, really big question mark, and one that you definitely don't want to be bringing into a roster like this. I mean, I do sound like I'm being quite negative toward this roster right now, but we do just have really high expectations, regardless of... I mean, if you were to talk about the roster changes, man, you picked up 2 of the best players in the region.
Absolutely. I mean, we should have high expectations about Bliss. They took a roster that was forming to be one of the best in OS despite not playing APAC South. They picked up a fantastic fragger with a huge track record in God Legion, despite losing Jigsaw, who had big potential but was a rookie. And they also picked up Fisher, one of the best and most established support players. Now he's making a name for himself, and Bliss have gotten back on the horse. This is exactly what they needed. Really, really nice to see the recomposure in the 3-on-3. Now just Kakin left.
It's got a long way to go. Still 3 live drones for Team Bliss, meaning they can definitely get the intel. They're going to know that he's not on site in literal seconds, but they are worried about where he is. So far, they've droned site, they've droned over toward dining, and they still are unsure. So they're checking literally everything. Kakin, he might be in a position to deny this.
Fisher in a very dangerous cross just then. He's got the diffuser. Kakin playing surprisingly passive. Doesn't seem to have info on where that diffuser is. Only person on cams is Supremacist, and now he's off as well. Means there's no good info for Vertex, and we're just backing Kakin in. Like, you've just gotta. He's the only man, and he doesn't have much going for him. 1v3 into the crossfires, into the flashes. Now he's flashed as well. Excellently played by Bliss.
This time he's going to clear out Mud first.
He's gone. Like, there's no way.
I'm trying to hype this up, but this is done. 15 seconds left. Nice shot, but Fisher trades. In a 1v3, you've got to be so much more aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to hoe in too much to how he played that, but you got to credit Bliss. Like, I don't care what player that is. Like, that could be the best player in the world. He doesn't win that 1v3 with the way Bliss played it. They had a 3-way crossfire onto that single doorway. And yeah, you might be saying, why are you talking about that, Dev? The round was over long before that. I think it's just important to point out that these teams fundamentals is 90% of the game, and these teams need to have good fundamentals. Maintaining a good crossfire and just creating a good crossfire in seconds is one of those fundamental skills, and really big credit to Bliss the way that they held that in the post plant with that three-way crossfire. Every single player could have killed the enemy at the exact same time. So credit to him. Bliss showing what they're made of.
You know what, Dev? Not good enough. Not good enough. 1v3, you got to be better. No, I think my point more comes around you've either got to try and isolate a 1v1 or you got to look to deny plan. And
He had to get in there earlier. There was no way he wins that in the post.
No, and that's okay, but you do just have to make one call or the other, right? You are either aggressive on the frags or you were stopping them from getting into sight or from planting. And there just was no setup to be able to do that, unfortunately, which is fine. You know? It's a 1v3. No one expects you to win that. No one expects you to even have a shot.
That's it. And look, we did see early round Vertex look pretty good, but Bliss kept trading it back. 3v3, that was the moment when it turned, and Bliss turned it into a 3v1. But now Vertex have got to forget about the last round and move on. They're going to Kitchen. Haven't played this bomb site yet on their defense, which means we haven't seen Bliss attack it yet. And I'm glad to see that Bliss are getting a little bit more momentum now, and they're looking a lot better than they were in the past, because they were struggling. They were not looking great at the start of this half when they were at a deficit, and that they had made some critical mistakes. But now they've taken really good map control. You see the drones go out and enable this map control. Repix on the forefront, looking to clear top floor before moving downstairs.
Repix making a bit of a clear path, or clearing the path, I should say. A bit more of a pronged attack. Might kind of give them an opportunity here. KKen are really hunting the back. I don't know if he gets it in the end, but he didn't. He was damn close to it. Regardless, the pressure that Bliss can now put on, I think that is really, we really have to hone in on how Bliss play this next minute 30, because time is starting to dwindle a little bit. And if they're not cautious, I think they could definitely be punished.
It comes down to flushing out Zane and Jay Kenner.
Lovely.
They're the two most powerful players here. Zane now eliminated. Really nicely done. And that's the main player that's going to be denying plant through Vert. Repix, you got to check that position on the piano, and Jakenna, you just got to be more aware. He gets taken out. Beautiful live droning work there from Bliss. And they are storming through this top floor without really having to clear the util.
Well, I guess if you're finding kills and forcing your way onto POIs, then it's going to be really hard for you to contest anything. So Repix does give a bit of a kill back. Oh, no! What a shot from Neptune. That is absolutely gnarly, man.
You absolutely take those kills and get out of there. That was beautiful. 3-on-3 now. Neptune has given his team a second life, but he commits a little bit too much. Loses his life. I'm pretty sure Fisho is aware that the down has happened, and he confirms the kill. Really, really nice there from Bliss to bring it back on their side, but it's just 20 seconds.
Is there enough time? Where are Supreme and K-King? Are they able to deny this right now? They're going to be able to watch the drop come in. The smoke's still up. Might be able to play for it, but Supremacist is gone. It's now all on the K-King. He's going to go massive. Lovely shot on the Shade. He's got two more to find. Where is the kit? Is it being planted? It looks like Fisho is in kitchen. Can he cross? Can he cross? Can he deny it? Oh no, it's open. Fortunately enough for Bliss. He eats in, but he just manages to find the kill in time. God Legion manages to find him reloading. Far too close for comfort.
Holy moly, God Legion. You're giving me a heart attack by missing that shot, man. You got to land those. I mean, yeah, that was a very quick cross and really beautifully played by Kaken, who's a phenomenal player. Rookie last year in OCN, but he's now the most experienced member of this roster. Great job from Neptune. If only he had the foresight to fall back, it might have been that 1% that Vertex needed to win that round. But, oh God, look at that. God Legion's reaction time's just barely off. And, I mean, he's thankful that he landed that last kill, because if not, Vertex would be ahead. Thankfully, Bliss have won 2 attacks in a row. And just 1 round off their first point in the match, and, of course, the match point.
I'm just going to take the time while we're watching this barn burner, apparently. The barn burner that shouldn't have been, but certainly is. Big shout out to UNFD. Been phenomenal for UB to work with.
5 seconds remaining.
Don't know that personally, I just know that. But they are, of course, the partners for the official song, chosen by Banks Arcade. I think we've been really lucky to have that kind of that partnership, because really these these intros, or it actually adds to the storytelling for us.
Yep.
I love it.
I love it. Yeah. I mean, Chosen is such an earworm. Can't get out of my head ever. So, really loving that we've got that and all the other bangers in the intro. Vertex now trying to hold on to Bar Games. They lost this on the attack before. Remember, it turned out with that 3v3. And then Shade, the rest of Bliss stepped it up, turned that into a 3v1. So Zane's got to be really careful holding this position. Oh, all right.
Jay Kenner goes down. Bliss now starting to storm away a little bit with this game, but K-Kin, man, the myth, the legend, starting to step up a little bit. Oh, that's a lovely C4. Zane, third C4 kill, does not connect. He's now stuck between a rock and a hard place. Bliss trying to find the timing on forcing him out, and Zane, well, unfortunately gives his life away to the Fish.
Fish will drink that up, as he's now checking as well for any util. There's no one on this library stairs, which is very strange. Such a powerful position. Vertex not having a player there means that Bliss could rotate and take that control if they wish to do so. Supreme now pushes in. Now, I believe Fish's drone was still up, so he could clear out these magnets if he wants and start to really put the pressure on. Another drone goes out. Oh, jumps away, just dodges and evades that player. Really worried about whether he can get rid of that ADS, and he doesn't.
No, he did.
Did he?
Yeah, I think he got rid of the ADS. That sharp as nails, that is, if he did. It's too hard to see. I can't see it. It's gone.
Yeah, all right. Maybe
What a
Kaken
shot.
accidentally shot it.
Could you imagine?
I've seen it before. Look, risky from Fisher to try and jump in that window. There's a crossfire from underneath through the vert that he could have died to, but Vertex fortunately weren't watching it. Bliss, though, they haven't cleared out the power positions at Pillar or at top of... Okay, no, as I say that, they clearly have, because Repix was running through it. Now this is decent control, but 4v3, Bliss have got to make sure this executes on fleek.
A lovely shot from Supremacist. Rips the head off of Oda. They knew there was a player down in basement. They just didn't know where. God Legion trying to win that fight out. Not really working too well. Neptune sitting at the back. He can take his time. Fisho, he's in at half wall. Smoke over the top to try and support. K-Kin and Neptune go massive. And Vertex are not done with this game. 5 apiece.
Wow, okay. That came out of absolutely nowhere. Bliss really were looking good there in that execute. But credit to Vertex. They popped up, and I certainly didn't expect them to come back from that. Really, really strong retake from them. Just the cover wasn't quite there. The gas was perfect. Kaken stepped up as well, of course, on site with the Frost. Really beautiful from Vertex, and they are going toe-to-toe with Bliss, one of the top teams in the league. Really showing that Bliss are having some serious weaknesses. It's a far cry from the Bliss of last year, who went nigh flawless in many of their regular season BO1s. They were the BO1 Kings. And now they've already dropped a match to Ludovica, looking to potentially drop one or at least go OT here with Vertex.
A couple of points just here or there. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but really it does accumulate into a very large deficit if you're not careful.
No doubt.
5 seconds to go.
Bliss is one of those teams we do expect to be at the very top. There's just no two ways of putting it.
The difference between regulation wins in all your games and overtime wins in all your games is 7 points.
That's huge.
It is enormous. You think about, you've got a possible 21 points that you can get in a stage, and a third of that is gone if you can only get overtime wins. Of course, that's not exactly the situation here, but it just points to the difference for Bliss between an outright win here or potentially slipping. And letting Vertex in for another round.
And okay, I very quickly want to give some context for people that are probably sitting there maybe asking why we're being so critical of Bliss. Bliss in Stage 2 and Stage 3 collectively, 17 points out of a potential 21 points. Both stages, 17 points in Stage 2, 17 points in Stage 3. The consistency that this team has shown throughout their time in OCN tells me that this needs to be a confirmed game no matter what in regulation.
Absolutely. Good start there for Shade. Supreme goes down. And Bliss need to be fighting to lock in these next 2 rounds, no matter the cost. Already lost 3 points so far in the stage. They're going to be looking to take this top floor control so that they can execute onto Master, rather onto Dining, where they've set up that Ossa shield. Jacana is, of course, going to be central to this defense by playing in piano. What is Bliss going to do about it?
Right now, they're putting the pressure on from Study. Formation now forces McKenna well and truly off of the angle. Of the use of the Osa there, actually kind of forces them out a little bit. But they're going to take their time. Is he going to re-aggress here?
Jacana does have impacts, which are the bane of Osa's existence. Looks like Oda's picked up the shield. Okay. Very, very aggressive from Jacana, but God Legion is on for it. This could be the match point for Bliss. They have everything before them. Just need to cut off this top floor. What a beautiful shot there from God Legion. A 5v2 execute now. It would be horrendous for Bliss to lose it from here.
That's unfortunate for Kane. Zane, sorry. Where did I get the K from? Kakin, that's why. I looked at both players that were left. Go on, hit his foot, hit his foot. Nah, not enough. Backs away. Kakin goes down.
Flawless, come on.
A flawless match point, Dev. Not half bad.
Great stuff for Bliss. They have been pushed to their limits in this match, which we have been very surprised about. Now they have match point before them. In 1 round, they could claim the full 3 points that they have been desperately fondling for during this match. But they have been pushed real hard, and Vertex are now going to take a tactical pause, which means that both teams have a chance to talk to each other and to their coaches, figure out what is the play, what are they going to be doing in this next round. Vertex to push overtime, Bliss to lock it in.
So many unknowns. Is he wearing a Bunnings shirt? Yeah, he is. Yes, he is. By the way, Bunnings marketing team, if you want to get in touch for OCN sponsorship, you can hit me up on Twitter.
Yeah, please.
Monday.
Please do.
I was actually Monday with a U.
I was actually at Bunnings the other day, believe it or not.
Okay. What were you buying?
I bought a rubbish bin to put every VOD of our casting in.
Along with Xenox's notes, right?
Yeah, basically all of Xenox's casting prep goes straight in there.
Yep. That makes sense. That's definitely, actually, to be fair, that's probably the...
I think that's where he gets his. I think that's where he gets his notes from. He just fumbles around in the bin until he finds something he likes.
They're your and Guz's disregarded notes of the day.
All the notes that we provide to Xenox, and then he's like, "Yeah, don't think I need this."
We have fun here.
Could have gone more toxic and said, "Oh yeah, it was just to put Bliss's strapbook in."
Oh, I'm disappointed you didn't do that.
I should have. I wasn't quite sharp enough for it.
No, it's always after the fact, isn't it?
Yeah, you always think of it. Yeah, it's like when when you have like a social scenario where someone just power moves you, and then like 10 minutes later you're like, oh, you know what? I should have said this. And
you've
then
been,
you've
been listening to Hamish and Andy a lot, haven't you?
I have, haven't I?
The power moves. The second you said power moves, I just knew instantly.
I love me some H&A.
Their power moves are absolutely fantastic.
Well, it would certainly be a power move if Vertex can push to overtime and steal 2 points from Bliss. How about that for a segue, hey?
That's fantastic.
It's going to be tough, though. Like,
it's going to be near impossible.
If we're honest, this is going to be really challenging. This is the first time that Vertex have even bothered to try and defend Master Office so far. They've succeeded on Snow Wine and Bar Games, but they decided not to go back to Snowmobile Wine, which is very curious. And now Jakenna has absolutely been red. Remember he got that run out in the very first second defensive round? And ever since then, like the Claymores, the hard watching, it's been beautiful.
Supreme was nearly next up on the chopping block. I mean, you just couldn't read about this. Everything seems to be going Bliss's way. It's like they heard and they tightened up their ship because this has been much, much more convincing. And the Bliss that we knew coming into this game. I'm glad that at the very end we are starting to see the glimpses of the former great team. I do sound like I'm really ragging on them, really getting them down in the dumps, but just expect them to be doing much better.
That's it. And look, they have a chance to prove us wrong here.
For sure.
In this final round, 5v4 of no doubt. In the interview, there'll be a lot to talk about. That is some serious balls, Supreme. Jumping out the window where your teammate has died to a Claymore to kill the guy that placed the damn Claymore. Respect.
Oh, that's fantastic. But in the meantime, Fisho's had enough of the tomfoolery. Repix as well. That's the push in the bathroom. Got to be careful now. This is where things get really tricky, but as they take more control, this is getting dangerous for Vertex. How much do they know? Well, apparently nada! Repix on a triple! You do not see it anywhere else. Wrap it up and put a bow on it. Ship it and send it. It's a 7-5 for Team Bliss.
What an anticlimax for the man in the top right. Can't believe his luck. Just swings in, finds the triple kill. God Legion happy about that one as well. His first win playing for Team Bliss, and they were pushed hard, but they made it worth it in the end.
Oh my word. That's an entertaining way to finish a game. I actually think that's the most excited I've been in 12 rounds.
Nice that we got to see something really, really phenomenal in that final round. Repix showing what he's worth. I think he just got fed up with it and he's like, guys, this is free. I'm going to walk in. But, I mean, jokes aside, I really like the way that Bliss, as soon as they lost the player God Legion to the run out, the jump out from Supremacist, they're like, okay, one off site. Quick maths. There's only this many on site. Let's flood. And they just immediately push in. Really, really good. I love that from them. And, yeah, we got to see Bliss push to their limits, but bounce back. And the mark of a good team is not what they are at their best moments, but how they bounce back from their worst. So credit to them.
It certainly is, Dev. And you want to know the best moment of my night has been? Just hanging out with you. And Mandy. But that's come to an end.
Mandy's cool too.
We'll speak to you soon, Dev. We're going back to the desk.
Yeah.
Let's bring on the gents, shall we? Bring on the gentlemen. It's the duo, the ex-Chiefs duo. Turtle. How are we feeling about that one? Probably left really, really late in the day.
Yeah, I was a bit worried for Bliss there, but they managed to have some really good mental fortitude and bring it back.
Yeah. And that's it. I thought I was waiting for a bit more of a deeper dive from you.
Yeah, no, honestly. Oh, okay. See, that's how it is.
No, I don't want to hear from you. Vast, I want to hear from you. Mate, were Dev and I being a bit too brutal? Do you think that maybe this was just one of those days for Bliss?
Oh, I think you guys were just the perfect amount of brutal. You know, the first half of that game, I don't know what Bliss were doing. I mean, I think something to highlight as well, like their early game is really good. Like they seem to kind of be really good at, you know, finding early picks. But then after that, it's like, I don't really know what happens after that. And I don't think they do either. They really need to work on their late game and their executes, in my opinion.
Yeah, a little bit concerning, but Vertex put up a good fight there, Turtle. Some good takeaways from them. I think all players put in across the board. Maybe let it slip a little bit toward the end when things were looking quite good, but they really did make Bliss sweat.
Yeah, I think the fact that Neptune and Kaken were just sort of carrying their team tonight, everyone, compared to Bliss, where they were sort of more of even across the board, apart from Repix in their last round, Neptune and Kaken were just finding their ways into the round for Vertex and just, I don't know, catching Bliss off guard. As said, Vast said, Bliss had really good early game, but their late round, they kind of let it slip, and Vertex took advantage of that.
They certainly did. And now, I guess, for us, we do really look to Bliss and just talk about the storyline. You know, it's more the storyline of where they were and where they ended up. Jay Kenner on -4. Woo! That's not good. Vast, anything else sticking out to you here?
I think nothing really stands out. I mean, Repic's had a good game, but I think it's come to be a bit expected of him. He's kind of filling that Jigsaw void. But I just want to highlight Neptune. Like, he's been kind of going insane the past 3 Playdays. He's been really consistent, and you know, for someone that doesn't have any prior OCL, OCN experience, team experience, comp experience, whatever you want to say, he's really been putting numbers on the board.
Oh, I think we probably, not probably, we definitely need to give a little bit of credit to the absolute mad lads that are Vertex at the moment. They really have had their first 3 games go the full distance. In fact, all 3 of their first games have been full regulation. So, you know, the ex-Ruffle Copter side, that's done. Kakin has kept the spirit moving forward, so you've got to give him credit where credit is due. Speaking of all the credit, it's time to talk to our wonderful owner from Bliss. Let's bring him in and have a chat as per usual. It's a big dub, but it's a... Oh, it's not actually. It's not Oda, it's Fisho! Ah! That is the best surprise ever. I couldn't be happier with that. Fisho, it's great to see you, mate. Look, I was going to rip into Oda, but instead I'm going to rip into you instead. First half of that game seemed a little bit how you going. Did you guys feel like you were struggling to get into it?
I mean, yeah, I think 2 of the defense rounds I was like, I costed with like getting opening picks. But I don't know, it was like pretty par for the course, like Chalet defenses. It was kind of like, I don't know, like the scoreline is about expected, but I mean, yeah, we definitely should have closed out the rounds with the man advantage. We just didn't really like, I guess, refrag or play close enough together. Just gave them opportunities to get the picks back.
Yeah, I mean, something that really stood out to me was your guys' executes. I think you guys had a really good early game, but your executes kind of looked really shaky, a bit all over the place. I don't know if you could offer some maybe insight on why that was happening today.
Yeah, I think so. We didn't prep much like Chalet this week, and we haven't really had like as much practice going into this season as we would have hoped, but I just...
Oh, we'll wait for it. Oh, there's just a bit too much.
Will it come back?
He's staring at me, I don't know.
Am I cutting out? Sorry.
No, that's all right. You're cutting out a little bit there. Turtle, I guess we'll never find out, but do you want to ask your question?
Oh, yeah. I guess who better to ask than the mastermind himself, but what was the thought process behind bringing some less traditionally played ops like Osa and Thorn?
I guess Thorn's got a shield and 3 traps, and then Osa was, because Oda wasn't fast enough at swapping off Osa.
Nice and simple, like it.
Oh, God, that's absolutely rare, to say the very least. Fisho, we're happy for you, and of course, God Legion jumping ship over toward the Bliss boys, and it looks like things are starting to meld together a little bit better now. Would you like to say anything before we let you go?
Yeah, so cheers to the fans, and also cheers to the org. Yeah, it was like a mad April 1st yacht party last night, you know, got us a bit yeah, I don't know, won't talk about last night, but yeah. Cheers to org for the support.
You're a rare one, Morgan, that's for damn sure. We love you, mate. Best of luck in your games next week.
Yep, cheers.
Thanks all kinds to make up the broadcast. He enjoyed himself on the yacht, that's for damn sure. Yeah, Turtle, what are we taking away from that game? That one was, I still think that's probably one of the stranger games I've seen in OCN.
Yeah, honestly, I think Bliss still have some work to do, but they've got a bit of time now. They've got a week or so to go back to the drawing board and figure out what the next move is. They've got God in this week, and they've won one, lost one, but still in a good spot for the rest of the season.
I hope so. I hope they're looking all right.
I'm not gonna lie, I got thrown off by Morgan there. He's
I was definitely expecting Oda, so I guess that's just the thing. Let's have a look at the results from tonight. Talk about what we have seen. It's been a bit of a quicker game. Let's be completely honest, or a quicker night, I should say. Barring that last game, really, everything was wrapping up relatively quick. 7-2 against Onami for Wildcard, a big win on the board for them. And Vast Ludovica are now 3 on the trot, 9 points ahead.
Yes, they are. They are causing a bit of a storm in OCN. I think it's actually interesting as well. We haven't really seen much OTs in Stage 1. I feel like I want to say none, but I've not seen them. It's just really, I mean, today it's been clearly one-sided. I feel like the Vertex Bliss game was kind of shifted. I don't think that was a one-sided game, but everything else is kind of, clearly one-sided.
We'll have a look at the predictions, and we can all look back on what was, and all laugh at, one, we'll laugh at Xenox, and then two, Turtle, we'll all laugh at each other for that Knights and Chiefs game. Absolute no one, not one person out of 8 people even gave them a chance. That's not good.
Well, I think I'm gonna start going for Knights a bit more. I don't know.
I think we're gonna have to now. They've definitely they've proven to us that they deserve it, and it's one of those things where I guess the power is in the people, and the people have chosen wrongly here and really given Knights a bit of a I think a bit of disrespect. That's the only way I can put it here, Vast. I think we've lost Turtle, unfortunately. I
think we have.
F in chat for Turtle. But any other thoughts on the predictions here?
I just say going on to what you were saying about Chiefs and Knights. I mean, we did do our predictions all at once at the start of the week, and again, the week, like literally this week, they've dramatically made improvements. And that's how things can go. Next week it could be the Chiefs, dramatic improvements, or Bliss. For me, I just obviously went for Chiefs, my old team, but also just because of the history, like we barely lost them in 2021, but it looks like things are changing now, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, things are changing for
not for
the
Chiefs,
better,
at least,
apparently. But I suppose it depends who you're in love with. I guess you and Turtle love the Chiefs far too much. Let's have a look at our MVP of the night. It is none other than Sawyer, the absolute Chad. Ludovica are now 3 on the trot, and he is a main reason as to why. I mean, you look at his stats, and you really can't fault him, can you?
Yeah, I mean, I believe Sawyer's more of the support player in that team. I'm not sure what IGL duties he has. I'm sure that being a support player will probably have some. But yeah, it's pretty impressive getting 12 kills. I mean, the entry stats, obviously, his support, probably not going to get stats there. The cost's pretty standard. But yeah, I think overall, they actually had a pretty good team game. Like, there's a lot of players like Shaq and Logic that stand out as well.
Very true, actually. Shaq and Logic have really come quite nicely into OCN and also into Ludovica. The Exovert squad are really coming together quite nicely. But I do think, when we look at this roster, do you think maybe there's an element that they're it's just right place, right time? You think about the fact that there's so many shakeups in OCN. Do you think that maybe they've caught the wave at the right time?
I do think so. I mean, I think, some of the APAC South teams, I definitely feel like Ludovica, I should be able to get that by now. I mean, it's been 3 play days, but I feel like, with the APAC South teams, they are definitely capable of getting those wins. I mean, today, what they versed round 0, I think that, is a really good opportunity. Right now, they have a really good lead against some of the other teams. I'm sure we'll look at the standings soon to see what it looks like. But, I mean, it does beg the question, I mean, if they beat all these other lower tier teams, I don't want to say lower tier teams, but lower placing teams. I think eventually they probably will, verse a tough opponent. They still got Chiefs left, while they just still have Wildcard. I think they they don't have Knights, they beat Knights. So, they've got some tough teams to come a long way away, but yeah.
Well, they need to beat the teams that are worse than them, and they need to compete with the teams better than them. And what we'll do is we'll have a look at the standings. Yeah, it's just the way it happens. We'll have a look at the standings, and yeah, that pretty much goes to show they've done so. Knights in second place, but really it is an equal second place with Bliss and Wildcard. Good to see Wildcard back up there, isn't it? Fast.
Yeah, it was a little bit depressing seeing them in 8th place for a whole year, especially when like, that's not even a dig, but like, especially when you know what those players are capable of. I think it's like, I don't know, it's kind of good to see, these players really get the results that they deserve. I always said that, like, I feel like Wildcard should be doing a lot better, and yeah, it's just good to see them up there for a change.
Certainly is, and I think maybe we get some more support in there for Wildcard moving forward. Knights too. Turtle, are you back with us?
I am back.
Ah, thank you for rejoining. You didn't get sick all of a sudden, did you?
No, I didn't get sick all of a sudden. Xenox wasn't here, so I'm good.
Ah, very true. You didn't want to work with Xenox. Actually, that's a really good way of getting out of it. I'm sick. Well, you know who else is sick? Anami. 0-3 at the moment. Is that to be expected, Turtle?
Sort of is. I'm sort of surprised there's not some other teams that are also winless, but not very surprised that Onami's at the bottom right now.
Yeah.
Hopefully next week they can maybe find a win, but for now, just have to see.
Yeah, for now it's just in for the long ride, isn't it? Because that's what this stage is. It is a long ride. It's not, we're only up to Playday 3 and there's still so much to go. There's so many storylines we need to follow. It's hard because obviously we've got 3 teams in APAC South that we've already been watching for 5 Playdays, so it feels like we've got a good indication as to some of these teams, but that means the remaining 5 teams are just kind of sitting out in the open. So do we really expect to get any storylines anytime soon, Vast? I feel like everything's going to change by the end of the stage.
I feel like we never really get a good storyline until we get closer to the end of the season, and it's always us like waffling, trying to create storylines. We hype up Bliss the first week and then they lose, embarrass themselves the next Playday, and that's just, I don't know, I feel like just everything I've said is just 180 like in a week. So honestly, yeah, there's no real storyline right now. I would say one's starting to brew with Ludovica. We've talked about it a lot. That's probably the only storyline I'd say that's kind of starting to form.
Yeah. Well, you know what? It's almost time to finish up. Turtle, final thoughts?
Final thoughts? Honestly, Wildcard back on top. Knights proving everyone wrong. Onami, even actually Vertex proving people wrong. Closest game than expected.
It's actually a lot closer, to be fair. And I think that that's respectful. I'll give you final round here, Vast. Anything?
Not too much to add. Just want to clarify, I'm not a Chiefs stan, guys. I will be, this is my declaration, I will be voting for more Knights and Ludovica. So, yeah, come to expect me to, change up my votes next week.
Well, look, to be honest, you boys had to sim for someone, so I'm glad it was Chiefs. No, it's all right. Look, that'll do us for tonight, guys. Really appreciate the both of you coming in, giving your insight. Of course, Dev and Mandy for joining us on the cast. But that is all we have for Playdate number 3. It all kicks off next Friday at 6 p.m. I don't know whether it's AEDT or AEST. I can't remember which one it turns back to, but it's turning to something. Be careful, because it changes as of tomorrow. But until next Friday, take care. We'll see you then.
So good. The promo gadget is essentially a bonus. What are you doing? What is this? When you're trying to juggle that, look, where do you fit in the Nomad here? If you get rid of the Nerf, which a lot of people would say, oh my god, sorry.
OJ.
Archie, you just actually got told what's up.
Oh, dude.
This game's really over.
I think Pat was prone. I think he was prone. No way, bro. Double kill with the pistol. Archie, don't let him do it to you. Don't let him do it to you. Not a 3K with the pistol to close things out. With 5 seconds left, they need to find the Echo. They cannot find the drone. This is devastating. Are they going to be able to deny it? No, not like this. There was 4 attempts previously.
They're going to have to clear out Shaq now in the corner of library, the infamous library corner.
We've seen teams really falter in this kind of position. Shaq, oh my god, no way! No way!
Are there C4 opportunities for Knights? Not one that connects. And Stiggs left wanting. What is the play now for Chiefs? They find another big Boydie. He's just nuts. And now Chiefs have just about the whole side. Boydie hungry for another. Can he get Sage? He does. Game sense out of 10. Jade. Thing is, like this Uzi's 50 cal. It's going to do so much damage. Oh my god! That's a lot of damage.
Is in kitchen. Can he cross? Can he cross? Can he deny it? Oh no, it's open. Fortunately enough for Blues. He yeets in, but he just manages to find the kill in time. God Legion manages to find him reloading. And he's checked piano on the mezzanine now. The window is.
You know what you could? You get David Attenborough. Reckon you could David Attenborough?
Yeah. And here we have the fish. The post-plant of his natural habitat, trying to find the prey that he is caking. However, unsuccessfully loses everything. His home, and now his wife.
Thank for OCN.
The Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife safeguards our wilderness now and for the future. Our bushlands, our mountains, our valleys, our rivers are our responsibility. Whether you're just discovering the world or have built rich memories within it. Together we are one generation, and what we conserve today will be there for those tomorrow. There is no bigger legacy than the planet we share. Donate now.
Hey guys, it's Joshua from Banks Arcade. Wanted to let you know that we are teaming up with OCN International for our new song, Chosen. It is out now, and you can stream it on Spotify or any other streaming platform that you use.
Thank for OCN.
Show me that you really care. Stay here in this moment. We got nowhere else to be. Hold me in this moment. We got nowhere else to be. I'm right here for you. I really care for you. I'm right here for you. I'm right here for you. I really care for you. I'm right here for you. Right here, right here, right here. 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 I know I found something